Check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check.
Yes, it is true. Yes. Sometimes the truth. Never thought I'd hear that.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here, both to those of you who are here in person and to those of you who are joining us online. I'm Jamil Jaffer. I'm the director of the Knight Institute. I'm delighted to welcome you to this symposium on lies, free speech, and the law. We have a very rich day ahead of us, which is why you're here. So I'm going to be very brief. But it's really wonderful to see you here this morning. As many of you already know, there are three pillars to the Knight Institute's work: strategic, litigation, research, and public education. When we started out 5 years ago, it was relatively clear to me what a successful litigation program would look like. It was far less obvious to me what the research program should look like. It could have gone in many different directions. But we considered different models, and we were fortunate to get good advice from a lot of thoughtful people. And we also experimented, because all life is an experiment, as Emerson said before Holmes said it. And over time, the Institute's research program has grown into something quite exciting and I think distinctive. A large part of the credit for that belongs to Katie Glenn Bass, who has overseen the program for the past 3 years. For me and for everyone at the Knight Institute, it has been really gratifying to see the program evolve and flourish under Katie's steady hand, and with the collaboration of many other Knight Institute staff, some of whom are here with us today, including Lorraine Kenny, Candace White, and Madeline Wood, among others. I want to mention one other person before I introduce President Bollinger, and that is, of course, Genevieve Lakier, who, as senior visiting scholar at the Knight Institute, has overseen this year-long project on lies and the law. This has been an exceptionally rich and ambitious initiative, and it has encompassed 5 public roundtables, a series of written interventions by legal scholars, litigators, historians, technologists, and of course, today's symposium as well. Professor Lakier has brought an amazing amount of energy and creativity to this project. And for all of us at the Institute, it's really been a privilege and delight to work with her. You'll have the chance to hear from her directly in just a few minutes. But first, I'm so pleased that President Bollinger is here with us this morning. He became the 19th president of this university in 2002 and is now the longest serving president of an Ivy League university. Anyone connected with Columbia already knows how much stronger and truly global this university has become as a result of his tenure. Lee is also, of course, one of the country's foremost scholars of free speech. He's written incisively about the meaning of the First Amendment, regulation of media, and the challenges of new technology. This year, Oxford University Press will publish his latest project, a collection of essays co-edited with Jeff Stone on social media, free speech, and the future of democracy. From my own perspective, of course, President Bollinger's signal achievement was launching the Knight Institute, which he did with Alberto Ibargüen of the Knight Foundation just over 5 years ago. One of the most rewarding aspects of my role as director of the Institute has been the opportunity to work with and learn from Lee, who is as thoughtful about institution building as he is about the First Amendment. Columbia is very fortunate to have his leadership. The First Amendment is fortunate to have his lifelong dedication. And we at the Knight Institute are fortunate to have had such an inspiring supporter of our work. Please join me in welcoming him.
So it is a very, very great pleasure and a sincere one to be able to make a few remarks by way of opening this symposium on lies, free speech, and the law. I would like to begin by recognizing the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia. There is nothing that has happened at Columbia in the past 2 decades that gives me more pride or means more to me than the creation of the Institute. It was a collaboration with the Knight Foundation, as Jamil said, and its president, Alberto Ibargüen, that yielded this idea of having a center for the promotion and understanding and actions in defense of, including litigation, principles of freedom of speech and press under the Constitution. And it has been its founding director, Jamil Jaffer, who has made this idea into a living and very effective reality. The Institute is a remarkable thing for a university to undertake as a university. And it is very satisfying to see it flourish and to be so universally supported, especially through gatherings like this. I have only a few thoughts to offer on the subject of this symposium. I have, of course, spent a good deal of my life thinking about the First Amendment and the vast stretches of human life that are connected to those fundamental and seminal principles. Falsehoods and how to deal with them are an inevitable set of puzzles in that quest. Until recently, say in the last decade or so, I think it would be fair to say that we had a pretty well-established and well-regarded set of thoughts and practices about how to deal with them in the variety of contexts in which they occur. Indeed, phrases like, quote, the central meaning of the First Amendment, or just the phrase uninhibited, robust, and wide open, immediately called to mind a dialogue we were all very practiced at articulating, repeating, and doing so with conviction. But the emergence of the internet, our newest and perhaps most significant technology of communication ever, and its associated privately controlled platforms, together with the chronic political and cultural divisions in the society that have clogged the self-governing process and given rise to various threats to democracy, have changed all of this. I have now, as Jamil mentioned, a very long-standing and very productive collaboration with Jeff Stone of the University of Chicago Law School, known, of course, to virtually everyone here. And our newest project is on the general subject of this symposium. The most recent volume we have completed is titled Social Media, Freedom of Speech and the Future of Our Democracy, and it will be published in a few months by Oxford. Several of you are, in fact, authors in this new book, including our next speaker, Genevieve Lakier. As with other projects, Jeff and I have undertaken the book. This book provides a framing of the problems by us, followed by essays from a large group of authors from different life experiences and areas of expertise, and then a report with concrete recommendations from a commission we formed to consider the different perspectives. There would be many things to say in a general summary of the contributions by the participants, but for purposes of these very brief remarks, to open this conference, I would emphasize just four. First, there is a consensus among the participants that disinformation, falsehoods, propaganda, whatever one calls it, is a very complex phenomenon and not easily characterized and not by any means easily understood. One has to be careful, therefore, not to oversimplify the problem as one involving truths and falsehoods. Second, there is a consensus that the current state of affairs, certainly in the United States, poses a degree of threats to democracy and to the necessary political and social culture that must undergird a democratic system of government, that it is unlike anything we have seen in at least a half century. The problems we are talking about in the project and in this conference appear to be of a different order of magnitude. Third is the wide disagreement about what can or should be done about this state of affairs at the levels of law, policy, and the First Amendment. Some among us believe that the framework of the First Amendment that has evolved over the last 100 years, but certainly in the last half century, should not be, does not need to be, significantly altered in the face of these new threats and risks. But others among us believe the opposite, that an entirely new framework is both called for and an imperative if we are to survive as a constitutional republic. The key point is that this is one of the most complex, controversial, momentous debates in my lifetime about how to think about free speech and press under the First Amendment. Hence the significance too of this meeting. The fourth and final point I would make is one that is more my own than derived from the thinking of the authors and commissioners of our little project. It is simply the observation that we not fall into the trap of thinking that we have never encountered anything like these issues before. Perhaps the magnitude of the problems is greater, but the nature of the problems and the availability of complex ways of approaching them are not. We have encountered major new technologies before in the last century, notably broadcasting. Many, if not all, of the dilemmas we feel now were felt then and continue on to this very moment. It is a very difficult intellectual exercise to analyze how that system of legislation, administrative policies, and constitutional doctrine came about, and even more elusive to explain what it all signifies, given the very different approaches that we took to the parallel print media. One can say it was a vast mistake and should be jettisoned. One can say it was perhaps correct for its time, but not for ours, either in the sensibilities it reflected or in the practicalities or relevance for our problems. Or one can say, as I believe to be true, that there is still relevance in the spirit of what happened, what was allowed, what was feared, and how the society responded. That gives us some source of ideas for dealing with the issues in our times. What one cannot say is that we have never encountered or responded in complex ways to threats such as we perceive to be present in our world today. Thank you for letting me make these few remarks. It's now my pleasure to introduce Genevieve, who is a professor of law at the University of Chicago and the Institute's senior visiting research scholar. She is an expert on the First Amendment, the relationship between free speech and the law, and the current battles over speech on social media platforms. She has been leading the Knight Institute's research project focusing on lies and the law, and has been instrumental in organizing this and other discussions on the topic as part of her work as a visiting scholar. But I can say, having edited her work, that she has a first-rate mind and a wonderful perspective on all the issues that we face here. Please join me in welcoming Genevieve.
Well, hello, everyone. Good morning. So it is both a pleasure and a privilege to be here to welcome you to today's symposium. As Jamil mentioned, today is the culminating event in a year-long series of events that I have organized along with the Knight First Amendment Institute to explore the democratic problem posed by lies and more broadly, false speech. Now, this is obviously a problem that has been the topic of a great deal of conversation in recent months, years. It is hard to go a week, in fact, without coming across a study, a conference, or a news report talking about the problem of disinformation and misinformation and the threat it poses to American society. And in fact, as we sit here today, there's another very high-profile conference on this exact topic happening at another somewhat distinguished university that I happen to know something about right this moment. Now, I won't name that other conference, but I'd like to congratulate you on choosing the obviously superior option today. So why then organize yet another symposium on the problem of lies and false speech? Well, the aim of the roundtables I organized with Knight over the course of this year, and the aim of today's symposium has been to deepen and maybe depart from a lot of the popular discourse about the problem of false speech in several ways. First, as befits a First Amendment Institute, a major goal of this year's events has been to think more deeply about the First Amendment questions raised by the problems of false speech and by the efforts to regulate it. Now, this is a topic, the role and the constraints the First Amendment poses when we are thinking about false speech, that has been surprisingly absent from much of the popular conversation about lies and information. And perhaps it is because those who participate in these conversations often assume that a commitment to freedom of speech means that the government simply cannot regulate lies, and that primary decision makers in this context will instead therefore have to be the private companies, in particular the social media companies, that so often play the role of both hero and villain in much of the discourse about lies. But in fact, as many of the papers for today's symposium make clear, the First Amendment's constraints on the government's power to regulate lies are not nearly so absolute. The government regulates lies all the time, perfectly or imperfectly constitutionally, but at least somewhat constitutionally, in the commercial context. Great swaths of the laws of property and contract are organized around prohibitions against materially false information. In many other areas of law as well, immigration law, criminal law, defamation law, the law prohibits and the government enforces prohibitions against fraud and intentional, or at the very least, reckless deception. And this is part of the everyday fabric and operation of American law. Moreover, the view of the justices who fashion constitutional law when it comes to the topic of lies and misinformation may be changing, because the justices have been and are being affected, as we are all affected, by pervasive anxiety about what President Obama, the keynote speaker at the other conference I shall not name, once described as the epistemic crisis facing American democracy. So Justices Gorsuch and Thomas, for example, have both recently written opinions in which they argued that the constitutional rules regarding libel law should change to respond to what Justice Thomas described as the proliferation of falsehoods in American society. Constitutional law is a product of society and culture, just like everything else. And the First Amendment changes in response to changing public changing perceptions of the threats facing free speech today. And so one of the goals of this event this year has been to explore what constraints the First Amendment does impose on government efforts to regulate a more truth-based public sphere into existence, and what constraints the First Amendment should impose on the government when it does so, assuming that the doctrinal lines may be less fixed, the First Amendment may be less static than it is often assumed to be. A second goal of this year's events has been to push against the techno-determinism and presentism that plagues a lot of the conversation about lies and misinformation. Anxiety about the problems that false speech pose to American democracy tends to very often focus on the problem of lies on social media. It is often assumed that the reason why America is today facing an epistemic crisis is because of the new technological affordances of the social media platforms, which allow the dissemination of falsehoods at previously unimaginable speed, and the economic self-interest that leads the social media companies to enable or encourage the proliferation of false speech on their platforms. And while technology and economic self-interest certainly help to play a role in explaining the problems plaguing American democracy today, they are by no means the only explanations available to us. And so one of the ambitions of this year's events has been to focus or refocus the conversation of about lies and misinformation away from its familiar focus on big tech and to ask more historical, political, and sociological questions, such as, for example, whether the epistemic crisis America is facing today is in fact a novel phenomenon, or instead is, as President Bollinger suggested, something we have encountered before. Whether its primary drivers are in fact the social media companies, and or instead whether there are deeper historical, economic, and political and institutional explanations and drivers. A question that has loomed over the roundtables that we have organized this year, and that I think looms over today's events, is the question of whether and to what extent the problem with American democracy can in fact be blamed on false speech and false belief, or whether lies and misinformation are merely a symptom of deeper economic, political, and institutional problems. I've joked a lot over the course of the last year that I set out to organize a series of events about the problems of lies, but it turns out that the branding has been fake news. Again and again during these conversations, it has turned out that lies are just the surface manifestations of deeper problems, perhaps not the problems themselves, or a problem by itself. Now, this doesn't make it less important, I think, to talk about lies and the threat they may pose to American democracy or how we should regulate them. In many ways, it makes it more important because it turns out pulling on the thread of false speech opens up all kinds of really interesting and important questions about American politics and society. Questions like, what do we mean when we talk about a democratic public sphere? How democratic do we really want the public sphere to be? What are the kinds of institutions that we think should mediate it? What is the role of expertise in democracy? And how do party structures and economic logics organize and undermine what courts in First Amendment cases tend to describe as the marketplace of ideas? These are all questions that are raised either implicitly or explicitly by many of the papers that participants wrote for today's symposium. These papers, I should say, repay in spades the hopes I and the Knight Institute had for this project. They're interdisciplinary, they're historically sensitive, they are doctrinally complex, and they're often quite provocative in the arguments they make. And I cannot wait to hear the discussion they generate. So to that end, I will stop talking now so that we can actually get into that discussion. Just before I leave the podium, I wanted to say thank you to all the people at the Knight Institute who worked so hard to make this symposium and this year-long series of events possible. First, I wanted to say thank you to Jamil, who has been a wonderful collaborator, provocateur, and supporter for this project. To Katie Glenn Bass, without whom none of this, really, honestly, none of this would be possible. To Madeline, Lorraine Kenny, and Kitty Ahmed, who did so much work to make the logistics come together. To Candace White and Adam Glenn, who produced the amazing digital and video work for this project. And to Peter Sizaholski, who produced the beautiful art that we're going to be showcasing later today. This was a team effort, a product of a lot of collaboration back and forth. And I hope today's symposium will feel the same. So thank you all so much for coming. Let's get started.
Morning, everyone. I'm Katie Bunn-Bass. I'm the research director at the Knight Institute. Just going to take a minute to get settled. Really nice to see people in a room together again for an event. This is the first major conference we have done in person since 2019. But we're also hybrid now. So we have a sizable online audience watching on the live stream. Thank you all for joining us as well. And the online viewers will be able to participate in the Q&A portion as well. They will be able to feed questions in to the YouTube chat, and then those will come up to me and our other moderators on this iPad here. So we'll be very inclusive. All right, so we're here with a really great panel today and some really great papers to discuss. I'm going to start from the farthest away from me. Ronell Anderson-Jones is the Teitelbaum Chair and Professor of Law at the University of Utah S.J. Quinney College of Law. Sam Lebovic is an Associate Professor of History at George Mason University. Sonia West is the Brumby Distinguished Professor in First Amendment Law at the University of Georgia School of Law. And John Witt is Alan H. Duffy, Class of 1960 Professor of Law at Yale Law School. Thank you all for being here. So this panel is called Lies in Historical Context, and some of our opening remarks have set us up nicely for this. What I'm hoping to do today is to put what we're dealing with now in some historical perspective, and also to draw out some threads that I hope the other panels today will take up in their conversations later on. There's an assumption that I notice in many of the debates that we're currently having over lies in public discourse and misinformation and disinformation. And that is, many people, not everyone, but many, seem to believe that there was some time somewhere in the past where things were better from an information perspective or from a healthy discourse perspective, even if they acknowledge that there were more gatekeepers in those days. And as a result, there was less variety of information available to the public, or there were less diversity of voices in the public sphere. I still often get the impression that people believe things used to be better and now they're worse. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit and to what extent that's true. And we're also going to think about legal history. So how previous generations thought about the First Amendment, what they thought about the utility of fighting for expressive rights in court, and also how the Supreme Court's own view of First Amendment protections has changed over time. So to start us off, we're going to do short presentations of each paper, just 3 to 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and fill in more detail from each of these rich papers throughout our discussion. But to start us off, I'm wondering if Sam could give us a brief introduction to his paper. Please go ahead.
Okay, I can. I'm a historian, so there's a sort of standard historical argument, which is that things have been worse for longer than you think. And that's really the sum total of my intervention. I begin with Walter Lippmann in 1919 and his sort of early work, Liberty in the News, which is a sort of slim volume that sets up his treatment of public opinion later in the 1920s. And from that early work, I take a couple of ideas that I think are helpful in contextualizing the current problem. The first is he has a sort of withering critique of kind of naive theories of democratic public opinion based on the idea of what he calls the omnicompetent citizen, the idea that we're sort of spontaneously all going to know everything. And if we can just express our opinions, the marketplace will kind of rationalize that into something sort of workable. And he's got a lot of reasons for thinking that doesn't work. But if you read his critique in 1919, it sounds very similar to a lot of the panic that we have today about, oh my God, people don't believe rational things and they come to sort of foolish conclusions and they act like a mob. I mean, he's writing in 1919 when there's racial pogroms throughout the US cities, there's a pandemic killing hundreds of thousands. I mean, the resonances should be familiar. And then the second idea he has is that actually we shouldn't be thinking about the problems of public opinion exclusively through the lens of civil liberties and the rights of expression, that this sort of doubles down on the idea of thinking that public opinion should work through a kind of marketplace of individual expression. And he says that's not the key issue. The key issue is the stream of news upon which opinions are based. So rather than trying to sort of tinker with civil liberties, and he's articulating this idea as Oliver Wendell Holmes is kind of dissenting in Abrams, He says we need to get behind the scenes to what really matters, which is how does information circulate in the media economy generally, and are the relevant sources of information being produced? His argument in 1919 is that they aren't. And I sort of take those two arguments forward to the contemporary moment to say that I think we're back in the same debate and in the same problems, where people see a kind of democratic public sphere that's not working the way that they would like, and they're looking to blame the sort of problems of individual citizens, thinking that they're lacking competence in some particular capacity, or they're being misled by sort of really disgusting, upsetting, obviously incoherent or incorrect opinions. So I don't want to take too much time. I want to get onto a conversation. But basically the idea is, on the one hand, to say there's nothing particularly new about the contemporary crisis. And I do make this argument in two ways. The first is just sort of cutting it down to size a little bit by looking at the fact that there was plenty of lying in the golden age of the post-World War II era. I look at McCarthyism and massive resistance as the kind of two key instances of when the media was supposed to be functioning at its best. You have really noxious opinions circulating that look pretty familiar. And then secondly, the current crisis, or, when you look at the social scientific literature, which I'm not an expert on, but I have read, there's not as much lying going on as we think. There's a sort of a smaller percentage of people circulating information that then get amplified through a kind of right-wing media formation. And that, again, looks quite familiar to what happened in the 1940s. The real problem, I argue, is that journalism has had a crisis, the collapse of the newsrooms, the decline of reporters, which means that what is circulating in the news is increasingly just opinion, right? And sort of highlights and emphasizes those small networks of kind of really outrageous speechifying. To take that on by trying to think about civil liberties and civil opinion, public opinion, I think is the wrong move, because it's sort of leaning directly into the whirlwind, right? I mean, it's trying to deal with contemporary problems of politics by fixing speech, by trying to rule certain types of speech out. And that is a kind of culture war that is really causing a lot of the problems in American democracy now. The better strategy, I argue, again, drawing from Lippmann, is to pay attention to the production of information that's needed for democratic life. And that requires, I think, what Lippmann called the creation of political observatories, sort of small organizations devoted to new forms of reporting, not opinion, not commentary, not trying to make sure that members of the public think anything in particular about politics, but just that the raw information about local politics, local elections, local school boards is available and reported, so people can then construct a democratic politics on the basis of that. So that's the kind of nutshell of an argument, but I look forward to talking about it with you all.
That's great. Thank you, Sam. So I have one question for you, and then I'm going to ask John to talk about his paper, which also features Walter Lippmann in a slightly different take. So that is, from your historian's perspective, is there truly nothing that you think is new or unique about this current moment? Is this really, would Lippmann be not at all surprised by what we're dealing with right now? Or is there something about what's happening now that is really unprecedented?
I mean, there's obviously some things that are new. I mean, not least, everything that happened before had already happened. I mean, we're sort of living with the consequences of 70 years of, problematic public opinion, and the sort of the rot that comes from that is, I think, deep and real. So, one of the things I often think about is that some of the worst lies in American history relate to foreign policy, right? I mean, sort of setting up the Vietnam War, Iran-Contra, weapons of mass destruction, right? And the kind of the cynicism that comes out of those is cumulative and real. And so that's not something that can just be kind of forgotten or a line can be drawn under. I also think that the crisis of reporting has accelerated radically and is a new problem. I mean, 40% of journalism jobs in the country disappeared in the first decades of the 21st century. That intersected with a sort of massive proliferation of media channels that have been filled with commentary, a kind of outrage industry. It's cheap, it's easy to produce, people pay attention to it. And that has nationalized politics in, I think, an unusual way. So that politics isn't embedded really now in local institutions or intermediating institutions or local communities, but we're all reacting to the same set of actors and stories. And it's given politics a kind of a particularly unreal or hyper-real kind of vibe. So those are new, but I think that the underlying conditions are not.
Thank you. John, would you like to talk about yours now?
Sure. Thanks so much, Katie. It's a real pleasure to be here. I was at Columbia for a long time, so it's always nice to come back. And this is a great symposium to be involved in. Thanks, Genevieve, for putting it together. So my interest in this emerged out of an observation that the histories of the beginning of the modern First Amendment tradition, which is a story that starts in the fall of 1919, is now one of the canonical stories for law students, for historians, for students of American politics, that those histories have a variety of persistent optimisms in them, the literature of that moment. Some of those optimisms are about marketplaces of truth and might be associated with a certain vision of Oliver Wendell Holmes, or some of them might be about an optimism about democratic flourishing in the public sphere and might be associated with Louis Brandeis and others like him. Or maybe there's an optimism about the discovery of a new system of managing dangerous radicalisms, a sunlight strategy or a steam vent strategy. In any event, three and more, I'm sure, optimisms about what this discovery of the modern First Amendment in the form of the dissents in the fall of 1919 might mean. But what these optimisms do is they separate the beginning of the First Amendment tradition, on the one hand, from the discovery that speech is dangerous and distorting and full of misrepresentation in our time. They separate those two things and make them separate. And so the paper that I've written proposes to bring them together. It proposes what we might call, although I don't think I used this phrase in the paper, a simultaneity thesis. That is to say, the fall of 1919 is a moment of two things: the discovery of the modern First Amendment tradition on the one hand, and the discovery that speech in the democratic public sphere is incredibly dangerous and subject to misrepresentation and lies and pervasive exercise of power. And thus my title, drawing from Elena Kagan's dissent a few years ago, the title of the paper is Weaponized from the Beginning, since Kagan is observing that speech is being weaponized in our moment. So how do I tell the story of the simultaneity thesis? Well, I focus on two characters, although one could really tell the story in any number of ways. And the two characters I draw out are, one, Walter Lippmann, whom Sam's begun with. It's not a surprise that I would start with Walter Lippmann or look a little like Sam in that, since I've been learning from Sam about this subject for a number of years now. And Lippmann's really an unavoidable character in the story. And I think my version of Lippmann looks a lot like Sam's, although there's some interesting divergences that I'll touch on in a minute in other respects of the paper. But a second character whom I bring out, who I think maybe it would be useful to have on the table here for the history of the simultaneous discovery of the First Amendment and discovery of misrepresentation and lies in the public sphere, is Roger Baldwin, whom some of you will know as the founder of the ACLU in 1920. So just a year later, in the fall of 1919, he's getting out of prison, where he'd spent a year as a conscientious objector. And where Walter Lippmann goes, where Roger Baldwin goes in the fall of 1919, is Pittsburgh. And I think it's worth just dwelling on Roger Baldwin in Pittsburgh in the fall of 1919, about to produce the Modern Civil Liberties Project, already deeply involved in it during the war. And why is Baldwin in Pittsburgh? It's the Great Steel Strike of the fall of 1919. And Baldwin goes to Pittsburgh to be part of, he actually functions as a labor side spy inside US Steel and doing sort of fascinating work on behalf of the unions. But Baldwin's observation there, which Lippmann is making too, when Lippmann looks at Pittsburgh, and Lippmann writes about Pittsburgh in Public Opinion, is that US Steel is completely controlling the information economy of Western Pennsylvania. That there is a news blackout other than what the US Steel propaganda arm is delivering. And so Baldwin enters the 20s and enters his civil liberties project as someone focused on information economies and the political economy of information. And I think that's crucial to see, that at the beginning of the ACLU's First Amendment tradition is this relentless focus on the problem of the public sphere in a world of power inequalities and of information that can be exploited and distorted and the like. Both Lippmann and Baldwin are, in a sense, students of information in crisis. And they are part of a whole generation of people focused on information in crisis. Lippmann's teacher, Graham Wallas, who coins the phrase "the Great Society," does so to try to explain how information works in a world in the world of the mass. in the world in which we can't be, as Sam's paper brings out, omnicompetent citizens, because information is not available in firsthand, but rather secondhand and comes through sources. But in England, Norman Angell; in Germany, Karl Mannheim; in Italy, Anthony Gramsci. I mean, all of these people are scholars of information in crisis in the early 20th century. So what might be some of the implications of the simultaneity thesis? I mean, why would it matter if, in fact, the discovery of the First Amendment comes simultaneous with the discovery of its misrepresentation and the problem of distortion and lies in the public sphere? Well, I think actually a bunch of things follow that might be kind of interesting to follow during the conversation and maybe for the rest of the day. I mean, one is that the misinformation problem is consistent with many First Amendment regimes. I'm describing the fall of 1919 as the discovery of the First Amendment, but of course, that's by two lonely dissenters, right? That is to say, there is no First Amendment protection in the modern way that we're going to become familiar with once the Holmes and Brandeis dissents become majority opinions starting in the early 1930s, more or less. So it's consistent with many First Amendment regimes, the problem of misinformation, but it's also consistent with many technological regimes. That is, the information technology, it appears that misrepresentations and lies exist across any number of information technology regimes. Now, a third implication, and here's where there's some separation that's interesting between my paper and Sam's, maybe for the worse for my paper, but it seems to me that we might think of the 20th century's information systems in the 20th century as having something like Thomas Piketty's U-shaped curve, which is what I propose at near the end of the paper. A world of disastrous misrepresentation at the beginning of the 20th century, culminating once again in disastrous misrepresentations in the early 21st century, with a world of more controlled and contained public sphere in the middle of the 20th century. Now, Sam's paper really usefully and provocatively takes this U-shaped curve on and proposes a kind of continuity hypothesis across the period. I think I would characterize the middle of the 20th century as a period in which the work of distortion is done instead by exclusions, such that Jim Crow's apartheid and the cutting off of immigration in the 1924 Immigration Act are ways of excluding the kinds of voices that produced information controversy in the early 20th century, and now again in our time. So I think of that moment as a moment of exclusion rather than distortion, if we were using a broad brush here and trying to characterize something like the basic functioning of the information economy. So many different First Amendment regimes, many different technological regimes consistent with misinformation, the U-shaped curve, and then last, and I'll get out of the way, is Lippmann and Baldwin have solutions that they offer to the crisis of misrepresentation. And those solutions are not, and this may be surprising, especially coming from Baldwin, who's about to found the ACLU, given the way the ACLU is remembered now, but their solutions are not First Amendment solutions or free speech solutions or individual rights solutions or civil liberties solutions. Their solutions are institutional, organizational, in the domain of political economy. And so for Lippmann, it takes the forms of various forms of expertise. I describe this as an administrative state emphasis, although Lippmann likes experts wherever he finds them, whether they're in corporations or in organizations that are nonprofit, or whether they're in the administrative state. But for Lippmann, it's the expert who holds out the hope of cutting through the chaos and the noise and producing something like a rational public sphere in the world of the mass, the world that he'd learned about from his teacher, Graham Wallas. And Baldwin hits on a different strategy, and you can take it from the fall of 1919 in Pittsburgh. The Baldwin strategy is industrial democracy. What will provide the institutional foundation, the framework for producing a robust and effective public sphere that's relatively immune, or at least a little bit more immune from the problem of distortion? It's the labor union that puts workers, everyday people, in touch with important questions that have real stakes, and connects them to that information through organizations that also have stakes and has skin in the game and can produce a better information environment. So what Baldwin will do across the course of the 20s is push a First Amendment, and here I'm borrowing from Laura Weinrib's amazing book from a few years ago, but push a First Amendment that's largely about labor radicalism and the production of a labor movement, which will be a better information space for running a democracy, what he would have called an industrial democracy. So we might think of those as things that we might focus on now, that is to say institutional solutions rather than First Amendment solutions.
Great, thank you. And one thing I thought was striking, and we'll definitely come back to this quite soon, is that in both your paper and Sam's, the solutions, which is in itself a fairly optimistic term for what we're dealing with here in terms of our future, the solutions really don't sound in First Amendment law or expressive rights at all for the most part. And we're going to come back to that. But first, I want to invite Ronelle. Ronelle and Sonia have had a long-standing and very fruitful partnership on their work, and Ronelle is going to present their current paper. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. And thanks to Genevieve and Jamil and everyone else at Knight for putting this remarkable group of thinkers together on this really pressing issue. As some of you know, and as Katie mentioned, Sonia and I have been at work for a few years now on a really large scale empirical study focused on the intersection between the United States Supreme Court and the press. We've gathered huge amounts of data, both quantitative and qualitative, about every reference by the court to the press function, ranging from those in press-specific opinions that are about the press to just passing references to the journalistic function that are happening in non-media cases. And we're investigating the court's characterizations by their justices, the judicial author, the term, the positive, negative, and neutral tone, and by their framing. And among the most interesting and most telling, we think, trends to emerge from all of this are the trends that we found in the frame of trustworthiness. And what we've seen here is an absolute plummet in tone, a court that once routinely went out of its way to emphasize that its starting point was that performers of the press function were well motivated and credible and public serving, now does nothing of the sort, instead offering characterizations that ascribe the opposite traits. And we see this in the disappearance of something that we've labeled the worthiness principle, this really sort of constant pattern for decades and decades after the incorporation of the First Amendment of depicting press speakers as worthy of trust because they were doing good things, because they were actually or potentially using their expression to advance good principles. The court once was routinely leading with these initial or overarching depictions of the press and its presumptively good aims and its public serving and democracy enhancing benefits. And now it does not do so. We also see it in the abandonment of something that we've sort of unsatisfyingly shorthanded the breathing space principle, where the justices once embraced this additional framework that sort of straight up acknowledges the potential lack of trustworthiness of individual members of the class of press speakers, but draws this protective bubble around the whole group, saying, you know, we err on the side of protection and benefit of the doubt when this is the kind of speech function that's going on. And this also doesn't appear at all in the Roberts Court data. And the drop off here is really unmistakable. Today, the court does not ever depict a performer of the press function as trustworthy. There are literally no such references, even broadly construed when we sweep to include not just legacy media, but any performance of the journalistic or press function by anyone. It's something that was once happening with real regularity, and now it's just gone. Now, there is an awful lot to unpack here. Our major project for the coming year is to do the hard work of considering all the moving parts, what might be driving this massive shift in characterization and what the shift in characterization might itself be causing. Among other things, we plan to slice and dice the data to try to explore with much more precision the role that judicial ideology does or does not play in this,
the way that the data interacts with the changes that we see in other framings of the press, and especially the way that it maps onto the changing media landscape and changing public perceptions of press trustworthiness, with a real eye towards comparing our data arc to public polling data on press trustworthiness to see whether the court is a driver or a reflector of public perceptions in this space. That's a really big to-do list for us. We're keenly aware of it, but one discrete question that we thought we could ask at the outset is whether it is the case that this presumption of trustworthiness is just gone overall at the Supreme Court for all instances. If the court was just sort of out of the game of presuming trustworthiness altogether, if it had simply grown more cynical of the trustworthiness of all speakers, or had made some notable shift away from granting those presumptions to, say, speakers whose trustworthiness was argued to be questionable, that would be a helpful marker. But our survey of the wider jurisprudence suggests that this isn't what's going on. It is not the case that the justices have simply become less generous in presuming the trustworthiness of all speakers, or even in presuming it in for the types of speakers whose behavior might give rise to some kind of doubt about their worthiness of trust. In fact, in recent years, the justices of the Supreme Court have actively extended a presumption of trustworthiness to a wide range of speakers in spite of serious disagreement about the speaker's deservedness of such generosity. In cases across a number of sub-areas, it's pretty expansively embraced both the potential value of other expression and the presumptively good aims of other speakers. And we see it in this very powerful presumptive trustworthiness language from the court describing the value of corporate speakers in a recent spate of cases making positive presumptions about speakers expressing anti-abortion messages, in the broad protective approach for which all of the First Amendment scholars in the room are familiar, sort of safeguarding the rights of Westboro in the name of breathing space for political protest speakers, safeguarding Alvarez in the name of breathing space for valuable speakers on false speech, Ilanis in the name of breathing space for musicians and artists who might express violent messages, anonymous donors in the name of breathing space for nonprofit charities. We see in these cases language that echoes what we once saw on behalf of the press. This presumption of trustworthiness that moves the court to lead with the democracy enhancing and public serving depiction, and to protect the wider group in the name of protecting individual, even in the face of individual questions about trustworthiness of the motives within the group. These cases all stand in pretty stark contrast to the Roberts Court's abandonment of the presumption of trustworthiness for speakers who fill the press function. And we have a lot more questions than we have answers about the trends that we're seeing in the data and this important subset of the data in particular. But for purposes of today's event, I do think that it's notable that the sort of rhetorical framing and inclinations towards press speakers are strikingly divergent from the approach that the court seems to be taking when faced with a choice about presuming trustworthiness of other kinds of expressive actors. And it sits somewhat uneasily within the wider framework of the speaker trust expansion that is often touted as a flagship of the Roberts Court. So we're really interested in thinking about the intersection of this with some of the things that are happening later today, but also thinking about the way that it situates itself within the historical context that the other two panelists on this historian panel have. Really excited to think about the interconnection. Thank you. It's a really amazing project and a massive project. I'm looking forward to seeing your feature papers as well. So before I start us off with a question, I just wanted to see if anyone has any initial reactions to each other's papers or presentations that you wanted to get out at the beginning.
I mean,
That's
I don't want to monopolize
Please do.
the conversation. I guess I would like to draw out Renelle and Sonia a little on just preliminary thoughts about what are the causal drivers. I mean, there's sort of Amy Gajda's stuff on the First Amendment bubble sort of says the press has kind of been misbehaving.
Yeah.
Your story makes it seem much more like a political project. I mean, there's a sort of long history that right-wing speech claims are much more effectively protected at the court than left-wing speech claims. I don't know, there are other models too, presumably.
Right. I mean, and it's worth noting that it might be that both of those things could simultaneously be happening. That is, that the press is viewed as less trustworthy because it is less trustworthy. And also that something ideological is driving the notion. Sonia and I were actually talking in the cab right over here about how part of what might be going on is just that any individual justice on the Supreme Court, when they think about the press, the conservative justices on the Supreme Court are thinking about the New York Times and the Washington Post and thinking, you know, I don't really think that that's a sort of a trustworthy entity. And the progressive justices on the Supreme Court are thinking about Fox News and conservative talk radio and are thinking that's not a particularly trustworthy entity. And what's getting lost in the midst, part of what we did was deliberately design our project not to capture the press, but to capture the press function, just preservation of the operation of the press function. And it seems that there's no one left to be a defender of the core function that is taking place. Causers and the causal chain is tricky, but I think that both the sort of trend that Amy Gaida thinks about, the sort of First Amendment bubble notion, could be happening simultaneously to some ideological pulls that lead to a really toxic intersection.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that. And one of the things Renelle mentioned when we continue to dig into both this trustworthiness data and plus other parts of the project is that from what we've sliced and diced so far, you know, ideology only is a partial explainer, if at most. And so what we found, at least with trustworthiness, is that it is just not the case that we have the more liberal-leaning justices who are still out there, you know, waving the flag for the importance of the press. And it's just that we have a tilt toward the right, and that's why we're seeing this change in tone. They are not doing this either. It is not there. And this is, again, a stark change from what we saw in earlier decades, where we did have the Justice Brennan and the Justice Black, and yes, liberal-leaning justices who were out there, you know, very frequently making these kinds of comments, and then even more rightward ideologically leaning justices who would still, maybe not as often, or maybe a little more with a mixed tone, but at times at least still express these kinds of things. And so the fact when our data came back and we saw that it was just sort of this across this board change in tone and sort of erasure from making these kinds of statements, it was very stark to us.
Thank you. So this sort of theme of declining trust in the press, declining trust in institutions more generally, I think leads in well to one of the things I have been wondering about, which is this concept of the omnicompetent citizen, or the myth thereof, as Walter Lippmann thinks of it. So if I'm stating this correctly, and the Lippmann expert should correct me if I'm wrong, the idea here is that our society is too complex, even as of 1920, was too complex for a citizen to be able to obtain all of the information and expertise they would need on every subject that was of public relevance in discourse, that was simply impossible. And so there needed to be other ways, other mechanisms of citizens to be informed, to be able to participate in self-government effectively, but it simply was out of the question to really learn everything there was to know anymore. One thing that struck me as I was reading this and some of the other papers is that, you know, that sort of sense of despair that it's too complicated for anyone to really get their head around everything goes back much farther than 1920. I mean, in Eugene Volok's paper, which we're going to talk about later today, he quotes a judge from 1799 who's weighing in on a rebellion, the Fries or the Fries Rebellion, I don't know how you say it, and he's basically saying the same thing. He's like, you know, people are so susceptible to public opinion, they can't possibly understand all the facts of what's happening around them. So this goes back a long way. But in both John and Sam's paper, the protagonists in those stories don't think that the press is necessarily the best way for citizens, for the common citizen, to get that level of knowledge. So John, maybe could you talk a little bit about in your paper what the view is?
It's true that it's interesting that a paper that proposes finds in history, but that's what the historian does. The historian doesn't propose, rather they find in history. So I found just accidentally in history, institutional strategies for managing information in the public sphere, but not strategies around the press, or at least those aren't in the paper. Baldwin has a split strategy through the 20s. I come to this because I'm writing a book about Baldwin's other institutional project in the 20s, which is running a philanthropic foundation to support left and liberal causes, largely pushing his labor movement project, but also trying to support a new set of sources of press and information. He founds a publishing house. He founds an alternative to the news services, an alternative to the Associated Press, which is an effort to get labor news out there. So he is experimenting in some sense with observatories in the Lippmannian tradition. And Lippmann's an advisor to the fund, which brings him into the conversation. So there are experiments in the press, but I think the project of the labor project, the industrial democracy project, is to get inside the intimate conversations that citizens have with one another, and be able to create a space, an institutional space for the flourishing of the reception of the information. And that's where I think Baldwin and Lippmann come together. Lippmann, after all, is interested in the stereotypes in our heads, and Baldwin's strategy for that is not just the federated press, his press service, but also the idea of organizing people in places where there are real stakes that are immediate and closely connected.
Thank you. Sam, what about in your paper, this sort of view of how does the citizen get this knowledge that they need, or sort of what are the best ways to foster that?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the key to the omnicompetent citizen is, as an idea in Lippmann, I mean, it's complicated in Lippmann, and he himself kind of moves over time in how he thinks about it. And it ends up, in his case, as a kind of critique of the capacities of individuals, that sort of people can't rationally make sense of enough information and have their prejudices, and he kind of moves in an undemocratic fashion later in his career. For me, the important point is it's actually not about reconceptualizing the individual citizen per se, but about realizing that like individuals, like no man, it's sort of a sophisticated version of no man is an island as an idea, right? That the formation of public opinion is social, it's collective, it's political. And the idea is rather than just kind of assume that we're atomized and that what the purpose of public opinion or democratic life is a sort of aggregation of kind of sort of spontaneously produced opinions, to pay attention to the kind of collective practices that allow opinions to emerge as part of a kind of social formation. And so I read the project that he's of sort of trying to rethink public opinion in a social liberalism or a new liberalism vein rather than a classical liberalism vein. And I think it's helpful today because we've kind of returned to a classical liberalist way of thinking about individual competence and citizenry under the kind of neoliberal turn, right? So a lot of the, sort of Lochnerized First Amendment arguments, starting with the Virginia pharmaceuticals case, all sort of presume that individuals have sort of extreme capacity to judge, and as long as all information is available to them, they'll rationally come to the best understanding. And the Lippmann critique is to say it's silly to expect every citizen to be able to be fully competent on every issue. Not that you could read that undemocratically, right? But I think the better way to read it would be to say anyone could potentially, were they to be interested in an issue, come to kind of the ability to judge those, which pharmaceutical is best for them. But if you don't kind of make sure that there are kind of guardrails up in certain ways, if there are not sort of collective mechanisms to allow people to sort of have experts that they can trust, and I think the key question is where you locate the experts. I mean, you have to have experts, but where do you locate them and how do you make them democratically accountable? That's the only way to produce competence among the public. And, it's interesting, the sort of neoliberal project, in many ways is built around the idea that the economy and everything is too complicated, that we could never rationally plan it, that the price mechanism is the best sort of system to make sense of the chaos of like freewheeling choice. But yet the kind of legitimation project under the sort of First Amendment law presumes complete citizen competence, right? I mean, the idea is that, well, if you just have enough information, you'll make the right choice, while the kind of broader governance project presumes that there's no possibility of ever having kind of mastery cognitively of the economy. And I think that's where just give up on the omnicompetent idea you can start to think more creatively about how to organize a public sphere.
Thank you. You know, Ronelle and Sonia, you've written about this in a different paper, really, but the sort of to look at it from a slightly different angle. The court also makes certain assumptions about individual people's ability to obtain information and to process that information rationally. Do you want to say a little bit about that?
It does. There's a huge amount of rhetoric from the Supreme Court that focuses on presumptions that not presumptions they're making about the press, but presumptions they're making about the audience of the press, presumptions they're making about the citizenry. And a lot of this rises and falls on a sort of marketplace of ideas notions, right? That all we all need is if only there were just more information, if only there were just enough counter speech, and presupposing an individual citizen as truth seeker when the social science data demonstrates to us quite clearly. I mean, part of what's really interesting to me is that the work that I did in that piece is very Lippmann-esque, Lippmannian, except it's just modern social science data, sort of modern behavioral cognitive science data demonstrating that not that our brains have changed, just that we presupposed things about the way that we processed information and engaged in truth seeking that isn't accurate, that we in fact engage in a wide variety of appropriate and necessary cognitive shortcuts, and that people are often driven by identity and by emotion and by other sorts of issues that make them limited in their information processing capacities, and not in any way, right, exactly the sort of, it sort of mirrors, it's really interesting, the parallels to what Sam's saying about the sort of historical view, which is that it isn't that we have to presume that people are incapable of participating in an engaged way in their democracy, just that we have to live with the reality of what we can do in terms of information consumption. And that I know it's very, very unpopular to suggest to sort of be an advocate for gatekeepers. I know that this is not the moment in which advocacy for, and I want to acknowledge that particularly the press as gatekeeper did a terrible job in terms of excluding voices that we absolutely ought not to have been excluding from the sort of democratic public sphere. But in terms of the shaping of conversations, I think there's a really interesting dialogue to be had about the way that what we just now know about our cognitive capacities and how they've long been true. In some respects, Lippmann was prophetic in sort of his forward-looking anticipation of the kinds of conversations that we ought to be having. And the thing that melds my work with Sonia's in this space is that both of us are big believers that there is probably and a sort of deeply underconceptualized press function of the notion of sort of what we need from a protected press function is an acknowledgement of this individual citizen limitation, right? Just sort of starting premise that we do not have omnicompetent citizenry, that we instead have citizens who lack information competency and who are incapable, just it's mathematically impossible for us to do our own research on every matter that is in public dialogue. And so we need shapers of public information. We need a trustworthy fact checkers. We need institutions who think of it as their obligation to gather and engage in dialogue that we can rely upon, and that the melding of those two threads, I think, is going to be a really interesting platform for ongoing conversation about what law and policy need to protect in order to shape those conversations going forward.
If I can just come in on that quickly, I mean, I think I mostly agree, but I have a couple of interesting points of slight difference on the way I'm thinking about these terms. So I think the one is, I'm a little hesitant to put a huge amount of loading on sort of the behavioral sort of psychological turn that's happened in a lot of political thinking, in a lot of economics, that I'm sort of less interested in sort of cognitive shortcomings. I mean, I think that's an interesting return to kind of pathologizing the citizen. I'm much more in favor of the sort of just like the mathematical social impossibility of handling, a very complicated society. And then following from that, I think thinking about the function of the media is really important here. And I think there's actually 3 different functions we have historically attributed to the media, and they're slightly different and they work in different ways. So the way that I've thought about them, that there's a kind of, we rely on the press or the media to curate a kind of national conversation, and that's been disaggregated after sort of the end of mass media, and I think disaggregated in productive ways. Like the conversation here, I'm in agreement, John, about the kind of U shape, right at the bottom of the U. The reason that my paper focuses on those years is that's the hardest case for still showing a lot of misinformation. But that was, that conversation was curated around a whole set of racial and sort of like imperialist and, capitalist norms that are not ideal. That's been opened up in productive ways. The second is to provide a space for the expression of opinion, right? And this is sort of something that is sort of that's 1A, right? That you want to sort of see a range of people having a discussion and like get exposed to different ideas. That too has been democratized in a really productive way. But the third function is to produce information, right? The sort of the journalism function rather than the commentary function. And that's the one that's completely collapsed economically, all right? And so this is not about asking for the return of a press function as a gatekeeper or a curator of a national conversation, but just about ensuring that a basic level of information is being produced so it's accessible to that conversation wherever that conversation is happening. And that's the one that I'm most concerned about, and that I think that institutional fixes are possible. And then after that, all the rest of the work is politics. And, that's fine.
Yes. And most particularly, I'll just sort of maybe give a 3AB, which is, the court's depiction of this function, and I think accurately so, is that a big piece of that production of information, if we're honing in on the democracy serving press function, a big piece of the production of information that we expect from the press is a sort of watchdoggery, right? It's accountability enhancement, the asking of questions that we ourselves wouldn't ask, the checking for information that we ourselves wouldn't engage in, the sitting in on the criminal trial that we all have a constitutional right to attend, but won't go and attend and watch. That performance of the press function, right? There are plenty of entities that are engaged in what I think of as repeatage, but not a whole lot of entities that are engaged in reportage. And you must have reportage in order to have an informed democratic sphere. And it's that decline of that press function that it is through the performance of that 1 and 2 happen. The shaping of public dialogue happens because the information gatherers know all of the information and then shape for us which things, they prioritize for us which things might be most important. But I think the lack of number 3, the democratizing of that, that's a myth, right? We are not all going to go down and sit in on the criminal trial or the hearing. And so no one's going to do it. And then we lack the conversations that are necessary to self-governance.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in on there. Sorry, but part of what I found so interesting about John and Sam's papers, because I think it is often a very lost part of this whole conversation, is that we, as you were saying, we usually go sort of an assumption that we are overloaded with information, that people have too much information today and we don't know how to process it. And we need the gatekeepers, we need the experts, we need the people. And that's certainly part of the conversation. But there is this very important part of the conversation, which is Sam particularly was talking about, where we just do not have the information that we have. And I think the collapse of local news is just such a perfect example of that. I live in a small college town that has, really had a decimated news landscape, and I never know anything about what's going on. I don't know what my city government is doing. I don't know why there's some big construction project going somewhere. I don't know what all the sirens I heard were, right? And when COVID hit, nobody knew what was going on. Nobody knew how many people were in the hospital. Nobody knew. The rumors are everywhere. We just didn't have the information that we would have had a few decades ago. The information is just no longer there, and I do think it is a key key part of separating this. We have all sorts of opinions, as you were talking about. We have all sorts of repeatage of people saying the same things, but often this core information flow, which I think Ronell and I talk about as part of the key press function. You can call it something else if you want, but that is a key thing that needs to be protected, that is very different from how we often think of the individual right of speakers, of the individual freedom to be able to say things, the idea of having sort of the input and this right we have. And I do think, and I've written this in other places, it's really helpful to think of this perhaps more through a collective lens, this collective interest we have in the information flow, that even if I personally may not know the information, I have a part of a collective interest in having other people in my community have that information, because it does have this effect on me. And I think that is really a very important part of this conversation.
It might be that an additional dysfunction to the information production problem, which now Ronell and Sonia and Sam are all talking about, might be, I think, an overemphasis on the First Amendment. Can I say that at the night?
Yes.
Yes.
Safe space.
Yeah, all right. Right. Okay. And the way that would work, and here law schools are implicated more generally, I think, we live, I think, in a golden era of journalism about the U.S. Supreme Court. I mean, the number of Anthony Lewises who now exist, right? I'm thinking of like the 60s era New York Times coverage of the Supreme Court has now spread, and from Dahlia Lithwick to Nina Totenberg to Linda Greenhouse to Adam Liptak, we have a whole bunch of really expert, excellent, super insider reporters on the US Supreme Court. I think part of the reason for that is it's easy and cheap for newspapers to sustain reporting on the US Supreme Court. There are 9 of them. and you can, and all you need is like one insider who leaks a little bit, and you can tell. Whereas the Congress or the administrative state, these are incredibly complex things to report on. They require teams of reporters. I mean, so we are able in the elite law schools and the Washington Post and the New York Times to produce excellent reportage about one of our branches, and that's the First Amendment branch. And so we can hear about Citizens United. We have endless debates about it, while I don't know, the effect of the Wagner Act on labor organizing is just too much. So I think that's just another feature of this.
Yeah, I'd agree with that completely. And the political economy side of the newsrooms makes a lot of sense. The other way to think about it is Lippmann says that the news is a reflection of, is an index of social organization, right? I mean, the news really tends to report on already existing institutions, right? That's sort of the way it does its work. And it goes to the places where there's activity happening that it can then report on. I mean, the way I think about this often is how much like Apple product launches end up on the front page of the paper, because these are kind of stylized as events to be reported on. And in sort of the broader dysfunction of American democracy, one of the few sites that actually has meaningful binding consequences is the Supreme Court. So it's also, that is producing events of meaningful governance in a way that a lot of the other branches are not. So, I mean, this speaks to John's broader arguments about like Baldwin and Lippmann's vision, which is to say, if you want better news, you need a better organized and more politically engaged society. You can't kind of start with the news, you need to start with the organizations, and then the organizations will provide information that the news can report on. So yeah, I agree completely, but it would also emphasize that we think a lot about the discourse, we think a lot about law, particularly in settings like this, but the biggest problems are, I think, politics generally, right? And that sort of transition of news into a kind of reality show, a kind of ever-present reality show that doesn't feel like people are engaged at a particularly close level. And the Supreme Court is maybe the most extreme version of that. I mean, it's 9 very distant figures writing in kind of impenetrable prose to the average reader, making decisions that have, consequences. But how do you lobby the Supreme Court? I mean, how do you get involved democratically? It's impossible to know. It just sort of feels like, the Politburo handing down a new read on the great texts of Marx. So anyway, an agreement.
I'm very sorry, Sam and John, that if you are going to speak ill of the First Amendment, this room will have no choice but to cancel you. We'll just, but I think it's a really interesting insight that both of you have about the court as a producer of discrete news events, which are harder to come by in some respect. Right? It's very interesting to think that something as esoteric as a 150-page Supreme Court opinion with lengthy dissents that is really the epitome of something that is not digestible by the average American citizen, right? If what we did was just hand down a 150-page opinion in an abortion opinion or a Second Amendment opinion, that's not it's a thing for which we rely on expert translation, right? Someone to grab it and describe it to us and package it and depict it. But because it does happen in single instances where it's, the Supreme Court today handed down Obergefell, and here's what it means for gay marriage, we tend to elevate those opinions in our culture war dialogue in ways that we never would a nuanced debate that's happening at Congress, for example.
So this cues us up well, I think, for one last point before we move to audience Q&A, and a reminder for those of you watching online, you can submit your questions in the YouTube chat and I can incorporate them as well. But Sam, in your paper, you talk quite a bit about, if not solutions, then ways forward for restoring streams of news, as you put it. So I was wondering if you could expand on that a little bit, particularly about political observatories and some of your other ideas there.
Yeah, so I mean, the idea is, if the main problem is this sort of lack of information being produced, and that's really sort of a market failure, the news market, the news economy is not productive of reporting. It's too expensive. It's much cheaper to hire journalists to do commentary or reaction pieces or like comment on the Twitter takes. Some other mechanism needs to be found to support that reporting and investigative function. One of the benefits of the digital era was supposed to be, and actually is, although we've forgotten about it, that it's radically reduced the costs of distribution and production for news. So, newsrooms used to put most of their money into newsprint and delivery trucks. It's actually not that hard now to hire, like on the ProPublica model, a small team of journalists to do reporting. You could imagine rolling that out, at scale through public funding, locating in universities is where Lippmann thought they could have gone in 1919. That still seems viable. And that, you're sort of just seeding money into organizations whose job it is to cover local politics, to do various types of reporting. And that then kind of will create information that can kind of flow up the media ecosystem. I think the benefit of it is, in my mind, there's many benefits, but the most important conceptual benefit is that it leaves alone any effort to kind of regulate the expressive sphere, and it leaves alone the press as a counterweight to government. I mean, you're not trying to create new newsrooms with sort of op-ed pages. You're trying to just seed reporting, right? The production of information, and sort of put that back into the news economy and ecosystem. I think that's an important thing to be done. I think it also has the benefit of kind of sidestepping a lot of the First Amendment debates that you might want to have about trying to, I just don't think you want to try to expel unproductive speech from the media landscape for a variety of reasons. I think it wouldn't work, but I also think it's just like politically non-sensible to it'll just amp up the culture wars. A broader kind of project of getting people re-engaged with what's going on requires this kind of reporting.
Sam, can I ask, sorry, Katie, but
Go ahead.
something that I was thinking as I was reading your paper is about the sort of way that this layers onto the things that Sonia and I are trying to explore about presumptions of trustworthiness. And I wonder whether, so I feel like I have a concern about the broader diminishment of trustworthiness in knowledge institutions more broadly. Just part of this is a sort of, I think, calculated piece of a political populist agenda to sort of diminish institutions of trust. And so scientists, but university, right? So if you for example, if universities are a piece of the answer, and if people also don't trust universities, or if people also don't have, if we've diminished the the contact points, local news, for example, right? People had relationships of trust with their local news organizations, and now there are so many fewer of those. What concrete tools should we be engaging in to try to rebuild those relationships of trust? The generation of useful information doesn't get us the distance if there isn't a like a recipient on the other end who thinks of the institution the institution that's doing the generating as worthy of trust.
Yeah, I mean, this is a super difficult question about rebuilding trust in governance. I mean, this is the broader project of like a union is a useful device if it's responsive and actually engaged. I mean, these are the kind of, you've got to be trying to do things with the information and find out if that information is useful and accurate to you in whatever project you're engaged with. You know, I think it's important here not to think that if we're going to sort of, if you put the money into these institutions, that all of a sudden everyone would start subscribing. You know, if there was a market for it, the market would be providing it. I mean, there's, you know, the idea is you sort of need to subsidize just to have someone sitting in the kind of local police oversight board to kind of keep a record of what's going on. And then if there's an organization, as there have been in the last couple of years, you know, there are social movements that are invested in taking on issues of police brutality or police abuses or trying to think through that question. There's a record of information that they can go to and consult and a kind of common set of references. So the question of how you get to trust is about people actually becoming engaged in sort of social movements and then finding the information of use. My concern is it's like, this is like a bare minimum sort of requirement that we just make sure there's information being recorded and kept. I think it has downstream effects of kind of accountability and kind of checking. It would be like, these would also be jobs that would help kind of boost the journalism industry and kind of stop the erosion of professional norms in other newsrooms. But I'm not expecting that all of a sudden everyone's going to hit subscribe and that'll be the solution. It's just to create the information. And then the rest is politics. I mean, I do think one of my bigger, when I was thinking about this paper, I mean, you know, it's worth remembering how much of the American electorate doesn't vote, right? I mean, there's a third didn't vote in the last, you know, most important election of our lifetimes. And so, you know, there's a lot of room for re-engaging the American public in democratic politics. Sorry, small d democratic politics, big D democratic politics too. But you need basic sources of information and sort of local contact points to start to build that trust.
Yeah, I mean, that third of Americans who doesn't vote, the optimistic view is that it's just a matter of engaging them, right? I mean, the fear is that most Americans just don't care that much about politics. You know, you see this reflected fairly consistently in public opinion polling, that most Americans just don't follow it that closely and are just not that interested. And that is in some ways an even harder nut to crack. But why don't we get the audience engaged at this point? Who has questions? Please raise your hand. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to pick up on a thread in both John and Sam's presentation that the contemporary problem of free speech has distinctively 20th century material preconditions, right? So I guess I just wanted to flag two and get your thoughts on them. The first is mass society, which appears in John's abstract, but not so much in his presentation. I mean, that's an immensely contested sociological concept, and be good to get a sense of like what the relevant meaning is. And the second is kind of the recurring appearance of American liberalism as a kind of protagonist or as a kind of like underlying class interest or what have you as in these debates. That, you know, you can think of the Palmer raids and the Red Scare as perhaps a progenitor of, you know, the 20th century free speech discourse. So nice to get a view on that. And you can think of this contemporary pessimism as maybe not just a reflection of, but a playing out of, you know, the conflict between technocratic liberal elites and their discontents. So yeah, mass society and liberalism as the sort of background giants of this of the free speech debate.
Take it away, John.
Well, maybe one way of extending your intervention about mass society is to observe that that the debates about information, the end of the 1910s and early 1920s, are debates happening in a particular time and place of industrial production. There's a very particular industrial model, and now this is the mass society point, there are very particular and contested ways of conceptualizing what that stage of industrial production means and what it means for social relations among human beings, right? That's the with liberalism as one, as actually many. Liberalism has many different ways of trying to make sense of that, and so are various socialisms or visions of social democracy, or like also circulating in this moment. And I guess a thing that might connect Sam's paper and mine is the effort, and we're hardly alone in this, to re-inject political economy into and the social as a problem to be explored into the analysis of information problems in our democracy. I think that's the I'm really just restating back to you what you said, but excited to hear it. It means we're in the same conversation at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd just add to that my thoughts about liberalism in mass society follow Dewey and the smartest people in the interwar years thinking about this question, which was to say that liberal priors in a kind of mass industrialized economy, given mass inequality, requires something that would now be called social democracy or even socialism in the US, right? That you need to not think purely about individuals in a kind of negative liberties vein and their expressive rights alone, but you need to deal with the kind of totality of their social life. And that's where most of the work will actually be required. And I happen to think that a pretty strong First Amendment is a necessary part of that project, and it actually legitimates a lot of the project as long as it's tied pretty closely to the expressive function, right? So I'm a sort of an absolutist around not censoring political speech. The problem is that the concept of what speech is has been so radically inflated and is kind of crept as part of a political project that it's made that murky. And I think one of the risks at the moment is that in an effort to make sort of the First Amendment, I think the First Amendment is necessary, but not sufficient for democratic politics. I think so much politics now is trying to make the First Amendment both necessary and sufficient that it's actually led people trying to make it sufficient to start to question whether it's necessary in a kind of absolutist vein, right? And to start to try to roll back protections to speech because the First Amendment's been used in these other settings. So that's my answer.
Genevieve, you need your hand up.
Hello. Hi. I've really enjoyed this conversation. Actually, what Sam just said is a great segue to my question, which is to push both John and Sam, I think, to more on the extent to which you are criticizing First Amendment doctrine or the extent to which you're just arguing for something outside of First Amendment doctrine. I mean, this is actually a question for all of you, but I think the critique in Sonia and Ronell's paper of the First Amendment doctrine is clearer. But one way to think about, to tie all the papers together, one way to think about the shift that Sonia and Ronell are talking about, one explanation that seems plausible to me, at least partially, is that the court has shown less solicitude to the press freedom. And, even as the speech clause has gotten bigger and bigger, because press freedom has always been understood as a somewhat positive liberty, and speech is a negative liberty. Speech is about keeping that government's hands off, but for the press to exist, you need all kinds of entailments. It's a positive function. You need to give special privileges to a particular class. You have to recognize that they need certain kinds of resources. And over the course of the last 40 years, there's been increasingly sort of making increasingly negative liberties conception of freedom of speech and maybe the democratic ends that it's supposed to achieve. So if we have that frame, there's a way in which I think it's interesting both John and Sam continue to, I think, assume a certain fixity to the limits of the First Amendment and then say, but we're talking about something outside of the First Amendment. That's not necessarily the case. I mean, you could think about the Wagner Act, for example. I think about the Wagner Act as a free speech law, something like a non-First Amendment free speech law, but it's only non-First Amendment because the court in the early 20th century was really uncertain about the constitutional status of labor protections and unclear about whether they should fit within or outside the First Amendment. And in particular, John, your paper, I mean, there's a way in which, so you're talking about developments that are occurring outside of this language of constitutional law and outside of constitutional discourse, but not necessarily so. And so you could read your paper saying, well, when we're thinking about creation of a healthy democratic public sphere, when we're thinking about free speech, we have to go beyond the First Amendment. But you might also say, actually, the court got it wrong. It had an unduly negative, unduly simplistic conception of what free speech and what the First Amendment looked like. And this entire tradition is founded on a failure to recognize the threat of propaganda, that the lesson that Holmes and Brandeis and then later the New Deal court took from the experience of World War I and the great propaganda machines, but also the labor struggle, were the wrong lessons. And we should, from the beginning, have had a less negative liberty conception of the First Amendment. But that's not the vein that you take. So I'm just curious to the extent to which all of this is a critique of how we think about freedom of speech and how we think about the First Amendment, or simply an argument that we need to think beyond the First Amendment.
Well, there's so much in this. I mean, first of all, I think we should, we could note on the side that there are some First Amendment cases where these two things come together squarely. I'm thinking of the public sector union dues cases like Janus, right? And so that's just the union and the labor movement and the First Amendment together, right? And so there, obviously, the construction of the labor movement is being shaped by the First Amendment, but the further question you ask, and well, one might think of the negative conception of the First Amendment, the negative liberties conception, which I agree is surging and dominates the case law now. One might think of that as an index of things going on elsewhere in society. So it'd be a good place to find it. And actually, Ronelle and Sonia's paper is doing that with the Supreme Court and using the Supreme Court as a set of texts for figuring out how we're thinking about the press and other actors in important ways. So it might be an index, but there's also a risk, I think, and so now here's some pushback, I think, a risk in, well, everything is communication. But this is part of the problem of the First Amendment, is that one has to then figure out how to distinguish among different forms of communication, since almost everything happens in the form of communication. But this is why the entire regulatory state is at risk from a certain form of First Amendment. Communication is everywhere. So we could describe the First Amendment as everything. It's always available to us to make that move. One sees constitutional lawyers doing this with constitutionalism generally. So the labor movement might be an experiment in constitutionalism. And I have found myself a little skeptical of this move. This move seems to be a kind of move to expand the jurisdiction of the law professor a little bit. That is to say, all of a sudden, all of our forms of politics start to sound like the kinds of things that are in a casebook. And I find myself resisting that a little bit. It's a way of taking the politics of the streets about the labor movement and bringing them into Jerome Green Hall, which of course is kind of the place that I like to be. So I get the move. So I think I would resist. I mean, although of course the project of doing industrial democracy could be described as a constitutional project, and in some sense it is. And I would be happy to describe it that way with a super lowercase c, so long as it doesn't mean somehow that the Supreme Court's going to have more authority over it. And then I don't know what the special jurisdiction of the law professor is. That's sort of a.
Yeah, I think I agree with that completely. I mean, in some sense, it's a question of political strategy. I mean, I think where's the best place? I wrote a book that tried to imagine positive ideas about what the First Amendment would mean in the press freedom clause. And, in some ways that was a losing historical development, because the people who made the arguments were the newspaper industry, and they had the clout institutionally, politically, economically to sort of bend the First Amendment in their interests. And we shouldn't forget that the newspaper industry in the mid-20th century was a conservative force in American politics, by and large. It was sort of right-leaning. Everyone used to agree there was a mainstream media that was biased, and that it was biased to the right, until that got flipped on its head in the 70s. So I think at the point that you could effectively make arguments sort of around the things that we're talking about under the banner of the First Amendment, you probably wouldn't need to be making them under the banner of the First Amendment constitutionally. You'd be able to affect them through other political channels where they'd have more legitimacy. And I just worry, I think it's in similar terms as that John is framing it, that trying to find constitutional arguments is to try to do an end run around some of the political work that I think is more necessary. And so for the same reason, I would be interested in the project, but skeptical about it in sort of the order of operations.
Yeah, for all of the reasons that you described in your opening remarks about the obvious intersections between public perceptions of the free speech and press and the court's perceptions of free speech and press. I think I am the piece of the project that Sonia and I are working on that I am most excited about sort of plumbing the depths of is this question of marking the trends. And we're going to take the Gallup polls and the GSS polling and data. And they've been asking the exact same questions that we're asking about what the court's doing in terms of its characterizations. They've been asking those identical questions of the public for the better part of 70 years. And so I think it's going to be really telling to try to map whether what's happening is that the public's perception of the press turned downward and the court mirrored that, or whether what happened was that the court started speaking of the press as a less and less trustworthy institution and the public embraced those notions. And I think it's important and helpful. I mean, I'm interested in that question more broadly about the court and on lots of factors, and I think you are too. But I think asking and answering it in this space about our communications landscape is particularly important to think about who we trust and why we trust them, and the triangulation of this role that Sam's just been describing between public institutions and private institutions and audience members. It strikes me as really a critical piece of not just thinking about what's happened in the past, but about figuring out what the trajectory looks like for the future.
Okay, we're going to fit in one more question. Eugene.
During resolve, but then I'm glad people are talking about them. One of the they should be trusted.
Today, if you ask people, do you trust what various, like pick an institution, is saying, especially about hot button issues, race, transgender issues, immigration, the Trump administration, the Biden administration, you'll have lots of people from both sides of the spectrum saying, we don't trust them and we have reason to distrust them. And now one possibility is, that's just reality and, we do the best we can. But one problem, I very much appreciate Sam's suggestion that there be funding for local news. I mean, I do think it's a public good that needs to be supported in some measure. I'm very far away from social democracy myself, but there are some things some public goods that need to be provided. The part of the problem, though, is let's play out the game. Somebody gets a grant for local news coverage, and some people say, well, this is biased. It's biased because it's all a bunch of white people or white people sympathizers, or it's biased because it's all a bunch of lefties who are not, think of themselves as part of the resistance to the existing government. So then either you have a situation where the funder government funder starts to attach conditions to the funding, which may themselves raise important First Amendment problems, especially if they're viewpoint-based conditions. Or perhaps if that's not so, the political support for this will dry up, especially if there's something that gets kind of a lot of public pushback. So how viable do you think this kind of support would be, important and necessary as we may agree it is, in an environment where lots of people think they have really good reason not to trust the media?
I mean, so there's two separate, I think, questions there. One is about political viability, and that I'm going to plead absolute ignorance. I mean, I think what I'm talking about is a local. Some of this would have to. I mean, maybe the funding is federal, but will have to be sort of allocated on a local basis. And I just don't have a sense of, I mean, I'm not even a citizen of the country, so I don't have a good sense of exactly what the local conditions would be that would allow something to be legitimate. The question about everyone's just going to instantly start critiquing it, I think is fine. I mean, I probably agree with that. But we already have all of that stuff, right? We already have all the X is biased, Y is not covering the issue that I care about, the endless debate of can you trust the experts? We already have all of that, and we don't have the information. I mean, I think on some level, I do think we have models of sort of endowed, relatively shielded knowledge production institutions of various sorts that are under attack in various ways. But do a pretty good job. I mean, peer review kind of processes work pretty well, right? That can work, and they need just a sort of enough cover to be allowed to do their business. And what I'm imagining, if the way that you were to set these up, and it would require mainly just having, people who were really committed to some vision of objectivity, as flawed as that is, as a kind of general concept, really committed to, we're going to do reporting. We're not going to do analysis or commentary. That's something that can happen in other channels. And we have plenty of those, which I think also the highly diversified sort of opinion economy gives these kind of institutions more legitimacy, because we're not relying on them to both do kind of editorializing and to do reporting. We're saying, there's a lot of other avenues to do critique. So my job here is just to kind of create some baseline information and add to the stream. And I think by scaling back your expectations of how many people are going to be reading them and what they're going to be doing, you lower some of the legitimacy crises. And, the idea is that in some ways they would be fairly anonymous institutions, just kind of feeding work up the sort of ecosystem, up the food chain. That would be my hope. And then I think the argument actually has to be made on sort of public, partly on public knowledge grounds, but I think it's also an economic investment. I mean, just treat it as a form of infrastructure, right? Trickle that you're going to say money we spend on this in these communities is money that will then trickle through the local economy in various ways. And, it's an investment, it's a stimulus program. And that would add to the kind of logic for doing it as well.
Eugene's question brings out one possible virtue of the labor mobilization strategy that I've futilely thrown out there, which is to say the labor union is not neutral. It's not objective. It doesn't purport to be. It's on your side. It's on your side. That's a different model for thinking about how to organize information and produce information intermediaries.
Thank you. We're out of time, but this was really excellent and a great way to start us off for the day. I hope we'll pick up some of these themes in the next panels. Thank you all so much for joining us and for doing this. We're going to take a quick break for coffee now, and then we're going to be back in here no later than 11:15.
Sure. No. It's been. Oh, thank you. No, this is wonderful. And you're historians, and this is so.
Not the model, right?
Right. Because we're also not empiricists. So.
I don't know any regressions. I don't know. I just look at old stuff.
It doesn't go to the spigot the way that you're describing in terms of the production of information. But
I think it's good for my new shape.
Yeah, I need to think it through some more.
Yeah, okay. We were actually talking in the cab over about exactly that. We're like, how does our overlap with the thesis and sort of the timeline we also have. We also, we focus on the press. We talked a lot about how obviously resistance and bringing in money. Yes, the press is losing this. Unions, right? It's other speakers.
And it mirrors the set of questions that I have about what
whatever students and
Australia,
prisoners and
here's a bunch of dollars.
others who have spoken about, but unions being obviously a clear one, a place where people gain great deals of
the sort of reconfiguration of it. It's just not having
So my impression, I thought
that are not generating. Right? It's again repeated and not reported.
So I worry about it being fused that way. And then the second,
right.
And you guys are still maybe you have the beautiful.
You could send it to me. Yeah, that's better. I would not commend the muffins to your attention. No. Yeah, explain.
Yeah, but I mean, because I'm interested, I might try to ask a few questions. Okay. It seems, I mean, Alan probably should have been on this, spacing the other two.
Amanda and Jamal.
Yes. Or not those two. No, but they are.
Yes,
Or at least government speech. Yeah.
Speech.
Jamal's government speech.
Jamal isn't about
right.
He's responding.
Counter speech to other people, which is
yeah. Am I allowed to?
Yes, that's yours.
Do you have a sense of what order you're going to go into?
Yes, I was going to go to Mark. Oh, that's
So then
yes.
Thank you.
I would like to not. Great. And then I think we'll go to Helen.
All righty.
And then ready.
Hello.
Hi, Deborah. Helen Norton.
So
Great to
nice
see
to meet you.
Right back at you.
Thank you very much.
How'd you trip out?
Terrific, actually, all things considered.
Terrific.
Yeah.
That's a terrific.
Oh, I'm
airplane flight.
less than half an hour late, so that's, I declare victory.
The important thing in life is to have your expectations calibrated low.
That's well said. Where were you flying from? From Colorado?
Yes, from Colorado, yeah. That's great. And you didn't have to go far, I don't think. Yes.
Well, actually, from the village all the way up to Columbia seems like enormous distance. Actually, I live in Princeton, New Jersey.
Oh, gosh.
But they let me stay overnight, so that makes huge difference. Once we have our Speech is not, this is my
Pardon?
sort of very first.
And we'll get started once we have our
speech
fourth
ever, so I'm
panelist.
like-
Oh, well, that's important.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. What, gosh, I could not have told that from your paper. What do
Thank you.
what do you write about more often?
National security, democracy, yeah, human rights issues. So that's, yeah. But in the last 2 to 5 years, I've sort of watched sort of democracies crumble around the world, or Hungary, India, as I referenced. We're just marching through that. And that is manifesting itself in reality. This is one of the ways in which it's manifesting itself is information. It's sort of flood the zone approach to denying truth that is positively so has so that and
All right, hello everyone, and welcome to the Doctrine and Definitions panel.
sorry for
Okay, we're gonna wait 1 minute. Great, so welcome back. In United States versus Alvarez, the Supreme Court's most recent and perhaps most definitive decision on lies, free speech, and the law, the court held that the First Amendment forecloses government measures that target falsity and nothing more. In other contexts, however, the Supreme Court has acknowledged that the government may seek to ensure that the stream of information flows cleanly as well as freely. And on this panel, we'll discuss the boundaries between the protected side of that equation and the punishable side of false speech. Our panelists offer related and perhaps overlapping, I think, frameworks for analyzing both the desirability and the constitutionality of the regulation of false speech and lies. And within these frameworks, the panelists examine laws regulating false speech that the courts have routinely upheld. And they explore laws regulating false speech that the courts should perhaps uphold. Each of the panelists will present their papers in turn, and then we'll turn to a discussion, leaving plenty of time for audience questions. So first, I'll introduce our wonderful panelists. We have Helen Norton, University Distinguished Professor and Roth Gerber Chair in Constitutional Law at the University of Colorado School of Law. Deborah Pearlstein is Professor of Law and Co-Director of the Florsheimmer Center for Constitutional Democracy at Cardozo School of Law at Yeshiva University. Mark Tushnet is William Nelson Cromwell Professor of Law Emeritus at Harvard Law School. And Eugene Volokh is Gary T. Schwartz Distinguished Professor of Law at UCLA School of Law. So Mark, we'd love to start with you. If you could give a brief presentation of your paper.
Okay. So the way I approach these problems is to distinguish in the first instance between first order justifications for free expression doctrine and second order ones. The first order justifications look to the social value of expression, promoting democracy, the sort of familiar litany. My own view is that the better explanation for first free expression doctrine lies not in assessing whether first order values are more or less promoted by one or another doctrine, but rather to look at second order concerns, which are institutional concerns. That is, suppose we have institutions that are going to have to implement the First Amendment. These include courts, legislatures, administrative agencies, juries, and each one of those institutions has its own set of institutional characteristics, which those characteristics lead them to have, call them different kinds of assessments of the balance among first order interests. And then the second component of the argument, the second order concerns is, and here there's a dialogue between me and Helen Norton and from Eugene's comments earlier, perhaps with him as well. My own view is that the best way to think of the second order institutional characteristics is that all of these institutions are imperfect and they generate risks of error. Everyone will make mistakes of one or another sort when they're processing the things that they're supposed to do. Professor Norton's paper and Eugene's comments earlier substitute the term distrust for risk. I think risk is a better characterization, and we can talk about that if anybody's interested in it. So then you assess what the risks are, and they're going to vary with the institutions and with the nature of the problems at stake. The bottom line on, so this sort of standard arguments about falsehoods are chilling effect arguments that juries may make mistakes in labeling as false something that's actually true. And so you have to define a doctrine that gives some breathing space for falsity in order to ensure that you're not suppressing truth, mistakenly suppressing truth, not maliciously, but mistakenly suppressing truth, and so on. I don't want to develop the argument in detail, but the sort of bottom line of the argument with respect to lies is that the concern about lies is these are falsehoods that are disseminated intentionally or knowing them to be false. Here, the risk is that a decision maker will mistakenly determine that mistakenly determine actually two things, so one of two things, that the statement is false or that it was made knowing it to be false. As I work out the idea, I end up with the conclusion that it should be permissible, contrary to one take on Alvarez, and again, we can talk about this, for government to penalize the dissemination of lies about what I call basic facts, like where the polling place is, or whether the date for voting has been delayed from Tuesday to Wednesday, without having to show that these lies about basic facts actually cause harm. They can simply prohibit, regulate the dissemination of lies. One, I want to note, this is something that I think we have to talk about, and then I'll wind up, that one area of concern with respect to saying there should be restrictions on the government's ability to regulate the dissemination of falsehoods and intentional falsehoods is going to arise in the context of false advertising law, where just work out the details of the court's doctrine. There's a collision course between what the court's been saying about dissemination of lies and the relation between lies and harm and false advertising law. And actually, one last item this occurred to me in the prior session. One of the problems with one of the doctrinal problems with what's happening in connection with concerns about regulation of falsehoods and lies is that assuming that there's some concern here, some valid First Amendment concern that limits the government's ability to regulate the dissemination of falsehoods and lies, working out the doctrinal details is extremely difficult. So in the last panel, sort of the elevation of First Amendment concerns was referred to in connection with Alonis and Alvarez and Citizens United. Well, working out what sort of doctrine you're going to have for threat liability and aloneness, or for false advertising in the context of corporate speech. You know, Citizens United is corporate political speech, but corporate speech is commercial speech as well. Working out how you're going to construct a doctrine that makes sense of strong intuitions, at the very least, about proper outcome. It's really hard. And I, as I say, I don't think the court has sort of noticed the problems of working out these doctrinal details, but it hasn't yet started to grapple with all of the details. I'll stop with that.
Great, thank you. I'm really excited for the panel to dig into a lot of the second order concerns that you raise in your paper. But Mark, I first wondered if you could just expand on one of the first order claims that you make about regulation of non-intentional falsehoods being valuable because they force listeners to confront their existing beliefs and kind of strengthen those beliefs. But you draw a clear distinction between falsehoods and lies. And so I wondered, how are lies different on that ground?
Yeah, this is a very complicated argument, and people derive it from Mill, who does talk about the way confronting false, his word is opinions, leads people to a clearer appreciation of their own views. He does, in passing, say something about facts. But it's actually less clear how confronting the falsehood about where Barack Obama was born gives you a clearer appreciation of the fact that he was born in Hawaii. But maybe it does. I mean, I'm willing to concede that there might be some possibility that it does. But where somebody disseminates that, not believing it, that is knowing it to be false, or or bullshitting you about it, that's Harry Frankfurt's term. It's just the effort you have to go through to come to a further appreciation of the fact that Barack Obama was born in Hawaii is just wheel spinning. And it's actually an imposition of a cost on you simply for the purpose of imposing the cost, not to test your appreciation of that fact. There's this economist term, raising rivals costs. It just raises the cost of your holding your own opinion without any further benefit. And that cost, in the economics literature, that cost is stuff that harms you in your other activities that you want to do. So I think even if the Millian argument is very difficult to work out in the context of facts, but even if you work it out in that context, I don't think it carries over for in the case of dissemination of falsehoods by people who believe the things to be false.
Great, thank you. Deborah.
Thanks very much to Carrie and Katie and Genevieve. I'm just delighted to be here. So I came at this project from the perspective and from a background in human rights and democracy, and was looking at these problems and watching sort of the information ecosystem here in the United States from the perspective of, holy cow, this looks an awful lot like techniques from the former Soviet Union, former Soviet Union, indeed Putin, flood the zone of information, make it impossible for the people to tell the difference between truth and falsity, and therefore make democracy, or effectively disable the operation of democracy, right? So I came at this, and notwithstanding the premise of the conference that our focus should be on the particular kind of speech, right? And not just the focus of the conference, but the way the Supreme Court goes about approaching First Amendment speech, which is by identifying particular categories of speech, right? Is the speech false? Is the speech defamatory? Is the speech valuable? Is it not valuable? That instead, my approach, or a more helpful way I find of thinking about whether speech should be regulable or not, is by thinking about it in terms of harms. So the school of folks who say, right, what the question we should be asking in the First Amendment context is, what's the nature, what kinds of social political harms are sufficiently worrisome, are in the Alvarez case, constitutionally cognizable, to be worth and necessary to regulate. And that's what my paper is really focused on. It makes, in that sort of realm, I think, maybe two different kinds of contributions. One is a descriptive contribution that says, notwithstanding the fact that, right, I teach this stuff, and the traditional baseline of First Amendment doctrine is something like, speech is not regulable, or essentially never regulable, unless it falls within one of these identified categories of speech, defamation and obscenity, and so forth. And false speech as such is not one of those categories. And so the first question is, what kind of speech do you have? And only if it falls in one of these identifiable categories should we think about it as regulable. My argument is that I think this does not remotely accurately describe the nature of actual First Amendment doctrine. On the contrary, there is, as I think Genevieve was mentioning at the outset, there is an enormous amount of speech, and especially false speech, that we regulate all the time and constitutionally, everything from perjury and impersonating government officials, to speech that's disruptive to courtrooms and polling places, to lies by lawyers and judges who are campaigning for election, to candidates running for office and trying to disclaim their authorship or belief in their own campaign messages. I think it's just a grossly oversimplified statement of what the court has actually been doing over the decades. And indeed, from the kind of harms that I'm interested in, it is entirely possible to identify what I would call a democracy harms category of regulable speech, right? What counts as a democracy harm? Well, if you look across the doctrine, I think there are at least three areas of harms that the court has allowed regulation for, right? One is speech that disrupts the actual function of government institutions. So speech not only that disrupts the functions of courtrooms, speech that disrupts the functions of polling places, and makes it impossible for speech that disrupts the function or undermines the function in different ways of executive agencies. And even right speech, for example, in legislative bodies that have their own power. The court recently reaffirmed just a couple of weeks ago, right, to censure their members for speech that is false, right? So at a minimum, in the context of protecting the actual function of our institutions of government, we can regulate all kinds of false speech, and do regulate all kinds of false speech all the time. There are also two other categories of democracy harms that we can talk about maybe more, because I think they're much more complex and challenging. But one is the requirement that we maintain, that the First Amendment be interpreted to maintain or allow the maintenance of a marketplace of ideas that is sufficient for the conduct of democracy, so that if you have, through either monopolistic control or other ways, a marketplace of ideas that makes it impossible for people to distinguish the difference between truth and falsehood, right? You have now created, or allowed to be created, a dysfunctional or indeed non-democratic system of government. And that is something that, whether you think about it in terms of affirmative rights, I don't think you need to, or simply permissive regulation, or permissibility of certain kinds of speech regulation, that's one of the democracy harms that worries about too, and maybe most controversial. And here, I think Eugene and I were having a useful conversation last night. I think it is clear, because it threads throughout, many of these cases and all of this doctrine, that a third democracy harm is speech that undermines the maintenance of public faith in democratic institutions. Now, this, when I saw this throughout the doctrine and then wrote it down, I thought, oh my God, I'm a Nazi. Like what, right? It struck me as so fundamentally inconsistent with the sort of Justice Jackson, the government can't prescribe what's, true and false or prescribe beliefs and so forth. But the more I looked at not only the language in the court's cases, but also the sort of what I would consider first order human rights principles on which these are based, and obviously the British and American tradition in which they grew up, right? This threads throughout. It is both functionally true that democracy does not work without a certain degree of public faith that if I cast a vote, I will have some authorship in the conduct of my government. And in the absence of that belief, that form of government can't work. The court sees this in spades, right? In the absence of belief in the legitimacy of the Supreme Court's opinions, right? It has absolutely no effect. But it's not only the court that requires that kind of public faith. And in fact, one can find cases from campaign finance disclosure rules through no lies in campaigns for public judges, for judicial elections, that a core purpose of the reason those regulations are upheld, those content-based speech regulations prohibiting lies in those particular contexts, are upheld is because they undermine public faith in the conduct of the institution. Okay, so why, having gotten all the way through this, did I conclude maybe I'm not a Nazi yet? I'm right, I'm struggling against the darkness. I think there are two things that this sort of descriptive analysis led me to conclude, right? One was our usual description of First Amendment doctrine, no speech regulation, but for this collection of harms, the collection of named categories of harms, by the way, which are substantially private harms, right? So defamation, harms to personal reputation, incitement to violence, the harm of you getting punched in the face by somebody else, right? Which are inarguably, right, harmful. By pretending that this category of democracy harms is something like, oh, other criminal laws, or right, some sort of other harms to be named later. It substantially deprivileges and indeed discounts the serious nature of the harms that these speech regulations are designed to affect, privileging private harms over public harms in one another way. And the last thing it made me conclude, and I think this brings me into contact more maybe with Helen and Mark's pieces, that the check against this, right, is not to deny that these things aren't harmful, that these lies that harm democracy in certain specific ways are not regulable. They are regulable. We regulate them every day, but to insist that we have a much more rigorous, meaningful, and indeed empirical check as a way of analysis, right? The means ends test in a way that is vastly less ad hoc than the court has ever sort of applied it. That is based on things like record evidence and empirical information as a constraint on the way that institutions, which we should distrust and also are filled with error, make decisions about whether or not some particular speech regulation will actually succeed in preventing or even mitigating the specific identified democracy harm that we're setting out to regulate. If you look at sort of, and this is the last piece I'll make and I'll stop talking. If you look at, right, one of the factual premises of the last century-ish of Supreme Court jurisprudence, that more speech is always better, right? That from more speech, truth will out, right? If the internet has put the lie to anything, it is both empirically and in other ways. That's not the way it works, right? That is in fact a false, that is fake news in First Amendment speech, right? That's not the way the information ecosystem works. And we should be able to insist that our decision-making institutions, whether it's the court or administrative agencies that are policing these rules, or whichever the institutional body that's acting here, actually makes contact from a First Amendment perspective with that reality of information, and that is the essential check, should be the essential check on speech regulation in this space.
Thanks. So one thing I love about your paper is you kind of flip the script on the traditional democratic theory of the First Amendment, where we are supposed to have absolute protection for political speech because that's the only way that we can enable an informed electorate that gives rise to true consent of the governed, and show that perhaps the First Amendment is operating at odds of ensuring an informed electorate. And I think Helen offers a helpful way of thinking through the situations in which we can and cannot trust the government to act in its own self-preservation. So Helen, over to you.
Thanks, Carrie and Genevieve and Katie and the whole Knight Institute team for making this terrific event possible. So I'm interested in exploring the relationship between negative First Amendment theory and the government's regulation of lies. And by negative free speech theory, I'm talking about the idea that the Constitution protects speech, not necessarily because speech is all that worthy or valuable, or not only because speech is worthy or valuable, but instead because the government is so dangerous in its potential for overreach or regulatory abuse at the expense of both speakers and listeners. And here I contrast negative free speech theory to affirmative free speech theory, which includes the idea that free speech is good for any of a variety of reasons: democratic self-governance, or discovery of truth, or as President Bollinger has argued, the development of positive character traits like tolerance. Negative theory is about a negative value, distrust. Although I'm open to Mark's suggestion of risk assessment as a replacement there, but I'm relying primarily on political science theory that speaks of this as a matter of distrust. So United States versus Alvarez is an example of negative theory applied. All of the parties in that case, including Mr. Alvarez's lawyer, the liar's lawyer, agreed that the Stolen Valor Act neither punished nor chilled any valuable speech. But the plurality in the concurring opinions, 6 justices at the time, nevertheless struck down the act, relying solely on negative theory, a focus on constraining the government's potential for danger, its potential for overreach. So again, negative theory is about a negative value, distrust of the government. And because the government gives us plenty of reason to distrust it, negative theory packs a lot of power. But it can have, negative theory can have a broad or a narrow scope, depending on when and why we distrust the government. And in my view, negative theory, like any theory, needs limiting principles that help us understand when the government's regulation of expression is and isn't justifiable. Because without limits, negative theory would always counsel against any government regulation of speech, even though a completely absolutist approach is unworkable. So while negative theory acts as an important guardrail on the government, I think that negative theory warrants some guardrails of its own. So I'm here for these purposes. I'm focusing on negative theory's implications for the government's regulation of lies. But I note that negative theory increasingly dominates the contemporary court's approach to a wide range of other First Amendment problems. And there too, in my view, reflexive or unconsidered reliance on negative theory invites us to look hard for some limiting principles. I'm thinking of Reed versus Gilbert, for example, where the majority relied purely on negative theory when it announced that it would apply strict scrutiny anytime the government regulates speech on the basis of content, regardless of context. And the majority, this is the Clarence Thomas opinion, expressly relied on negative theory, a fear of future government abuse, even though there wasn't evidence of government abuse in this case to justify the sweeping rule. And Justice Kagan and Justice Breyer, in separate concurring opinions, push back on this idea. They argue that negative theory is inappropriate absent indications of the government's self-interest or intolerance, indications that they define to include things like the government's viewpoint-based discrimination or the government's erasure of certain topics from public discourse. So the primary point of my paper is to urge that we be thoughtful rather than reflexive in applying negative theory. In other words, to urge that we take care to consider and explain why and when we distrust some government actors more than others, why and when we distrust the government more than private actors, and vice versa. So what would this require? My plea to be more thoughtful about when and why to apply negative theory. So here again, I'm relying on political scientists like Russell Hardin, who observe that our willingness to trust any actor, including the government, generally relies on our inductive assessment of the actor's motives and competence. In other words, our experience with that actor. So under this view, to say that we distrust the government to regulate in a certain area means that our experience leads us to believe either that the government does not have the right intentions or motives, and or that the government doesn't have the competence to regulate in that setting. And relatedly, trust and distrust are both episodic and comparative notions. Whether we trust or distrust the government or any other actor depends on when we're asked. We would be unwise to always trust or always distrust, and also depends on compared to whom. if we don't trust the government, who are we then trusting? And does that make sense? So recognizing that distrust is an inductive concept based on our experience with the governments or any other actors' motives and competence suggests to me at least the value of looking for factors, we might call them triggers, that would increase our distrust of the government in any given regulatory setting, as well as factors, and here we might call them contraindications, that would ameliorate our distrust. Now, we can imagine all sorts of different specific factors, specific triggers and contraindications. In the interest of time, and I very much look forward to continuing this conversation on this panel and for the rest of the day, my own view more generally is that negative theory should pack the most power where our experience indicates that the government may be self-interested or intolerant, such that we distrust its motives, or where it may be clumsy, right, as can be the case where it draws malleable lines, absent sufficient information or expertise, or where the government's decision makers might be particularly vulnerable to cognitive or emotional biases, or where the government's discretion is unbounded. And then conversely, negative theory, in my view, should carry less weight in settings where the government's discretion is limited, where we don't see evidence or suspect evidence of its self-interested or intolerant motive, or this is the comparative factor, where our experience leaves us even more distrustful of powerful and unrestrained private actors that might be the subject of the government's regulation. How can we make this more granular? Well, I think both Mark and Eugene actually suggested a couple of possibilities, right? Mark is interested in the notion that there are different regulatory designs that should trigger more or less distrust of the government regulator. And Eugene is interested, among other things, in the idea that we can be, our trust or distrust of the government may turn in part on the availability of effective alternative truth-seeking institutions that could counter a falsehood in the area. And I think those are both very productive ideas. I would also say the court's doctrine, Alvarez in particular, is a search. And Mark commented quite rightly on the difficulty of this doctrinal search. And I would say the court is at the beginning of its learning curve, or at least I hope it's at the beginning of its learning curve. But you could understand Alvarez and the plurality and the concurring opinions about trying to identify limits on negative theory, right? And the breadth and the malleability of the government's regulatory regime triggered distrust. And on the other hand, when the government could tether its regulation to harm of sufficient, and this is the big debate, sufficient gravity or likelihood of harm, then that ameliorated our distrust. And Deborah is interested in these sorts of questions about how we can accurately capture very significant harms while at the same time limiting the government's capacity for overreach.
Okay, thank you, Helen. So as you emphasize, the institutional analysis is highly comparative in nature, and Eugene identifies a few other institutions to which we might compare the government when it comes to truth seeking.
Thanks. Thanks very much for having me here on this panel of this conference. Tremendously important subject, tremendously difficult. I wore my question mark cufflinks to this conference to remind me that's I don't know what the right answer is. And also, I should also flag, James Weinstein and I filed an amicus brief in the Alvarez case on supporting what ultimately proved to be the dissenting position. We thought that the Stolen Valor Act should be upheld. So I'm out of step with lots of people in lots of ways, including the Supreme Court. So that further casts doubt in my mind on my ability to kind of predict what the court will do, or even make arguments that I think are likely to be viable in our legal system. But in this respect, I wanted to kind of talk about something that the court has said that I think are probably correct and reflect on why that might be so. So I wanted to start by a little bit of history and tying into one thing that Deborah said, at least in the first maybe 2/3 of her talk. I don't think she's at all a Nazi for the 2/3 of the talk. I think she's a federalist in the sense of a supporter, at least of this one particular point, of the party that was in charge during the Adams administration that was responsible for the Sedition Act of 1798, which the supporters stressed was a vast improvement over past seditious libel law. It was limited, at least as to one provision, there are other provisions too, to false and malicious statements basically one might at least interpret that, although maybe it's a little historical, as basically lies about factual questions. And let me quote something that Justice Iredell said, and this was alluded to in an earlier panel, in I think a 1799 charge to a grand jury. Men who are at a distance from the source of information must rely on the accounts they receive from others. If those accounts are false, there cannot be proof against their influence, nor is it possible to calculate the combined effect of innumerable falsehoods told day by day. Such being unquestionably the case, can it be tolerated in any civilized society that any should be permitted with impunity to tell falsehoods to the people with an express intention to deceive them and lead them into discontent, if not into insurrection, which is so apt to follow? And he goes on to say that if anything, in a republic, lies are even more in need of punishment, including lies about the government and its processes, than in a monarchy, because so much in a republic depends on the confidence of the people. That's very similar, except for the slightly archaic language, to a lot of what we've been hearing today. Not today, but these days generally, about the perils of fake news, which I think is quite accurate. I don't think there's anything that the factual description that he says is wrong, nor anything that I would disagree with Deborah on in her version of this. And yet, and let me shift a little bit to the doctrine here, one of the things we know from the court and from New York Times v. Sullivan, the lesser known holding of New York Times v. Sullivan, is that there are certain lies that are protected, in particular lies about the government, that libels against the government either cannot be prosecuted or they can't be sued over. Occasionally you see government entities, almost all lower level ones who are not very well advised, sue for libeling the city of San Bernardino. Well, no, you can't do that. Why? Even though Justice Iredell's point, I think, is quite forceful. Well, we'll get to perhaps the why a little bit, but it's important, I think, to recognize that lies about the government, under at least a unanimous at the time, maybe not entirely agreed with, although maybe even Justices Gorsuch and Thomas, who criticized the holding of New York Times v. Sullivan as to public officials, might agree with it as to the government. But in any event, it's pretty broadly agreed that lies about the government are categorically protected. Let me turn back to another case from now not 200 plus years ago, but a little over 100 years ago. And it's Schaefer v. United States. And it had to do with the prosecution of somebody who's writing in a German language newspaper about World War I, during World War I, in a way that was somewhat sympathetic to Germany, which of course is on the other side. And he was prosecuted for basically false news reports. And one of this had to do with a mistranslation. And Brandeis dwelled on it. I think Brandeis was in fact a fluent German speaker, so he was quite confident about the nature and the magnitude of the mistranslation. That in a quote from Senator La Follette, the prediction of bread lines was translated into German as bread riots. That's what was a specific detail. But a broader point was, in fact, that the majority said, you know, these were lies, these were false reports, because they were saying that the war was really just foisted on an unwilling American public, and we all know that's not the case. So one of the things that we see looking at cases like Schaefer and looking at some of the Sedition Act cases, my favorite is one called US v. Cooper, where Justice Chase also instructed the jury in that case about the importance for democracy of prohibiting lies about the government. But it turns out, and I don't want to have the time to get into the details, that if you look at the things that Cooper was accused of, today we'd all agree that it was opinion. But in the era, in the atmosphere of the time, these were seen as lies. Maybe because the fact-opinion line was not as well understood then as it is now. Although even today, if you look at court cases, they struggle a lot with it. But I think also in part because it's very easy for people to label fake news and label as lies things that really are questions of judgment. And we see that in a lot of the criticisms, for example, about COVID misinformation. I think there is a lot of COVID misinformation. I'm unhappy with it. But a lot of it is not, even the one that is labeled lies, is not lies in the sense of, well, factually speaking, only 300 people have died from COVID. Rather, it's, well, What about the vaccine? Can we be sure that it's really safe? Yes, scientists tell us this, but do we really trust the scientists? A lot of these are, I think on balance, I do trust the scientists. There was a great line from someone talking about someone who was a patient whose liver transplant was jeopardized because he wouldn't get vaccinated. And they're saying it's kind of ironic. This person doesn't trust medicine about vaccines, but he's willing to have them transplant a liver into him. I sympathize with the desire to try to clamp down on that, but that's really a desire to try to clamp down on opinion and not just false statement of fact. So far I've said two things and I want to say two more and then we'll close. One is there's a long history of this. And the second related thing is that it is a history that, among other things, shows that restrictions on lies end up not only restricting, as Mark points out, as a practical matter, may restrict sincere errors, and sometimes may restrict the truth, but often restrict opinion as well. Related to that, let me just mention doctrinally one more category of things that are clearly protected, at least according to the concurrence and the dissent in Alvarez, but I think the majority, plurality, excuse me, would have agreed too, and that is lies about social science. I think it would be extended to physical science, history, art, religion, philosophy, and such. So there is a sense among many justices, possibly all justices, that those are things, just like lies about the government, that we shouldn't be restricting. At the same time, there's no doubt, and I think Deborah was quite right in this, and Helen and Mark, all of us agree, there's a huge category of lies that are not protected. For example, libel. For example, fraud, including not purely commercial fraud, but fraudulent charitable solicitations. Charitable solicitations viewed as fully protected, but not if they're fraudulent. Perjury and the like. And there's, of course, an interesting category of things that are, for which this is unresolved. The main important one is lies during an election, not just lies about the mechanics of an election, which I do think would be regulable, and the court has hinted at that, but lies during an election campaign. A couple of early cases upheld those laws. Some more recent cases, all lower court cases, struck them down. So there is this uncertainty in the middle, but also clear agreement that some kinds of lies are protected and some are not. So then the question is why? And let me just close with this. So why does Alvarez, or why do at least 5 justices in Alvarez agree that, for example, lies about social science and history and the like are fully protected? So one thing you see is it's said to be perilous to allow the government to make these decisions, very much along the lines of what Helen is saying. I think that's absolutely right. Another thing is tied into Mark's point about Mill, that it may be valuable to allow even falsehoods. And maybe even if we don't want to allow lies, maybe inevitably, or maybe we need to allow them in order to allow sincere falsehoods because of the risk of error. But it's important to allow falsehoods in certain processes. There's actual value to them. One question is what? So what I think is going on there, well, while I got to acknowledge that Alvarez doesn't talk about it, is a sense of comparative institutional reliability. So one question you might ask is, why is it that in an ordinary libel case, and let's look at it as a private figure libel case, nobody talks about the marketplace of ideas being the best solution? By the way, I should stress, Holmes and Brandeis didn't say marketplace of ideas is a perfect solution. Said it is, it's the best solution, best of the alternatives. Likewise, good counsels are a fitting remedy, not a perfect remedy, but a fitting remedy for bad counsels. Why? I think what's going on there, I think if we ask, like, let's say a historian about, well, shouldn't there be a jury trial on this question about what's true or bad or false history? The historian will say, that's ridiculous. Juries are going to do a really bad job of figuring that out. Well, what if we allow judges who at least kind of, they have advanced educations and have the leisure to sort of think through these things? No, that's awful. We've got a process, however imperfect, for trying to reach the truth, although always an iterative process. There's always the possibility of a better, more true truth out there. And that is the academic process, and academic writ large, not just people who are members of university faculties, but also interested lay people, journalists, and so on and so forth. Likewise, I think if you press people as to why you can't have persecutions for libel against the government, the theory is, the government, if you lie about the government is certainly going to speak up a lot. It's got a lot of incentive to speak. And presumably there'll be journalists who are talking about it. None of that is perfect, but it's better than having judges and juries decide whether some statement about the government is false. And on the other hand, with regard to libel, imagine you say, well, to someone who's suing for libel, well, why don't we just have kind of a long-term iterative process to decide whether or not you indeed had your hand in the petty cash, which is what you were accused of doing. That seems kind of ridiculous because nobody's going to come to this person's side. This person doesn't have the resources and nobody else has the interest and incentive to really do that. In a way that I think if there are lies about history or social science or such, at the very least, there'll be a lot of other voices in the discussion, even if maybe foolishly people will fail to heed them. The last thing I want to close on is this is of course an empirical judgment. And it suggests that it ties well into Deborah's point that, well, maybe we should have empirical judgment. Maybe we should really have social science evidence rather than just our gut feels about what's a better process. I got to say, though, I can't say I'm wild about the prospect of judges sort of saying, well, this study has said that counter speech is an adequate remedy here, so speech is protected there, but here the study has said counter speech is an ineffective remedy, so we're going to find it, allow the speech to be restricted. A scientist colleague of mine, every so often I talk about various science scandals, says the problem is scientists are people and people can be jerks and people can be fools and people can be biased. We hear a lot about the replication crisis in social science. I don't think it means all social science is nonsense, but it makes it hard to sort the nonsense from the sense or perhaps the varying degrees of sense. Also, we have to admit various social science institutions are politically quite skewed. Now, it may be because Democrats are smarter than Republicans or better educated than Republicans in various ways, or they just have the right ideas. So, people say that. I don't think that's right, but that could be true. But one way or the other, even if they're very well educated and very sincere, they're still people. And if indeed you have institutions that are dominated by one particular set of ideological attitudes, just human nature being what it is, we can foresee that the results aren't going to be great. Again, maybe a comparative matter. Maybe they're better than our gut feel. Maybe we should go with it. But that's my concern. So that I close.
Well, thank you all so much. I want to focus kind of first on a key, I would call it maybe a provocation, but at least contribution in Mark's paper that draws upon two distinctions that are core to the doctrine. So the first being the distinction between fact and opinion, and the second being the distinction between kind of intentional lies and unintentional falsehoods. And I wonder if these collapse a little bit in the context of what you term epistemic disagreement. So we have, today, perhaps not unprecedented, but certainly very pointed disagreement over the sources of authority that we all draw upon. And I think you suggest that in these situations, because institutions like courts and juries and the government writ large perhaps might misidentify a lie as intentional, or a falsehood rather, as intentional versus unintentional, that we should be very wary of empowering the government to regulate in those circumstances. At the same time, I wonder, really going to Deborah's paper, whether these are exactly the kinds of falsehoods that people are most interested in regulating today, whether these are the kinds of falsehoods that we deem most harmful to democracy. And so where does that leave us, pulling in both Helen and Eugene in terms of the concerns that we might have about empowering the government to regulate this kind of information, at the end of the day. So maybe Mark, I'll go to you first, if you could expand on this point in your paper.
Yeah, so the way I'm thinking about this in the context of today's conversation is why I prefer to formulate things in terms of risks rather than trust. And here I have to say, I come at the issue of trust in government as someone whose political formation occurred in the 1960s. And I would not say that I, as a general matter, trust the government. Okay, now, sometimes yes, sometimes no, but it's all, it's highly contingent in some ways, in the way that Helen suggested towards the end of her presentation. So and part of this is concern about, okay, so my COVID paper is called Trust the Science, but do your own research, right? Scientists are, it's not that they're personally biased. The structure of science has a certain kind of tilt to it, which has some kind of, it's some kind of political valence. And if that's so, then epistemic disagreement is political disagreement. The disagreement over who to trust is a disagreement about where you stand on a political spectrum. And so I am, because I don't think it's, because I'm distrustful of the government's, of various government institutions. I do want to differentiate among them, but the shorthand is I'm skeptical about the ability of governments to take positions on fundamentally political matters, and therefore I do want to keep its ability to regulate in this context as narrow as possible. So on the fact opinion distinction, I come out, it's not as clear in the paper as I'm about to say it, but I think it's there in saying that the Holocaust lie is an opinion, not a disagreement. Whatever his name is David or whatever. He's not disseminating falsehoods when he says the Holocaust didn't happen in the way people say it happened. I think that's an opinion and should be protected as such. That's why, yeah, I have to say my category of basic facts is not, I'm not wild about that either. I mean, voting on Wednesday rather than on Tuesday, I mean, that one's pretty straightforward for me. I confess, I think that I got the Congressional Medal of Honor is a lie about a basic fact. I have a defense of the Alvarez opinion. It's embedded in a footnote where I say the government's position led the court to where it went. If the government had taken a different view of how to present its case, it might, who knows if they could have prevailed, but okay. So I guess the one last thing on the issue of trust and epistemic disagreement is I want to channel some aspects of Eugene, at least in an earlier incarnation. I'm pretty sure he probably still believes this. It's not clear to me, again, considering various institutions, why we should distrust institutions with respect to their ability to do stuff regulating speech compared to their ability to do stuff regulating other stuff. I mean, that's Eugene's libertarianism. Or Coase had this point early on. Just not clear to me why, with respect to false statements about commercial products that lead to confusion, but don't lead to different consumer choices. I mean, that's. This is the other TouchNet speaking here, but it's not clear to me why there's any problem with regulating that sort of stuff. Okay, I'll just stop there.
Maybe I'll ask Helen to join now. So you do offer a rubric for thinking about instances in which we would distrust the government, focusing on instances where the government may be acting out of self-interest or intolerance or incompetence. And with respect to this realm of false statements where there is substantial disagreement about what is true and what sources of knowledge we could consult to determine what's true, how would the negative theory with the limits that you introduce apply?
Yeah, so this is sort of how I think about the question of why does the Constitution ever protect falsehoods? And I think there are three possible answers. One possibility is that some falsehoods are actually affirmatively valuable, right? And Alan Chen this afternoon is going to talk about a universe of falsehoods that might be affirmatively valuable. And I think the fact opinion distinction does work there, that opinions are more valuable from a First Amendment perspective than false statements of fact. A second possible answer to that question is we sometimes protect falsehoods because permitting their regulation in certain circumstances would chill valuable speech, right? And intent requirements, right? A culpable mental state, malice, reckless indifference tries to cure for that particular problem. And then the third, and this is the focus of my paper, is lots of times the Constitution protects falsehoods not because they're valuable, not because the regulation is chilling any valuable speech, but because we don't trust the government in this particular realm. So wrestling with that, I think, comes back to this question of harm. I think that explains the court's sort of lurching to try to figure out whether and when it's distrustful of the government. And Deborah's interested in this as well. And I'll just flag a couple of things. Eugene has talked about the sort of the dawn, the 20th century dawn of our understanding of the First Amendment. And in part, it was a large part, it was a reaction to the fact that we could see how the government was overestimating, exaggerating harm in lots of contexts. True. It's also true, and Fred Schauer is among the folks who've identified this, is that actually speech, including lies, are often quite harmful, that they are quite harmful. And that Fred has observed as a matter of doctrine, he has concerns about some of the doctrine because he thinks that courts and commentators, in order to justify invalidating a regulation on First Amendment grounds, discount the actual harm of the speech, right? And I think, Deborah's interested in this, and I'm interested in Sue's actually surfacing the harm of the speech without ignoring the fact that we should still really be concerned about the harm of the regulation in terms of negative theory. I have more to say about this, but I'll stop for now.
Yeah, Deborah, I want to let you jump in here.
Excuse me. I just got tested. I don't have COVID. I apologize for the cough. Yeah, I guess I'd like to say a couple of things. And first of all, it's wonderfully rich. So on the position that, right, the government lacks a competence to regulate and the government can't be trusted to regulate. Yes, all of the above. However, the government regulates the truth and falsity of speech every day, all the time, as we speak. And it does that in judges and juries do that in courtrooms, and administrative agencies do that all the time, and prosecutors make that assessment. Is this guy telling me the truth or not all the time? And legislatures do that all the time. And so part of what I think frustrates me about the descriptive nature of our sort of First Amendment story that we tell is the notion that this is not happening as it is, right? So the question is, not is this happening, but how do we constrain the government? How do we cabin that decision? How do we, limit the sort of errors and the distrust and so forth? And this is a question that plagues, right, every field of law, administrative law, national security law, and take your pick. And so we have a suite of constraint mechanisms that we have developed in various places, none of which are ideal. But in my view, in this context, right, we let 1,000 flowers bloom because they all have advantages. So, and would that Federalist were the worst thing I were ever called, but thank you. So the Sedition Act, the original one, right, is a terrible law, among other reasons, because it is grossly overbroad, right? One of the key constraints on government power is textual narrowness, limit the scope of the power. So one of the reasons why none of us would object, I take it, to an election rule that says, it's a crime to say the election is on Wednesday when it's actually on Tuesday, or the equivalent of that, is both because it is simple enough, straightforward enough, limited enough that is the kind of decision which we would trust government. But limiting sort of textual limits on the scope of power is only one, right? There are process limits. The Administrative Procedure Act is filled with versions of process limits. Who signed off on this? How much evidence did you consider? What, the like. There are, and this is, sort of the key focus of my paper, information limits. Unless you can show X, Y, or Z, or there is record evidence of the following, right? You cannot act in this way. There are, of course, political accountability limits. Those I think are probably least relevant and most destructive in the First Amendment context, but we can talk about that. And then there are different ways of creating sort of incentives and motives in the particular political actor, government actor who is charged with making the decision that can constrain or guide their decisions in different ways. So we have this sort of off-the-shelf array of, gee, if we were to acknowledge that we are actually already in the business of truth and lie regulation all the time, we might be able to think more constructively about which is the best and how could we do this in a better job. But until we get past this sort of, oh, well, the government can't make these decisions, sort of flatline, I think it's been really hard. I think the First Amendment field, more than others in which I sort of more commonly operate, has been atrophied on this question of which constraints might work here, because we haven't quite gotten past the initial step of, oh my God, the government is in this business.
Yeah, so I think it seems to me, so basically you're arguing that we should recognize that the democracy harms that you identify, and particularly, you know, the government's interest in ensuring or kind of preventing people from undermining public confidence in democracy itself, should suffice to get us to step 2 of the analysis, of the strict scrutiny analysis. So we can recognize that there's indeed a compelling government interest in ensuring the government's kind of ability to continue on in the democratic tradition. But then we look hard to whether or not the government has narrowly tailored the proposed regulation in the service of that interest. And just coming back to you, Helen, quickly, is that a fair kind of gloss on the way that negative theory could apply? That placing the emphasis on the strict scrutiny analysis could kind of account for the distrust that we might have in government in certain instances?
Yeah, that's certainly one way to do it. Another way to do it is what Justice Breyer proposed in his concurring opinion in Alvarez, which was instead, of course, intermediate scrutiny, right? That he thought he was, the thing that I like about his proposal is that he's not pretending that hard problems are easy. He's saying this is very hard. Lies can be very harmful and the government's regulation can be very harmful, and that we should be transparent about the fact that we are and should be balancing. So that's another way to do it. I think Deborah actually identified another possibility in her paper, which is the possibility that some of these lies are sufficiently harmful to the integrity of democracy that we could put them in a category of unprotected or less protected speech altogether. Now, all of those choices also shed some light on your comparative trust and distrust of different government actors, right? Justice Breyer, with his comfort with balancing tests, is telling us a lot about his trust of judges, and folks who reject that and prefer bright line rules are telling us something about their distrust of judges.
Great. Sure, Mark, and then to Eugene.
So I've a bunch of ideas about the idea of harm and trust. So the first one, just a suggestion to Deborah, which is you're right in saying that the harms that the court has mostly identified are private law harms. There's at least an argument that Spokio and TransUnion say that's constitutionally required, that you have to find something like a private harm for there to be a constitutionally cognizable harm in the first place. And so part of your project might be to figure out how you can analogize these democracy harms to private harms in a way that would satisfy Spokio kinds of ideas. So second time it's happened. I don't think there's anything wrong in the sense that I think it's politically desirable under many circumstances for people to lose faith, to stop being trustful of the government in place, disseminating ideas that say the government is not to be trusted, the government in place is not to be trusted. I'm basically down with that. And so I don't think that I would not categorize that in general terms as a harm. Sometimes it's wrong, but Ronald Reagan was wrong about a lot of things, and I didn't think his speech should be suppressed. Okay, and then finally, and this is something that Helen just touched on, I didn't want to be specific about, which is the speech, this is Fred Schauer's point. The only way to think about speech regulation is to start with the proposition that governments regulate speech because political actors think that speech is harmful. So there's, all kinds of harms out there. The more you proliferate the harms that count, the more, just short circuit the argument, the more you're ending up trusting judges to get the answers right. And one argument for the limited categories that Deborah started with is that given various structures of institutions in the judiciary, the best way to get the best set of outcomes is not to try to get the best outcome in every case, but to say, look, as a categorical matter, most of the time we're going to get it right. If we apply these rules, we'll get some things wrong. Some things will fall outside the scope of the rules, and that's regrettable. But if we try to build them in, things are going to get worse. I have called these third order concerns, that is about the concerns about the structure of doctrine. And the idea is that these limited categories are the best we can do given the institutional characteristics of our judicial system. I'm not, I don't want to say, I actually think that's probably right, but I don't want to argue for it here. Just want to note that there is an argument that sounds in the register of distrust or risk for the limited categories approach that Deborah started out with.
Yeah, Deborah, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, just on the point, so this is wonderful and helpful. And this Spokeo TransUnion one is part of a long conversation, so that's great. But I did want to respond to the speech that undermines faith in government piece, because of all the categories I described of democracy harms, right? I say in the paper, and I hope you said here, right? I think this is the most complex and the most worrisome and the most limited. But I do want to be clear about what I'm talking about, right? So I am 100%, I agree that criticism of the government, right? I made a career on suing them and telling them they were doing things that were illegal. Okay, maybe not a whole career, but like a piece of one. Right, absolutely. And that is core protected speech. And to the extent that that undermines faith in the government, that has to be okay, right? So that's not, so when we say undermines faith in the government, it doesn't mean give people the impression the government is doing a bad job or something wrong or whatever. That is the core part of what the First Amendment is meant to protect. It is rather structural faith in the government, right? So not any particular leaders or instantiation of the government, but so, in the campaign finance, the justification for certain kinds of campaign finance regulations, certainly the early ones, was not just you're going to disable government functions if you allow bribery, but that if people believe their legislators are being bought, right, they won't believe that they in fact have voice, a say over their government. Or more recently, right, the court upholds the statute that prohibits very specific limited kinds of lies in judicial campaigns, not because it will make you feel bad about that judge or a particular set of judicial decisions, but because people won't believe that the judiciary is capable of or does operate with anything like, independent judgment and integrity and discretion, and the sort of structural characteristics that define the function of that branch of government. And I think it's possible, although, right, this is complicated and requires a lot more, I think it's possible to distinguish those things. But that's what I'm saying.
So I'm sorry, can I, a terminological point that opens up, I think, real analytic issues. I think you want to distinguish between speech that undermines confidence or trust in the government in place from speech that undermines confidence or trust in government as such.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the question is, it's either doctrinal or analytical or institutional, is can we design formulations of that distinction that are implementable by the actual institutions that would be called upon to implement them? And I frankly am very skeptical about the ability to do that, because this goes back to my risk analysis. There are structural reasons to think that there's a fairly high risk that all of the institutions available will misclassify criticism of the government in place as criticism of government as such. This actually, I want to say, connects to Genevieve's larger project about the positive value of the First Amendment, but that's another longer conversation.
Yeah.
So I think Mark and I have this left-right coalition against the center here. Pleased to see this. So I just want to get a little more concrete about these points about the constitutional protection for things that cause distrust in government, including lies that cause distrust in government. So there's no doubt that the large rationale for example, campaign finance disclosures and also limits for campaign contributions is the concern that allowing them will cause distrust of government because they will cause a perception that the government is being bribed in a sense, or at least a higher perception. That is to say, if you could have completely confidential contributions or if you could have unlimited contributions. It is also true that you can limit even further campaign solicitations by judges. I think the judicial speech case from the Supreme Court had to do not with lies by judges, but campaign solicitations. Though there was a Michigan case, I think, called In Re Chmuro that allowed certain restrictions on falsehoods in campaigns by judges. On the other hand, let's imagine that Congress were to say, you know, we really care about trust in government. So we're going to make it a crime to allege that some government action is the result of bribery. Now, to be sure, if you falsely allege that a particular person is committing, or excuse me, a particular politician was bribed, that is actually potentially liable. I mean, if it's knowing falsehood, it's liable. It could be criminal libel as well. But let's set aside this libel category, although an interesting question whether we should, but for now, let's do that. And let's say there was such a law. Or let's say there was a law that said, because it's so important to have trust in the judicial system, see Williams-Yulee versus Florida Bar, which says that's a reason to restrict certain kinds of fundraising practices by judicial candidates, it will be a crime to allege that a judicial decision was the product of a bribe. And again, let's assume that this was that it extended also to things that don't specifically mention particular people. I think both of those laws, the hypothetical laws, would be unconstitutional, because it's not just that there is some sufficiently compelling interest in preserving faith in government. It's that you can, and it's not just that the laws are narrow, like the laws having to do with the mechanics of government, of elections, which I agree should be upheld, because some of the laws that I'm describing could be viewed as narrow too. They don't ban all lies. They only ban lies about the government decisions being the products of bribery, let's say. It's that I think we have more confidence in the government's ability to be able to say, look, you know, he said the election was going to be on Wednesday. The election is clearly on Tuesday. There's no dispute about it. You don't have all of these complications about whom you trust on that. It is perfectly well settled. And there's every reason to think, therefore, that it is an outright lie. That's something I think we can tolerate the government doing. I don't think we would say the same with regard to saying, well, you know, yeah, you heard that there was a bribe. Bribes do indeed happen sometimes, but we think you're lying. And the last thing I want to say is Justice Breyer does have this very balancing approach to free speech. I don't much care for it for the usual reasons people don't care for balancing approaches. But even Justice Breyer, who would have a lot of toleration for punishing certain kinds of lies, even he agrees with Justice Alito's dissent that there should be essentially categorical protection for lies about history, social science, that list. He quotes it more or less verbatim. So I think there too, it's not just a question of what the government interest is. It's not just a question of how narrow in the sense of just what how much of a scope the law has. It's whether the law deals with very narrow questions that are easily provable true or false, or with broader issues. So that's my thought.
All right, oh, we need to kick it to audience questions. So if you do have a question, please remember to turn your mic on. Yeah, we'll go to Francesca and Jen.
Thanks. So I want to ask really for anyone, although it probably touches most on what Mark and Helen have said so far about, everyone really has talked about trust, faith, confidence in government as a general term. And I'd like to press more on like what is government and who are the relevant actors that we're really thinking about, what factors should influence the trust, faith, confidence, distrust in the government. So a couple examples. Congress has been mentioned, judges have been mentioned, but of course, in two different capacities, judges in control of their courtroom and falsehoods in the courtroom, judges in control of reviewing statutes that address falsehoods. Something that hasn't been mentioned is public school teachers, which clearly regulate falsehoods in the classroom all the time, not just falsehoods of fact, 2 + 2 = 5, but to use Mark's example, if there was a student who wanted to argue against the Holocaust, I think teachers would, basically say, no, you are historically wrong. So that is not an opinion in the classroom. Law enforcement works with social media companies often to suggest what speech should stay up, come down, and that is a form of government pressure on free speech. Last example, an individual such as the President of the United States saying that someone's speech or institution's speech is false, is fake news, that kind of pressure on that news organization's or that individual's free speech, saying so that the pressure coming from multiple areas in terms of how to regulate falsehoods. How should we think about all these different entities, and there are more, in terms of how much confidence we have? Again, I'll throw out 3 factors that I think you've mentioned. How transparent is the entity? How populist is the entity? Although I think that works in both directions, and I'd be curious like if that's a pro or a con. And same thing, expertise. Is that a pro or a con in terms of the trust, faith, confidence that we should have?
Thank you, Francesca. It's a terrific question. And I think it really helps emphasize something that I'm very interested in, is that trust and distrust have to necessarily be both comparative and episodic. So when we talk about whether or not we trust or distrust the government, you are saying which government, right? Because there's so many governments, and we should always ask that. It's not that the answer to whether or not we trust or distrust the government can never be yes or no. It has to be which government at what time, what's going on. We have to be, I think, very granular if we're going to do this seriously. And I very much appreciate the fact that you're thinking hard about what sort of, I've called them triggers or contraindications might, in any given setting, either increase our trust or increase our distrust of the relevant government actor. In addition to some of the items that you flagged, which I appreciated and will continue to think about, some folks have basically said we should rely on history, both positive and negative history. For example, Ronald Cass wrote an article basically saying, if you look at what he was something of an originalist, if you look at what motivated the framers of the First Amendment, they were thinking about 2 specific sets of government abuses, press licensing and seditious libel. And he says, all right, inductively, let's figure out what characteristics bind those together. And he came up with political self-interest and intolerance. And he said, basically, when we see those sorts of characteristics in a contemporary government setting, we should be distrustful as well. You could also apply history in a positive way, right? Where do we think actually government has done a pretty good job, a pretty competent job, right, of regulating falsity? You might maybe say the commercial marketplace. Maybe the government does a pretty good job of regulating commercial fraud or some other situations. And what's going on there? It's less politically charged, maybe, so less potential for self-interest or intolerance. Facts about the quality and the price and quality of goods and services may be more amenable to verifiability, that sort of thing. Deborah's flagged social science. Eugene has expressed his skepticism. That's another possible tool for better and for worse, right? What is the evidence on the ground for government's regulatory competence or not in any given situation?
Can I just suggest, I don't think it's so much a matter of trust whom, although I think Mark has some excellent points in his paper about when trust whom might matter. It's trust to do what? So let's just build on the example that you're giving. We trust teachers in considerable measure to decide what is true and false, just even in the process of grading, for example, right? We have to. But it's not just teachers, right? It could be the State Board of Education, which is deciding which textbook to use in the public schools. On the other hand, if the same State Board of Education said, not only do we think that textbook should not be used in the public schools, but we will forbid its use in private schools, then the government is not just acting essentially as speaker. Really, that's what the government is doing with regard to speech of its employees in K-12 schools. It is acting as regulator. And there, I think we have more concerns about it. I think there's something similar with your point about law enforcement. If law enforcement calls up a newspaper and says, don't run this story or you'll be prosecuted or arrested, clearly unconstitutional. On the other hand, they call up a newspaper and say, look, I understand you're writing the story. It jeopardizes an ongoing investigation. We know we can't stop you from doing it, but can you wait a little bit? Can you maybe omit the name of this person who might be targeted for retaliation or for killing if otherwise? And again, we want to stress, we can't do anything to you, but we're just sharing our expertise, and to the extent you trust us, maybe you'll go along with it. That is, I do think, quite permissible, although it's an interesting question, by the way, where the line should be drawn. But so again, I don't think it's so much that some entities are more trustworthy than others or are more expert than others. It's that with regard to certain kinds of either non-coercive action or action that is essentially management of government resources, or especially when the government is deciding how to speak itself, we would hope the government censors its own speech and the speech of those who speak on its behalf, for example, in order to sort the true from the false. But we don't allow it to do the same in its capacity as regulator, for example, or in its capacity as manager, in maybe, interesting question, manager of a limited public forum and the like.
Actually, Eugene's answer is a nice segue also to my question, which was, I think all of you, to varying degrees, are envisaging some role in the government for the regulation of lies, but a limited role to varying degrees. And I think for both Eugene, Mark, and Helen, it's pretty narrow. Like lots and lots of the lies that are of primary political concern today would be outside of the scope of what you think is permissible for the government to regulate. But this has different implications if we think, well, the government cannot regulate these kinds of lies, but private actors may. But of course, as an empirical matter, we might think many of the pathologies and problems with government as regulator afflicts private actors as regulators too, that the government is only one of the many powerful regulators of speech in the contemporary mass public sphere. So I was curious, this panel has all been about government regulation, this is the First Amendment conference, but do the same concerns that you have expressed about government regulation of lies apply also to private actors, to private social media companies, to broadcast television, to newspapers? And if so, and if they do, then is it the case that no one can regulate these lies? That's the answer. Or is it, in fact, there's some useful distinction drawn here between government regulation, its dangers, and private regulators?
Yeah, so this is the point of contact between this conversation and your larger project, because this is a limitation on the way I think of things, but the only way I can think about that question about private entities is what public institutions are we thinking about as seeking to regulate the private entity's ability to regulate lies, okay? And then first of all, at some level, all of the concerns that we've expressed about government regulation kick in. But I have to say, on that question, and I think on that question, my priors are that there are for reasons going to the larger project of how to develop a constitutional political economy of the sort that you envision. Short circuit's a very long argument. Basically, there should be a very large amount of discretion in legislatures to select modes of regulation of private entities on these questions. So I have no prescription for that, but whatever those folks work out I'd go with. I do want to note that the ultimate founding of my position is of a sort of generalized skepticism about the ability of courts to do a good job.
So, law by Mark Zuckerberg. I don't find that a satisfying answer, right? So in response to the basic question, do I worry about it in these especially these enormously powerful private actors? Yes, I do. And I think and I'm not sure yet whether I think they're better at it than government or not. And I'm not remotely convinced actually yet that they are. But one of the reasons I can't actually give a good answer to that question is because they are vastly less transparent than government. Right. So initiatives like Nate Persley's initiative, there are various pieces of proposed legislation out there that would be information forcing pieces of legislation that would compel. So this notion that these are just kind of public squares and these platforms just exist to allow anybody to say what they want, I just think is a nonsensical and counterfactual reality of the way they make decisions about, algorithmic decisions and the way things get posted and so forth. They're not neutral platforms in any sense. But in what ways they are not neutral and in what ways they are in fact regulating, which they clearly are almost entirely or in critical respects still obscure. So here's a great opportunity, and forgive me, right? But I would trust the government to pass a regulation that says, disclose how it is you are making your content decisions, or right, I mean, there are all kinds of technical things we're talking about, but and that seems to me an enormously important role for government to play. Now that is, let's be clear, a government regulation of commercial speech. Like these are, Facebook and everybody else, are speakers, and boy, the current Supreme Court doctrine, I think you mentioned they're going to run into some enormous tension soon. 100% would say these people have these corporations have their own First Amendment rights. So it is clearly a speech regulation, but it is one that to me, exposes more about and better, forgive me, protects democracy, right, than one that simply allows 1,000 flowers to bloom.
Yeah, Helen, did you want to jump in and then?
Yeah, thank you. So my answer is orthogonal to Genevieve's question, but it's inspired by Genevieve's question. It's related to Deborah's point as well. I actually think that the existence of private power is relevant to trust in government's regulation of speech, meaning once we understand trust and distrust to be comparative, we should be thinking, all right, if we don't trust the government in this regulatory setting, who are we leaving in this area? So that, yes, government is scary lots of times as a regulator, but sometimes it's not as scary as private power. And in situations where there are large asymmetries of information and or power between private speakers and listeners, that strikes me as an area that is, I am more likely to trust the government, at least comparatively, right? Not in all things, but I trust them more than the unregulated private actor.
Well, so I think Genevieve's question is an excellent one, tremendously important. And I can answer it unequivocally, yes and no. Yes, we should worry about it. And yes, there are certainly some places where private entities have every right to regulate. The classic example is newspapers. If a newspaper couldn't refuse to publish something because it's false, it would be useless to me as a newspaper. One of the reasons I turn to certain newspapers over others is because I find them to be more trustworthy in sorting true from false. It's necessary for that to happen. And I think the court reflects that. And who is more powerful, a newspaper or a typical reader? A newspaper by vast amount. They're economically more powerful. Well, the ones that are still economically viable, maybe not for long, but historically they have been. They certainly have vastly more political influence than the readers. I don't think it would justify, I think the court was right in Miami Herald v. Tornillo, that doesn't justify even a right of reply, much less government regulation of what's true and what's false in newspapers, or governmental restrictions on newspapers' refusal to publish things that are false. On the other hand, imagine that my cell phone company were to say, Wallach, you know, you're a notorious liar. You say all these things about the First Amendment. We're quite confident that they're false. What's more, it's not like we've been listening in your conversations. You have a phone line with us that you publicize as a place to call, and people, your minions are going to tell people about various things. We've called it up. It's all false. I mean, there is no such line that I'm doing. I do it all on the internet. But imagine that we're so. I think our answer would be, no. They should stay in their lane. They should be providing better cell phone service, not deciding what's true and what's false and what people communicate. And by the way, that's in part because they're common carriers. My understanding is they're not common carriers as to text messaging. But I do think if they were to say, you know, we're going to cancel your text message service because we think that you're spreading lies, I think there'd be a lot of pressure, and quite justified, in making sure that they are common carriers as to that. One reason they're not common carriers as to text messaging is you want them to be able to block spam. So, but I don't think we'd want them to be able to block things that they think are false. And it's not just even because they're monopolies. Landlines are, but cell phone service is notoriously competitive. So one interesting question is, where should Facebook be as to various of its features? So maybe Facebook, when it gives you recommendations, things you might like, maybe it should be allowed or have a constitutional right to say, yeah, we hope that you like truth more than falsehood. Maybe we have our doubts, but we hope so. So we're not going to recommend things that we think are false. But maybe when it comes to whether you can keep up your page to talk to your friends and not have Facebook say, nope, you've been telling your friends these false things about COVID, so we're just going to cancel your page. Maybe they're more like the phone company in that respect. I'm not at all positive, but I do think it all depends on the particular entity, and not just based on how wealthy and powerful it is, but based on its role. To what extent do we count on it? Do we want to count on it to sort the truth from falsehood? And to what extent do we think that they're not important parts of that ecosystem? And as a result, their ability to do so is just unfair leveraging of their economic power to control political discourse.
Can I say just one? We're out of time, I know. So I think those observations connect up with the stuff that some of the stuff in the first panel from about creating a constitutional political economy, because I think they push in the direction of the following proposal, which is that we should be thinking about what in the discourse are called structural regulations of these entities. I mean, the standard examples are antitrust and fiduciary law, which would have to be developed incrementally from existing antitrust and fiduciary law incrementally, so as to avoid the problem of imposing a special regime for speech entities. But I think it could be done. I mean, it would be common law incremental development of these structural ideas in a way that would encompass and in some sense open up these private entities to some degree of regulation. And I actually think I don't know enough about the technology, but my guess is it wouldn't be hard to develop the idea of the text message service as a common carrier, right, with some tinkering to deal with the spam issue. I don't know enough about common carrier law to know how you do it, but my guess is you could do it without raising questions about singling out a speech entity for a special rule under common carrier law.
All right, well, thank you so much to our panelists. I think we have a lunch break now.
Thanks, everybody. We're going to break for lunch now. There are boxed lunches just outside this door. Feel free to bring it back in here to eat or perch somewhere outside. If you prefer, just please be back here right at 2 o'clock so we can get started on time. Thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing but a fire hose in the second. Yeah.
To what end? Yeah, what are they doing? Yeah, that's the thing. We were like, stop happening.
better so we can see the film. I guess we should sit over here so we can see the film. Oh, okay. That's cool.
We'll see it on the bigger screen.
We're surprised we
it's been a little hard.
It's on. No,
They're on?
Yeah, we control them from up there.
Thank you.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about this.
I think you can, it's pretty sparse. I mean, you can sit wherever you want. Hi, I'm Lorraine. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I'm introducing the film.
Oh, right.
Expecting to see Vince here today. We'll see
Oh, yeah,
him.
where's Vince?
I was hoping to see him. Maybe he's online.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it is. I'm sure he's online.
Should we get started? Okay.
I don't know if you wanted to sit here or here, so.
Oh, okay. So we're going to get started, everyone. I don't know if it's So grab your seats. So welcome back to the second half of Lies, Free Speech, and the Law, or the, and we're going to kick off the afternoon. I'm Lorraine Kenny. I'm the Communications Director at the Knight Institute. And we're going to kick off this afternoon with a short video. It's a video about the Lies in the Law artist that we've been working with. His name is Peter Zajkowski. He is unable to be with us today, but I believe he's watching via live stream. So hello, Peter. And basically, if you've been following the Lies in the Law work at all for the last 6 months, you've kind of noticed that there's been a series of images that have accompanied the roundtables and the blog posts. These are all by Peter, and I'm going to let the video, he's going to let Peter and the video speak for itself. But before we turn it on, I wanted to be sure to thank our multimedia producer who created the video, Candace White, and her team, who consists of Kushal Dev, who is our research associate. And also we work with a team called Room 3, and that includes Ed Cuervo and Lalo Rains. So with that, I will turn it over to our production team. And I'll say one more thing is that this is actually the first part of this art series. And Peter will be creating a second part, which will be coming out around the time that the essays come out as well. So keep your eye out for those. And with that video.
My name is Peter Zajkowski, and I am an artist born in Poland, living in the United States. I've been an artist my entire life, but I also teach. I teach art at Minneapolis College of Art and Design. I work with a variety of media as an artist, so the practice is rather wild, ranging from working on performances, large-scale installations, sound, digital media. But then, as a kind of core of that practice, there's always working with your hands and drawing and painting. When the pandemic started, I realized that as an artist, I had an opportunity to study an extreme historical phenomenon as it was happening. You know, I ended up making this project with just ink, brush, and paper because those were the materials I happened to have in our home during the early days of lockdown. And it was really no different from me back in Poland in the 80s, making an ink, brush, paper drawing, because those were the only materials I had, period. Yeah, very quickly a kind of a ritual developed. I would just come down right here and sit at this desk behind me and start sketching. And then I would sketch it out on the larger sheet of paper, proceed with inking, photograph it with my daughter Ava, who held each one of those drawings for the photograph on the porch of our house, post it on Instagram, sometimes on Facebook, and then spend most of the day really engaging with folks who are connecting with the projects. As with so many connections, oftentimes strangers reaching out to me that facilitated the report project. I did, receive an email from Knight Institute, and with the question or inquiry about potentially becoming part of this year's program focusing on lies and the law. And I was immediately inspired and interested. The understanding of lies as a very present phenomenon in our experience of 2020, realizing the corrosive and deeply disturbing impact of lies, manipulation, deception, disinformation in that period of time, felt like a very natural sort of extension of the report project. I arrived at poster design as the best visual language to parse the issues and the complexities of 2020. And that the same criteria apply to this kind of unpacking of the role and dynamic of lies in our today's experience. We think of posters in many ways as political devices. For many people, posters are almost synonymous with propaganda, with the politics. So when I reach for the language of posters, I understand that it comes with the layers of historical meanings. It's historical baggage and the context that informs how we see these images. That image of a ladder in a kind of a hole or an opening, it is what I love about poster as a language, because there's something super immediate about that image. You know, you understand exactly what's happening instantaneously. But then the second you acknowledge that, you kind of have to orient yourself. Is the ladder allowing somebody to come out of the hole, or is the ladder allowing somebody to go into the hole? I love the fact that you can find yourself in that paradoxical spot, oscillating between the opposites as a result of looking at a very simple image. And I think lies occupies similar space. You know, we often think about lies as something that somebody else does. We don't tell lies. They do. While the ladder in the hole has such a minimal aesthetic, the lies and counter speech is sort of on the other end of the spectrum. And then the additional layer of drama in this drawing is the fact that there is this hint at maybe a light or a sun that offers a protective layer to that idyllic landscape. And that is the counter speech. It's such a crazy, binary, impossible world that is in this image. It is sort of an impossible scenario. And the doubt creeps in too. Like, is this really the protection that we need? Is that how we ought to deal with the phenomenon of lie? I don't know. You know, I love the fact that it asks more questions than offer answers, because I certainly don't find myself in a position to have those answers. The language of propaganda is often a black and white language, right? So the idea that the world is painted as a black and white scenario is sort of embedded in that very concept. And it's interesting to me, even though my objectives aren't really to portray the world as black and white, but rather to acknowledge the shades of gray separating the two, right? To expand that space in between those binary orientations of truth and lie, and trying to figure out how we exist in that space. I really feel that artists do carry a lot of power in and through their work, and you know, with that comes a kind of responsibility in thinking about how what we do contributes to our culture, to our collective identity.
Thank you. That was a great setup. Welcome to this panel. I want to thank the organizers and the staff for this great day and great project, and for giving me a chance to participate. So our panelists today are Alan Chen, who is Thompson G. Marsh Alumni Professor at the University of Denver Sturm College of Law, Jamal Greene, who is here at Columbia as Dwight Professor of Law, and Amanda Shaner, Assistant Professor at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School. I want to say just a couple of preliminary comments, and I'm also going to do something a little different from what happened this morning, because I'm going to give a few broad suggestions for things that the authors should consider in doing the revisions, because we're working with drafts and they're offered as a hopefully constructive suggestion, but I will give them individually, one or two things before I turn to the questions. And as in the earlier panels, each person will introduce their own research. I do want to say something about the title of the panel, with respect to the organizers. And I did not say with due respect, with real respect, as opposed to that sort of halfway snarky due respect that someone sometimes uses with a judge one is annoyed with. Government lies isn't exactly what these papers are about. And so I wanted to point that out, lest those of you who are listening to our discussion find yourselves confused. Government lies to me is more what Helen Norton has done in some of her earlier very important work about where the government itself as the speaker, not somebody engaged with the government or representing the government, but the government lies about things like what is going on in a war in Southeast Asia that Mark Tushnet referred to this morning, though not in identifying it, or super funds and saying they don't need to be cleaned up, or a government that might lie about the incidence of COVID. These are much more subtle problems, and in some of them, the government is the speaker, and in some of them, the question is, how can the government respond? So that said, we'll start with Alan.
Thanks, Catherine. Thank you to the Knight Institute and to Genevieve and Katie in particular, and the rest of the staff for putting this great program together. I am a little bit of an outlier on this panel, even with the broad definition of government lies, because I think unlike every other speaker today, I come to not to bury lies, but to praise them, and at least in a very narrow and specific context. And so the inspiration for this paper is actually comes from a case that I was litigating when I was arguing about the unconstitutionality of Kansas's ag-gag statute in the 10th Circuit early last year. And one of the judges one of the arguments I made was, if a state can prohibit lies that were used to carry out undercover investigations, and then there would be nothing stopping the government from outlawing other types of investigations, such as civil rights testing. And one of the judges on the panel looked at me and said, and I said that those are long-standing recognized lies that are permitted under the law. And the judge looked at me and said, well, those aren't First Amendment cases. And my response was, but they could have been. And so the point is that if the state can outlaw lies in the context of undercover investigations, or what I call investigative deceptions, that seems like it should be a First Amendment question across the board in terms of what the value of the lie is, and what the corresponding social harms that are caused by those lies might be. So investigative deceptions I define in the paper as intentional lies or omissions that are lies about one's identity, one's political or journalistic affiliations, and one's motivation for wanting to gain access to a private space. And I divide the paper up into different contexts. And I say in some contexts, these investigative deceptions are not only permitted under the law, but they're celebrated. And the three contexts in which I describe this are civil rights testers who frequently lie about their identity, use false information about their financial background, and their motivation, which is that they're not actually seeking an apartment, but they're trying to identify racial steering by landlords and real estate agents for the purpose of gaining access to those properties, but also for the purposes of identifying violations of civil rights laws. The second favored context that I describe are union salts. So those who are not familiar with federal labor laws, is a very common and permitted under the law for a union to send one of its employees or a volunteer working with the union to get a job with a non-unionized employer, lying about who they are, that they're not affiliated with the union, and for the purposes of getting inside the workplace and organizing the workers. That is permitted under federal labor law, and the Supreme Court has upheld the National Labor Relations Board's sanctioning of that type of deception. And then the third context, and this is about government lies, are undercover law enforcement officers and who frequently lie to gain access to drug dens or other places where illegal conduct is being carried out in order to identify and uncover violations of the law. And in all three of these contexts, as I described in the paper, we don't view them as speech activities or speech producing activities, but they certainly could be. They all expose information that would otherwise not be available to the general public, to the public gaze. And then I contrast that with what I call the disfavored context, which in some ways I think are actually stronger cases for First Amendment protection than the three favored contexts. And that is undercover investigations by journalists who disguise their identity in order to do a story, to gather news for their stories, and then political activists who sometimes have appropriated these strategies in order to investigate wrongdoing or what they allege to be wrongdoing on the part of other private actors. These are disfavored in a couple of different ways. In the journalism context, there are professional norms. In fact, it is largely the practice of most major media entities to forbid their reporters to engage in deception in order to carry out a story. So there's that dispute. And then there are external constraints that are from the law in the form of private tort actions against reporters who do undercover investigations for trespass, violation of the duty of loyalty, and other common law norms. From the context of political activists, they are also potentially subject to tort liability. And also in the context of animal rights investigations in many states, the states have adopted criminal laws, making it a crime to engage in this type of deception. So Alvarez, which we've talked about a lot this morning or today, says, as we've previously discussed, that the government may regulate lies unless they cause a legally cognizable harm. And the argument for prohibiting these types of undercover investigations is that these lies allow individuals to carry out activities that violate the law, common law duties of trespass, the common law duty of loyalty if it's an employment-based investigation, and in some context, an invasion of the privacy of those who are the targets of the investigation. And in my previous work, I've talked about these lies, these investigative deceptions, is what I call high value lies. That is, they actually are not only, even if to the extent they might be harmful, but they also, unlike some of the lies we talked about this morning, are actually socially productive. That is, that they are lies in the service of speech, lies in the service of being able to produce truthful speech, and lies that very much, I think, promote democracy, unlike the lies that we discussed this morning. And in my prior work, I've sort of used what Mark Tushnick calls the first order defense of these lies. That is, that they fall into these utilitarian categories of promoting democracy and the search for truth. But in this paper, I take a slightly different tack, and I adopt Robert Post's definition of social practice as a way of examining whether a particular type of communicative activity has constitutional value that contributes to in this case, the values of the First Amendment. And so I argue that we should look at all these, the favored and the disfavored contexts of undercover investigations the same way, that they all produce the same types of benefits. And to the extent that they produce any harms, like common law trespass, I argue if those harms are present in the unfavored context, why are they not examined that way in the favored context? And I'm out of time. Okay.
Thank you, Alan. So I know the authors would all rather hear me tell you what I love about their papers, and all their papers are great. But as I warned, I'm going straight to the suggestions. Alan mentioned in his summary the use of trespass law as lower courts have been looking at these kinds of cases. And he notes that there's a lack of uniformity among the states in what they consider the definition of trespass, which is a criminal offense. And he notes in passing, to be fair, that there are some other constitutional rights where there are disparities depending on where you live. In other words, a floor that your rights can't fall under, but then states treat the dignity of the right differently in various contexts. And he points out contracts and procedural due process. But we also find disparities in the scope of constitutional rights in some areas that I consider much closer to the question of truth and falsehood, most obviously abortion. And in the First Amendment context, students' rights to their own expression vary greatly depending on the circuit where the Supreme Court has not reached the question yet, and on state legislation where quite a few states, though not far from a majority, have enacted legislation basically saying that the most protective standard for student speech applies to all student speech controversies in the state, and California is the foremost of those, thus reaching quite a few people. So I think that requires a little bit more teasing out. And then in the First Amendment context, it struck me, one of the questions you raise is about whether the property is open to the public in terms of thinking about the speaker's right to ask these questions and do this research there. And since we're talking about the First Amendment, I wonder whether you're thinking of this primarily as a matter of property law, or if you're also trying to invoke the public forum doctrine or some variation on it. And finally, I'm going to come back to this in our general questions, but when you talk about the definition of what you think should be protected, you talk about the fact that the scope of the project should be one of the limits. You shouldn't go beyond the scope. And that leads me to wonder, for example, if somebody went in, forgive me for using this hypo, because they heard that there was a very dirty kitchen in the Pizzagate pizza parlor, and they stumbled upon some young children in a closet, are they limited or can they go further if we're talking about the social value of the speech? Just some things to think about. Jamal.
Thank you. And I'll also give thanks to the Knight First Amendment Institute and to Katie and to Genevieve for their inspiration on this project. The paper that I submitted for this is called Government Counterspeech. And it is about maybe what it sounds like it's about, which is about how the government might respond to lies. Often when we talk about the relationship between the government and lying, we're often talking about the lies told by the government itself, or maybe we're talking about direct regulation by the government of misinformation or falsehoods. And this paper is really focused on the government's efforts to respond to lies through speech. Now, what makes, I think, this, what I think makes this an interesting question is that, there is a kind of conventional wisdom that would tell us that how the government responds to lies is not a particularly interesting problem. We are endlessly informed that the appropriate response to speech that one disagrees with or that one thinks is untrue is more speech or responsive speech. So counter speech is sort of the thing that kind of sits at the core of the First Amendment. That's the right remedy when it comes to freedom of speech. This is the classic Brandeisian Millian kind of view. You give autonomous citizens the information that they need to respond and make their own judgments about what's true and what isn't true. The case that kind of has stuck with me for a long time and probably sticks with a lot of people who think about the First Amendment a lot that I want to use to complicate this is Arizona Free Enterprise Fund's Freedom Club PAC versus Bennett. In that case, that was a campaign finance case in Arizona. Arizona had a public finance scheme. Part of this public finance scheme is that if you were a participant in this scheme, you get matching state funds that increase your pot, and the amount of matching funds that you got would increase if your non-publicly financed opponent spent above a certain threshold, or if independent groups spent above that threshold on behalf of that non-publicly financed political opponent. And the majority strikes this down, Supreme Court strikes this down on the ground that that kind of triggering system constitutes a punishment of the speech of your opponent, so that the government is engaged in an act of punishing speech, I guess political speech on the basis of its content or viewpoint. Now, there are lots of complications here, one of which or two of which really, Buckley versus Vallejo and Citizens United, which tell us that spending money on political speech is itself protected as political speech, or at least it should be treated in that way. But there are also other cases that, of course, tell us that government speech has no First Amendment limit to it at all. So here we have government engaging in political speech that is not only not unlimited, but is subject to strict scrutiny, right? So the question is sort of what gives here is the direction, the government directing resources in the direction of certain kinds of individual speech in order to counter it in some way? Is that impermissible government viewpoint discrimination and the most awful thing one can do under the First Amendment? Or is it government speech, which is absolutely protected and has no limits according to the court? Now, the broader issue is that if we think that the right response to lies is government counter speech, it sounds like we need to work this out in order to figure out exactly where those limits are. How far can the government direct its resources towards countering the speech that it doesn't like or disfavors in some way? Now, the suggestion is that the doctrinal gap that I'm trying to identify here arises for a couple of reasons. It arises in part because courts have continued to say, the Supreme Court has continued to say, and seems to be accelerating the instances in which it says that the government is in fact unlimited by the First Amendment in what it can or can't say. I doubt that courts really mean that, and that there's the famous New Hampshire a license plate case, Woolley versus Maynard, where that's live free or die on the license plate, and the question is, can you get an exemption from that if you don't like that particular phrase or have a religious commitment or some other commitment against it? If it said vote Democrat or die rather than live free or die, I would think that should be struck down on its face and not have to await an objection from someone who's a Republican or something like that. But there's certain kinds of speech that the government just can't engage in, and that's a First Amendment problem and not just a problem in some other constitutional domain. I think the other way in which there is a kind of doctrinal gap here is just the general unwillingness of courts, and this is of much longer standing, of being unwilling to distinguish between different kinds of viewpoint discrimination. Viewpoint discrimination on a purely partisan basis is different from viewpoint discrimination about some public health outcome or something like that. And we say that those things are really the same, but they can't really be the same. So what do you do about this? What's the right answer to this a conundrum? I offer in the paper a kind of multi-part test of when we can identify the instances in which we should be comfortable with various forms of government counterspeech and when we should not be comfortable. The multi-part test is not designed for courts as such. It's not, here's the court totality of the circumstances test that they should apply. It's designed really for citizens in trying to evaluate the behavior of the government. There are instances in which you might use what I'm about to say in litigation, but don't be deterred by the fact that it's hard for courts to apply this kind of test. But the kinds of considerations that I suggest in the paper might be relevant here include the purpose of the government speech, right? Is it just is it trying to lie itself, or is it actually trying to respond to something that it reasonably thinks is problematic or untrue? How much separation is there between the government speech and the private speech of its officials, right? So an official giving a speech is different, should be thought of as different than the government directing financial resources or subsidizing something. The degree of transparency as to who's speaking, who's responding, who's getting out there and putting speech into the world. And the governments of various kinds have had problems along this line in the past. I suggest that there are very good reasons government should be transparent when it speaks, and those reasons are stronger as to government speech than as to disclosure requirements for private individuals. The availability of alternatives, right? One of the reasons we worry about government speech in general is that it might be able to monopolize or have excess power within the kind of speech marketplace. And so we should rightly pay attention to that in this context as well. Are there electoral implications, right? So I think part of what's really happening in the Arizona case is a worry that this is interference in an election and directing speech towards a favored candidate in an election, something that as a constitutional matter, there actually isn't much, firm constitutional ground for saying that the government can't do that. But we all think that it probably shouldn't be able to do that. So I think that's probably partly what's motivating the court in the Arizona case. And the last factor I mentioned is what I call the generality of speech, which which is, are we talking about the government responding to evidence or responding to information? Or are we talking about the government engaged in some kind of ad hominem or calling out a particular identity group or something along those lines? And I suggest in the paper that there are a variety of reasons we should think that that's more problematic and something that government should be less able to do. So I'll stop there and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Jamal. So let's start with the distinction that you draw between the individuals who are government officials at any level and the government itself. So I understand this paper to be directed at what the government itself says, but I'm not sure that that distinction is drawn out quite as clearly as perhaps it might be, because you go into some discussion of the speech rights of public employees, but you don't so much give examples of when the government as such is speaking and how we know the difference. And I would also suggest that the public employees may not have as much right to speak in a way that differs from the government position, even on a matter of public concern, as your paper suggests in its very brief discussion. Because to the extent that the speech they engage in as citizens overlaps with something in the scope of their employment, which the court has defined very, very broadly, their rights are quite constricted. So I just suggest you dig a little deeper into that. I'm also interested that you sort of say that this is too complicated for the courts to determine, and therefore we should leave this to some form of social enforcement, which is very much related to some of the conversation in the first panel this morning, and certainly has a place. But we're living in a time where we see the limits of social norms that have no stronger enforcement. And I think your factors are very helpful and a really good step. And courts look at the totality of the circumstances all the time in all kinds of contexts. So I question why you so quickly conclude or concede perhaps that you don't see this as something for judicial enforcement. So building out public morality without judicial review puts a limit on how powerfully your limits could be themselves accomplished. And finally, and perhaps my biggest question, is that at a certain point you say that we shouldn't, or the government should not have certain speech that it regards as disfavored. And of course, there is some viewpoint concern there, there's some discrimination concern there. But the whole enterprise is about counter speech to speech that is just logically disfavored. Why would the government be engaging in counter speech if it hadn't already identified the original statement as one it disfavors, whether because it's not true or because it undermines important social policies. And as you point out, sometimes it's hard to distinguish the governmental needs to have efficiency, educate people, accomplish its policies from just politics and policy distinctions. But I think all of this could also very usefully be sorted out a bit more. But thank you, it's a very interesting contribution. And this brings us to Amanda.
Hi, you all.
Thank
Okay, I'll try to sit up close. So thank you all so much for coming. It is really a delight to be here with you all, with such superb scholars across the board. And also thank you tonight for bringing together, I think, like a set of questions and set of people that are really pressing today. So in my paper, Outlaw the Big Lie, I consider what I think to be one of the most important and most dangerous lies in recent history, namely the allegation by former President Donald Trump that the 2020 election was stolen from him by Joe Biden. Despite
I think, pretty widespread recognition that the big lie fueled the storming of the US Capitol and that it may cause violence and election subversion going forward. Conventional wisdom holds that the First Amendment prohibits lawmakers and counsels against private media companies from doing anything about it, or at least not much. In a nutshell, in this paper, I argue that that assumption is incorrect. Public and private actors alike should actively combat the spread of the big lie and other intentional lies about the factual outcomes of elections. That's actually a really narrow band, but I think it's an important one. Doing so, I argue in this paper, will advance the First Amendment's deepest democratic values. The motivation for writing this paper, to be honest, is grounded in a real serious fear about the fragility of American democracy and the rise of authoritarianism around the world. Okay, so in my tiny bit of time, I'm going to hit two things. One, what's the big lie? A little bit of history about it in very brief context. And then two, what's my argument? Also brief context. Okay, so as hopefully some of you know, Joe Biden decisively won the 2020 presidential election, but Trump refused to accept his loss. For the first time in American history, the losing presidential candidate refused to concede. Instead, he basically alleged massive voter fraud in all caps and denounced the election as stolen and the greatest crime in history. Trump's false claims have proven profoundly, strikingly effective. Polling since 2020 has consistently found that roughly 75% of Republicans believe that the 2020 election was stolen. The January 6th insurrection and violent attack on the Capitol, I think, reflected that belief. And in response to the big lie and the belief of Republican constituents in it, state lawmakers across the country have introduced hundreds of voting restriction bills, including laws that limit voting, time, place, purging voter rolls, expanding voter ID requirements, and I think really important, an increase of partisan influence over elections. They have filled key election oversight jobs with partisan supporters. Putting the big lie in brief historical context, like lies in politics are as old as politics, maybe older, but the tactics of the big lie also have sort of like a particularly long and important lineage. Many authoritarian and fascist leaders, particularly actually in democratic countries that then become less democratic, have pursued propaganda strategies that manipulate a dominant group's feelings or fears of loss and loss of power into a sense of aggrieved victimhood. Most prominently, you can think of the Nazis, of course, but more contemporary leaders, of course, somebody like Vladimir Putin or Hungary's Viktor Orban. The big lie exploits similar dynamics in the American context. Trump speaks to the loss of status felt by white Christian conservatives, particularly men, and casts them at the victims of a morally corrupt liberal globalists who have made them the victims of the greatest election fraud of all time. Okay, but so why now, right? It's not like we haven't had demagogues before, but why do so many people in the United States believe this lie? I want to highlight just a couple reasons. We no longer have the 5 broadcast news channels that create a space of shared belief about facts in the world, including about election outcomes and really the value of democracy itself. Much like the atomization that industrialized capitalism right before World War II, 20th century information capitalism, I suggest, has produced an even more atomized society, now separated by filter bubbles based upon identity affirming content, curated to increase user engagement and platform profits. So in addition, we see at least a little bit of sort of like reduction, I'm going to say, of white supremacy, which again fuels, it's that fear of loss that Trump has really capitalized and weaponized. Election law scholar Rick Hasson has warned that the fallout from the 2020 election may, he says, have served as a dress rehearsal for a future coup. Okay, so, but despite this, governments and media companies have been hesitant to do anything. And I think part of why is a really big misconception about the First Amendment. Okay, I have very little time, but I'm going to tell you why. So it's true, as we've been talking about, that the First Amendment, protects a lot of political lies, a lot of political misstatements of fact. My argument is that intentional lies about the factual outcome of elections fall outside of that rule. The First Amendment permits laws about the inputs of elections, like when or where you vote, to be regulated for falsity. And my argument here is it should also permit the regulation of the outputs of elections. Okay, so the First Amendment also, in many contexts of what I consider informational reliance,
where people depend on the information provided by someone else, the First Amendment oftentimes permits regulation for truth. So you can think of things like fiduciary duties or fraud or malpractice or contracts or perjury. All of those involve a type of informational dependence and can be regulated for falsity. Okay, so I think the same should be true for at least this tiny band of the factual outcome of elections. Why? On almost any account, self-governance is a preeminent commitment of the First Amendment, and shared belief about the outcomes of elections are really like at the existential point of what you need for democracy, to have peaceful transfer of power, to have public perception of electoral integrity, and to have any form of democratic legitimacy. So I think that goes to the very core of the First Amendment's purpose. And for that reason, I think that public and private actors alike should outlaw the big lie.
Terrific. I can't believe you summarized the paper so quickly. Thank you. Okay. I think your statement about the conventional wisdom that the First Amendment prevents lawmakers from doing anything about these kinds of lies after the fact is generally accurate, but perhaps a little overstated, because anything is too strong. If you look at the 16 states that still have laws on the books purporting to regulate lies during electoral campaigns, and the statutes that have been overturned, they are plagued by the drafters' clear failure to pay any attention at all to the requirements of the First Amendment. They are full of statements like any lies by any person about factors that could influence a vote. They're dramatically overbroad. They're also dramatically under-inclusive. And they have usually no intent or knowledge requirements. So the question remains, could someone draft a statute that might survive? And I'll be a little self-indulgent here to say, I put the final changes on my most recent book, which came out just 3 months ago, A Right to Lie, Presidents, Other Liars, and the First Amendment. I did my final changes in May of 2021, just days before the Republicans backed out of doing a joint inquiry into the events of January 6th. And I had proposed a solution to presidential lies and lies by high public officials that involved the separation of powers. And since that time, what we've witnessed about the tenacity of the big lie, which I had also agreed must meet the Alvarez requirement of harm, if anything would, it convinced me that we really ought to dig a little deeper for solutions. And like you, I've been thinking about what the government can do. And just very briefly here, I worked with the state of Washington, with the governor and a Senate Democrat, to draft a statute that tried to consider all the free speech options, and that depending on a court and how certain things were defined, I thought might survive judicial review. And I'll be talking about that at the Free Expression Scholars Conference at Yale in 3 weeks. So I'm not going to try to hijack this panel, but just to say that, you know, those of you familiar with my work and my adamant support of First Amendment principles might be surprised that I have this agreement with Amanda. And I really respect the enterprise that you're engaged in. So I'm going to, again, just suggest a couple of things you might want to look at further. First, the distinction between the public and private actors isn't entirely clear in some of your suggestions, because there are a whole bunch of different kinds of private actors you identify. And then you suggest, but very briefly, almost in passing, that people, even a private actor, might be treated differently depending on where they were speaking. So you use the example of your friend Ben, who might be Ben W. I don't know.
Yes, he was unable to be here. He said his ears would be burning during my panel.
Okay, well, his dad is a good friend and former mentor of mine, so I guessed it right away. Not well disguised, but I guess it wasn't intended to be. So you say Ben is a private actor when he speaks in a bar because nobody's going to rely on him. So first of all, what if Ben isn't Ben W, but rather, Ben a famous actor, Ben Affleck? Somebody in the bar might film it on their phone and put it out there where it spreads to millions of people who might think Ben Affleck knows what he's talking about. Similarly, you say that Ben might be treated differently if he's not in the bar, but rather speaking as an important person representing the ACLU. So I think it's not as rich as it could be to simply say private speakers versus public speakers. Similarly, you talk about Rachel Maddow. If she tells a lie on her news broadcast under this statutory scheme that Amanda's come up with, which would provide a private right of action to sue, comparable perhaps to defamation and modeled on defamation to some extent, saying, I relied on this lie about the election. I'm going to come back to the reliance in a minute. But is Maddow the person who would be sued, or is it MSNBC? And how is MSNBC different from Facebook? And in the context of news, could Maddow be sued if she broadcast the lie that Ben Affleck told in the bar that was captured on someone's phone and failed to identify it clearly as a falsehood about the outcome of the election? So I think this could be so much richer if you can work through some of these things. So that brings me actually to the first question. So instead of including this in comments, I'm going to ask you about the reliance aspect and how would one establish that someone who was bringing the lawsuit relied on. Does that mean that I voted differently in the next election, or I decided I would never vote again? That's kind of a hard thing to prove because it's speculative and in the future. Can you address how we would tease that out? Because as Mark so correctly said this morning, the devil's in the details.
Right. So thank you for that, for the comments and also for the question. My idea of reliance really comes from what the case law already is, right? We see in a bunch of contexts like fiduciary duties or contracts or commercial speech or perjury, where at a wholesale, not a retail level, the First Amendment assumes that there could and might be significant amounts of reliance, and therefore those statements can be regulated for falsity. So let's talk about perjury, for example. You don't ask, does the First Amendment apply to protect me if I perjure myself in the court? Normally, there's not a First Amendment question there normally, right?
Mm-hmm.
We say instead at like an institution, I don't know, I'm going to say social sphere level, that we think that there is a likelihood of reliance, and therefore the First Amendment is not gonna interfere with a regulation for falsity. And so I think the idea here is we need something similar with regard to election falsehoods, and it would have to look like, I think, something kind of like the public figure doctrine, which would mean that we would kind of, have to path it out. But I don't think that that means it can't be done. We already do it in like dozens of contexts.
I actually surmised that we were treating democracy itself or elections and their legitimacy as a public figure, even more important than any of the public figures who are individuals.
Yeah, but I think the idea, I mean, on the last panel, right, Mark's point, like not this government, but government in general, the point here is really sort of like not about, this government or this democracy or this election, but instead the idea of democracy itself, I think, is really at the core of what.
Alan, Jamal, would either of you like to pitch in?
So I do have a question for Amanda. I don't know if that's the style of pitching that, which is, I guess my concern here is about whether this standard would have applied to Trump himself during the election, insofar as so when we talk about intent, are we talking about what kind of mens rea do we mean here, right? Are we talking about a heightened standard, as you might wish to have, about whether this is an intentional lie as opposed to an indifference to the truth, which are of course different. You know, the kinds of statements that we're talking about are not statements like in fact, you know, Joe Biden's victory was not certified by such and such state. It was, I believe that there's uncovered fraud, and if you give me more time, I'm going to find it. Doesn't sound like an intentional lie, at least the sort of thing that the law can very easily define and tease out, as opposed to just a conspiracy theory, which is really just kind of not sufficient attention to evidence and facts, and not really carrying the direction in which they point, but also not provably, you know, telling a deception. I'm sort of wondering how you bridge that.
Right. So how to implement it, of course, is a huge question. I think that I'm trying to sort of like kick off a conversation, but this is what I think about it, is that I think a heightened standard is probably advisable. I don't think it's necessarily constitutionally required. But I do think that it's just like we wouldn't think there would be a heightened standard for the idea the election is on, you know, Thursday or whatever. But I think it's advisable. I also think that my proposal is not going to reach a bunch of the worst types of lies that cause the worst types of problems, but that's because that's not why I'm creating the rule. I'm looking at what I think the First Amendment would tolerate. And so I think, for example, for your Trump example, I don't think until like all of the voter fraud cases were actually kicked out of court could you potentially go after Trump. But once you have, you know, a judicial decision about there not being fraud in the election, it seems like under pretty much any standard, he knows or is reckless with regard to knowing that he didn't win the election and that there wasn't fraud. Right? I mean, there's even more in his case, like, you know, a bazillion advisors told him that there was no fraud. But I think at least that, because we have to decide on some institutional arbiter of some things about fact. And we already do that with actual elections. Like those courts were actually deciding those, you know, underlying fraud claims. After that, it seems like, why could they not also say, you can't have him going around saying, I won the election when he didn't, or it was fraudulent when it has been found not to be.
Okay, thank you. Alan?
Yeah, I just have it's more of a comment, but I like the idea of the wholesale harm versus retail harm. But I think that the thing about retail harm is, and this sort of goes to this morning's panelists too, I think it's easier to make the argument that I showed up on Wednesday and then therefore I did not vote, than it is to show our democracy is at stake, right? And I think the problem is under conventional First Amendment doctrine is, so how is the government supposed to defend the constitutionality of the statute by showing the stakes are high, but I can't really show you, right? And so that seems the wholesale harm is like worse, but also harder to prove. This is something that Helen's written about, the distinction between second party harm and third party harm. The second party harm is the person who's directly lied to. The third party harm is the broader societal concern.
The wholesale harm might also raise some of the same problems or similar problems to the Texas abortion statute in terms of what is the interest of the person who is coming in as a private person to enforce it under the statute you have in mind.
If there's not some kind of
There's some
harm to
type
that
of
actual
personal
person.
thing
Right.
that creates
But-
some form of standing.
Right. So, I mean, in the regulatory context, again, we wouldn't ask that type of question about, you know, we wouldn't have to show reliance. Like if you tell me the election is on Thursday and I still vote on Tuesday, the government can still outlaw that. Now, that's a different question of if we're talking about a private cause of action, and I admit there might be standing problems. We can go into that. Okay, this is like not an in the weeds proposal. This is like a basic, you know, argument about constitutional values and what it might mean. But I do think that, you know, I agree that there are questions, but I don't think that they're that big, as long as we can have some kind of institutional adjudication of what the fact is. And I'll say, I don't trust courts at all these days. So I don't like this proposal in many reasons, but I do think we're in bigger heap of trouble if we think that courts are just not going to be able to decide any types of factual outcomes in a nonpartisan way, because then like the ship has sailed as to my, democracy threat concern.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to move on and raise a question for Alan. And again, everybody should pitch in if you want to. So Alan, implicit in your proposal is the notion that the promulgation of information generally promotes First Amendment values and informed discourse. And you say that one of the things courts might consider, or one of the boundaries around what you're proposing, is that inquiries into matters of public concern should be favored only if the information is truthful. And then we have this kind of missing link. Who determines what's truthful and how? And this brings us back to some of the discussion in the second panel this morning.
It's a great question. So I think what I was trying to argue in that part, that limitation on the constitutional privilege that I'm arguing for, is that you can't use as a defense that you're gathering information and then report it untruthfully. So you doctor a video that you've recorded, or you lie about what you actually heard or observed. That's a sort of that you lose the privilege at that point. So and because the whole point is that so one of the things I argue is that what the courts have done so far in these cases is they argue that there's a discrete lie, which is I am not affiliated with the union, or I'm not affiliated with an animal rights group, or I'm not affiliated with an anti-abortion group. And that the harm is the access to the property gained by that, because you are getting consent, which in some states, in many states, is vitiated by deception, right? But not in all states. And so, and I argue that you should look at not just that discrete act, but the entire practice, which includes gathering newsworthy information of a public concern and then publishing it with the intent to publish it truthfully.
So
that it's not distorted. Yeah.
Following up just a little bit, in the law enforcement context, you distinguish between saying I'm an undercover agent, in other words, I'm a drug user,
right,
and something like abscam, where government agents really induce or encourage legal acts, or at least are alleged to. So would the truthfulness in these private inquiries for matters of public concern be limited to, you can lie about who you are and your motive? Or would it go further and cover something like Project Veritas, setting up a person to not lying about what happened, but sort of making it happen?
Right. And I think my answer, my fast answer to that is that we might look at that the same way we look at the distinction between an undercover law enforcement operator sting and entrapment. Right, that we might use the same legal principles that distinguish.
But entrapment is a pretty high standard.
It is. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Thank you. Other reactions to that?
So I'm sort of curious about this line drawing as well, and I'm trying to think this through. And I think one of the things I was thinking about in particular is the ethical norms of journalists, which you mentioned. And I have a sense, and this may just be idiosyncratic to me, but I have a sense that third parties or other people don't necessarily recognize those ethical norms in the same way that journalists do themselves. So in the sense that if a journalist in fact uncovers something that is true, that they did not induce themselves, and that is genuinely in the public interest or unambiguously in the public interest, and most of us don't think it's particularly problematic that the journalist might have engaged in deception. I mean, again, this may be just my sense, but I agree that many journalists would say we shouldn't do this. And I wonder if that is maybe anxiety on the part of journalistic organizations themselves about their role in identifying what's truly in the public interest and not private, not induced. But I do sense, and maybe you agree, that the factors here tend to be, is this something that's sort of organically true, not being induced, and genuinely in the public interest? And when we're in that space, then people generally think, well, maybe it's worth it.
Yeah, well, I think that's interesting that you make the distinction between what the general public might perceive and what the journalists might perceive themselves. And sort of that's part of my argument that as a society, I think, at least in the first three contexts, the favored context that I think they are widely accepted. And in some ways, you could actually say like the government lie, the undercover law enforcement is actually the most problematic because you could argue that it's an abuse of governmental power. But it's true that I would say the vast majority of journalists I've spoken to in the ethical codes that I've read have an almost absolute ban on deception. And with the caveat, unless you can't get the information any other way, which of course is almost always going to be the case in some of these circumstances. So in some senses, the journalistic norms are actually more conservative than I think the broader social norms are. And that may be another thing that I found in my research is these investigations really started slowing down after the Food Lion case in the Fourth Circuit. And so, and some of the general counsels I've spoken to at newspapers said, yeah, Food Lion was it for us. So so that's why there are both internal and external constraints on journalists engaging in these behaviors, even though I don't have polling data, but I think generally most people would say, oh, I'm glad we found that information out.
Well, I rely on restaurant critics and I don't want them to have to identify themselves. So
can I say something quick?
Yeah, sure. Oh, sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So one just like little comment related is the First Amendment treats a lot of the same thing differently. Like if I lie on the street, it's different than if I lie on the stand, right? For First Amendment purposes. And so I kind of wonder, even if these things are all valuable because they bring us more truth, whether or not that's enough, particularly with regard to the law enforcement example, which I think for a number of reasons might look more like other types of contexts that will make it be different. Okay, that's first. And then second, there's like a huge question of the interaction between property and free speech here. And I would love to hear more about what you think of that, particularly as the court is rolling forward to even more staunchly protect property, including as speech. But like, for example, I mean, you talk about Cedar Point, but like, that seems like a larger trend.
Right.
Thank you.
So great questions. So I'm not sure how to answer the first question. So what is the larger truth and how do we sort of define what that benefit is? I guess I'm going on with the argument that more information is better than less information. Is it?
That's not right. Not like that it's good to have more truth. The idea that we should treat all of these different contexts the same,
right,
when the First Amendment oftentimes treats the same speech and with the same value differently in different contexts.
So
I'm going to have to move on to ask Jamal a question because we have people in the audience, both here and remotely, who have questions. So Jamal, and this is not going to be easy to answer quickly. And it brings us back again to the definition problem. You decide to talk much more broadly than about verifiable factual falsehoods. And you're talking about misrepresentations that the government wants to respond to. And I guess I wondered if you could flesh out for us, you begin by saying at the very setup, it's really hard to define what misrepresentations are, and that is absolutely true. But do you have boundaries about that? And what difference would it make to your argument if you used a broader or a narrower definition?
Well, I might be able to answer that quickly, which is that I don't know that this particular intervention turns on the definition of misrepresentation, insofar as I'm really talking about government speech as well as government counter speech. So counter speech being a subset of the larger category, and I'm trying to put some limits on that larger category. Those limits don't include, is there some objective sense in which the thing the government's responding to is a misrepresentation, right? The government has to make that determination on its own. And that gets to part of the reason why the paper has some anxiety about the involvement of courts in this space, because for familiar reasons, if one believes that the action turns on some assessment of whether something is false or not, there are good reasons to think that we have to lodge that in political institutions rather than in legal institutions. And that doesn't mean we don't have norms that guide those political institutions, and so I'm trying to lay out those norms, but they have to have a certain flexibility about them. And that's really at the core of the argument.
Thank you. That was really concise and helpful. Okay, so time for questions. If you are asking a question, please be sure to turn your mic on and tell us who you are if you're not choosing to remain anonymous. Mark.
So I have two, I think, fairly quick observations. One in connection with Amanda's proposal, and it's sort of about the political economy of the suggestion.
Yeah.
And it's, by the time you get around to enacting this statute, A, you can't enact it because too many people believe the lie. And B, it's too late to do anything about it already. I come at this from all this stuff about how you deal with these terrible populists around the world. By the time they've taken power, it's too late.
Yeah.
So I don't, and then of course, then if you enact it, the problem's gone away already. So it's a sort of puzzle. On the suspended context thing, Jim's. Sorry, Alan's too many Chens in the world. I wonder about the necessity point that you raised. So I've thought about it in two settings. One is the social lie setting, where people say, oh, social lies are not such a big deal. Breyer says that in Alvarez. It's just plainly wrong in Alvarez. And it's almost never necessary to tell a social lie. There's almost always a way around it. Isn't the baby big is my version of this, right? What a big baby. And similarly in the school context, the teacher who says the atom is like a solar system with the nucleus at the center, and that's not true, and the teacher knows it's not true. But it's also easy to say, look, this isn't exactly right, but as a way to get you to think about the problems, here's a way. So now in your context, the necessity point, I mean, that's the function of the necessity point. You got to try other stuff. But necessity in this context means, I think, something like if we use the other available techniques of getting this information, there'll be a marginally less effective communication of what the information is. So if we report that 3 employees describe the terrible conditions, that's going to be marginally less effective than if we take a picture of the terrible condition. Now, I don't know whether it's worth it to say, well, okay, since there'll be this marginally less effective communication, you should be allowed to get away with the misrepresentation. And I guess I want to say 2 other things, just because this is my obsession. I think you talk about this in the paper. There's a distinction between finding a common law violation on the ground of invasion of a trespass violation and a legislated statute, because the institutional differences between a court saying trespass and the legislature enacting the statute are pretty apparent. Okay, that's it.
Yeah. So I guess I would dispute whether whether much of the speech is only marginally more effective. I think that animal rights investigators, for example, would try to visit the sites of slaughterhouses and control concentrated animal feeding organizations and find Yeah, as you can imagine, you would not get access to all the areas that you might want to get access to. And then the industry started responding by saying, "Oh, don't worry, you can schedule an official tour, right, of our slaughterhouse." And those turned into like these Potemkin village kind of charades. So I do think there's a significant difference. And in some of these statutes, the employees would also be criminalized if they turn over. So it's not just outside investigators who are sometimes punished under these laws. In terms of the common law interest versus a statutory determination that there's a social harm here, and most of the statutes are defended on the grounds that they advance the interest in trespass, in preventing trespass. So they are incorporating the common law interest into the legislative justification. And that's how they've also defended these laws in court. So I'm not, maybe they're different technically because they come from the common law versus statute, but they're really sort of, at least our governments have argued that they're fulfilling the same government interest. So.
Thank you for your question / comment. So I'm very aware of that sort of like political economy issue, which is why the paper is aimed at really trying to establish what First Amendment values would be, but with a tune towards what do I think that the private actor should do, or how should they think about the First Amendment? How the big media platforms and somebody like Fox thinks about what the First Amendment, requires or, should counsel, I think, and whether or not they're committed to any particular version of government, democracy or authoritarianism. Like if you think about the platforms in other parts of the world, they're committed to other forms of governance. And I think there's a big question about whether or not if you're Facebook, you should have any care in the world for that other than profit. But my point here is I do think, for example, Facebook, they do a lot of talk about, the First Amendment and all that protection. And I think this assumption is wrong with regard to First Amendment law, but that means it counsels for different things if you're a private actor thinking about what the First Amendment or free speech value should mean for you. I also think if there was liability for somebody like Fox, even if you had a long time of talking about lies, you wouldn't have the broad spread like Yochai Benkler's work. You wouldn't have the broad spread to like my grandmother who like is not on Crazy Pants websites. She's just watching Fox News. And so I think I'm saying it would chill certain types of speech because of the possibilities of something like liability, but also really this paper is written for, Zuckerberg.
Okay. Yes. This is Eugene.
How's this? I wanted to ask Amanda about the proposal. I very much appreciate that it sort of appreciates, obviously, it's not a bill of attainder to try to go after a particular statement or ex post facto law. Going forward, it could be the left, could be the right, could be anybody. So I'm just trying to think a little bit because it's very unusual to have a situation where you're debating about something the government has done and it's actually illegal. You say civilly actionable, but what's civilly actionable could also be made criminal. To actually say something that the government has misbehaved. So just for example, you mentioned court cases, but they're not final as to the public. Let's say somebody's convicted. And if somebody says that's all, that conviction is a lie, that person is just innocent. The fact that the court has decided doesn't mean the rest of us have to go along. So I'm wondering, especially given that you're saying that a negligence standard, which is even rarer, I mean, negligence standards are allowed in libel lawsuits, but only by private figures. If anything, the New York Times v. Sullivan rule seems to say that when you're talking about the government, it's categorical protection, much less something below actual malice. So how would this play out? Let's say somebody really does think that some election was stolen, that the 2024 election, Ted Cruz wins, and it should have been Kamala Harris who won. So he says, Kamala Harris really won that election. And, I know that the courts have said otherwise, but they're just corrupt. It's all these Republicans who are running the federal judiciary. It sounds like what you're saying is, they could maybe talk a little around that, saying, I'm not saying she won the election, but I'm saying that we should think some more about it and try to. So you could do that, but just saying what you think is going to be actionable. How will that play out? Like if there is a debate going on
I think
about
the question has
been
asked.
Sure, of course.
Okay, So, I mean, I think in your hypothetical is actually not one to which my proposal would apply. I'm assuming that your guy is like a guy talking like you. Okay.
I'm sorry, on television, Rachel Maddow.
Okay. Oh, it's Rachel doing this. Okay. So I think that she has more, just like she thinks about actual malice and defamation, she should think about whether or not she on television says the election was stolen, as opposed, or like, you know, actually who won when they didn't. And I think that's a fine, tiny request as like a big difference that might make a big difference for democracy, as where, of course, she can talk about there was gerrymandering. If there wasn't gerrymandering, then this, then that, right? If there wasn't all these other things, then Stacey Abrams would have won. Okay, great. I mean, again, this is a very minor thing to say. You just can't say this person won when they didn't win. It's about whether there's any space where we all try to agree about the basic mechanics of democracy.
And you also make clear that you're not talking about opinions. She can say,
Oh, yeah,
I
she could-
still think
yeah.
there was.
I still hate it. I still think it's illegitimate. I still whatever.
What if she says, in my opinion, all those cases that ruled against
Well, so
it
that
are
doesn't
bogus?
that doesn't
he or
work.
she won? No?
That doesn't work in the defamation context. Like if I say, you know, Jones is a liar, or I think Jones is a liar, it's the same. And my inclination is that that's probably the right rule. Again, for a very narrow set of famous actors, right? Like, again, like, I mean, I love you, Eugene, but I don't think you're famous enough even for my thing. Okay. So I'm really saying it's a narrow set of actors and it's a narrow thing. But in that context, yeah, sure.
Okay, so our last question is was just erased by me on my screen by touching something. Thank you. Thank you, Madeline. Oh boy, that's why I don't use much tech. Robert Bornholtz asks, what about an anti-lying doctrine to counter First Amendment defense against prosecution for seditious conspiracy to prevent certification of the election? So the defense would be, you can't punish me for seditious conspiracy if I'm trying to, okay, clarification, the lie is a fraud to induce the state legislature to ignore the popular vote, nominate electors directly. A legislative fact normally would be found by the legislature taking sworn testimony. So can you have a doctrine that would prohibit lying in these circumstances? I'm not supposed to answer, but if they're talking about legislative testimony, then they can't perjure themselves for the classical reasons, but.
Yeah, and if they're trying to obstruct some kind, it sounds like the obstruction that happened, and there's already a statute that says you're not allowed to do that, under which a bunch of people are getting charged.
And so there would be no defense.
So there would be no defense.
Oh, I'm sorry. Deborah has a question. I didn't see her. Thanks. Oh, way in the back. Okay. Mike.
Thank you. I did, but it's fine. So I really just wanted to pick up on this piece because although from my own talk, right, I'm enormously sympathetic. I think incredibly harmful lie that Amanda's talking about, hugely harmful lie to democracy. But in my own head, right, I find this the most difficult question because how do you write this law in a way that's okay, right? So one way of limiting this law is to say, writing a limited law is to say no willful lying about what you know to be false about the results of an election, right? But if you think about applying that rule to Donald Trump or a large number of people, they may genuinely actually believe that they are
the Capitol stormer people, I'm sure did.
100%. So right, all of this is not covered. So maybe that's not the right limit. Another limit you might propose, and this is the one I sort of hear you saying, is the one that says, well, false as determined by some preset institution that we identify in advance, namely the Supreme Court, or take your pick, right? This strikes me as fabulously problematic, right, as well, for reasons that should be obvious. So what is how do you define what counts as the fact that you're right? Because so far I still don't hear it.
Okay, so I want to sidestep this question by again saying the concept here is what should the social media companies be doing? I don't think I have to tell you a basic, like tell you how to implement this. And I think it should be actual malice or how we're going to think about this. Though I don't think the Capitol riot people could fall under this, because again, they didn't intentionally lie or didn't intentionally believe that, right? Okay, that type of, or my grandmother who watches Fox. Okay, so again, like narrow, but I think that to say that basic First Amendment values mean that we can regulate both the inputs and the tiny basic factual output is something that the company should give a damn about as a First Amendment democracy protection idea, right? And so I don't think we have to have, you know, the intricacies of a law. I don't want there to be a law, but I do think there needs to be, you know, like Fox needs to care that this is happening. And I think the First Amendment counsels that they should think it does.
Other questions from the floor? Because one of the questions didn't take much time to answer, the one posed to Jamal. We have a little more time than, okay. I'll ask the last question then. Just picking up on what you were just saying, Amanda. Leaving social media aside, could the FCC discipline Fox or MSNBC or yank their license?
Yeah, I think so. Just like they could for, you know, commercial lies.
So that's another path to possibly pursue, although they don't do much enforcement these days.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. This was a great panel. I think we have a break or not?
No.
I'm sorry. Withdrawn. Thank you, everybody. Great job.
It's part of the difference in
I would love to do something. That'd be great.
it's not really the government speaking, it's funneling funding.
Okay. All right, so we see. You see me? Can you hear me? Yes. Great. 1 sec, okay. Sorry about that. I hung up thinking that you could hear me over the TV or over the computer. You don't have to speak to me right now. Get myself in the room too. Can you give your audience?
Yes.
Today explodes very well for how great this, you know, like clearly having some fun.
I'm glad by your side.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe rub off.
Rub off, yeah. No, you're gonna do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna be the best. Plus, I'll help you out.
All right. And I'll just fine. I don't know you'll be able to pronounce that.
Wait, let me see if I can do it.
Yeah. Good.
Artur Pericles Lima Monteiro.
That's very
Is that
good.
right?
Yeah.
How would you say it?
So the first three,
Mhm.
I think you nailed them. The last
Artur
one, maybe you
Pericles
inverted the
Lima
I with the E.
Monteiro.
That's right.
Monteiro.
Yes, yes.
So it's the same as Italian, the friends, like
Yeah,
the vowels are the
okay.
same.
Yes, yes.
So Lina is Lima, right?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Same. So my middle name is Lina, Lina. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Not the fruit then.
No.
It's supposed to be the fruit for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
And Montero is supposed to be like hunter. Yeah. Because it's someone who mounts.
Artur Pericles Lima Monteiro. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's hard. In Italian, it's usually IE.
Right, yes.
So it's usually okay. I'll just wait on Heidi. Perfect. Well, I am, now that we have Heidi with us, we have double Heidi with us, which is even better than single Heidi. I'm going to get us started. Two Heidis are better than one.
That's
Okay.
terrifying.
Thank you all so much for all of today, but especially for staying for the last, clearly going to be the best panel of the day, where we are going to obviously talk about the topic at issue, but I think we're all going to try to incorporate some of the themes and lessons of the day so that we also use this space as a bit of a wrap-up space. And to that end, I will endeavor to leave a good amount of time for audience questions. And so I would love your comments and questions towards the end. So very briefly, I'm not going to go into their bios. They're all esteemed, excellent researchers, scholars, professors, but we have Heidi Kitrosser on the screen. We have, I'm going to do it, Artur Pericles Lima Monteiro. Oh, excellent. And Joseph Usinski, all here today. And the general format, you guys know it by now. I'm going to ask them to briefly summarize their research for this work. I'm going to engage them with a couple questions, then engage all of them with some general themes that go across all three of their papers, and then open it up. So a lot of today has been focused on what the law can and cannot do to address the scourge of lies, or if you're Alan, maybe the beauty of lies, and the place for law in our constitutional scheme. That's still relevant, of course, to our final panel, but I think here what we really want to do is take a step back and not just be lawyers and law professors and think about only what the law can do to address the societal problem, but about how the law can support other sociological, technological, political solutions to the situation we find ourselves in. So we have papers that focus on knowledge producers, papers that focus on anonymity in spaces online in particular, and a paper that focuses on how the role of political leaders in returning to a norm of truthfulness. And so the real questions on the table are what sociological conditions, what technological innovations, what political factors, what institutional changes do we need to be going for here, and where can the law not necessarily be at the forefront, but be a supporting force in this progress. So I'm going to start with Joseph. If you wouldn't mind taking just a couple minutes to introduce your own work, and then I can ask you a question or two.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the Knight Institute and to the organizers for asking Adam and I to write and present this paper. It's been a wonderful program thus far, and so thank you. The focus of the paper is on conspiracy theories because that's what Adam and I do, and that's all I do. I think there are bigger questions to be had about misinformation and disinformation and fake news and various other things, but I'll stick with what I'm good at for now. But I will point out that some of the claims I make about conspiracy theories probably equally apply to misinformation and disinformation and whatnot, particularly epistemological concerns. Some of what I'm going to say very quickly is going to come off a little bit dogmatic, but I will say I've been polling on these things for a decade now. I've got a pretty good grip on what people believe and what they don't, and why, and how and if they act on it. And I have a lot of those papers published, but a lot of the underlying data that I might mention here is actually posted right on the front of my website, so you can check my numbers if you want to. So there is a big assumption right now that exposure to a particular piece of information leads people to immediately adopt a belief, and then that leads people to engage in behaviors. And this seems to be the conception that is undergirding a lot of our discussion about how to regulate social media. So for example, when asked, what does he want to tell Facebook? President Biden said, they're killing people, implying that people go to Facebook, they see anti-vax stuff, they refuse to get the vaccine, so they've taken action, now they die because they catch COVID and are unvaccinated. Now the conception seems to be something like exposure is going way up because of social media. Everyone's seeing conspiracy theories more and more. Therefore, beliefs must be going up too. And there's an assumption that conspiracy theory driven behaviors, whatever those might be, are on the rise as well. But I mean, despite this being a popular narrative, and I will say that 70% of Americans buy into this when we ask them in polls. They think conspiracy theories are more believed now, and a majority of those people think that social media is to blame for it. But when you look at the data measuring these beliefs, it's not clear that that's the case at all. It's not clear that beliefs in conspiracy theories have gone up in the last 6 decades. It's not clear that we are now in the golden age of conspiracy theories. I get this claim thrown at me quite a bit, and they say now is the time, but I say worse than when we were drowning and crushing women for supposedly conspiring with Satan? Worse than the Red Scare? I mean, really worse than those things right now? I mean, we could certainly make the case if we wanted to, but it's not at all clear. And certainly when we try to measure beliefs, we're not finding increases. It's not clear that conspiracy theories and misinformation are more prevalent in our information environment. Certainly it's easy to get, but so is true information. And there's a lot of true information out there too. And it's not clear that people are acting on these ideas more. I mean, often we focus on a handful of shocking events, say, oh my God, the world's going down the tubes and everyone's acting on these ideas. But in terms of a general trend, it's sort of hard to make that case. So I'll give you just some specific examples. I mean, the big claim in 2020, one of them was that QAnon is big and getting bigger. And it was the worst polls that got the most fantastic results, showing that half the country became QAnon, shockingly. If that was true, 8chan would have exploded because there would have been too many people to be on it. Having polled it throughout the last 4 years now, around 5% of Americans, and that makes it one of the least believed conspiracy theories I poll on. To put that in context, Kennedy beliefs are around 55%. At the beginning of the pandemic, the media said that COVID conspiracy theories were on the rise and spreading everywhere because of social media, and the pandemic video was partially responsible. I polled initially in the first couple of weeks of March on a couple of COVID conspiracy theories, then repolled in June, and then October, and then May of 2021, flat, flat, flat. And even pieces of misinformation that have popped up, we polled on repeatedly, flat, no increases. And the expectation would have been that all of these things should have been going through the roof, because as a social scientist, it'd be neat if I could have done the pandemic and say, I want to get people to believe in conspiracy theories and see what works. I'm going to crank every dial to 11 and see what happens. I'm going to put it on social media. I'm going to make everyone lose their job, tank the economy, and scare the heck out of them with a deadly pandemic. Every dial's to 11. Flat. Right? So either people were going to buy into these ideas because of who they were, or they weren't. And outside of those two critical cases, I've polled on about 40 other conspiracy theories just recently, repeating polls that have been done in the last 6 decades from the Roper archive. The vast majority of them stayed flat over the course of however long I'd been, during the space between when they were first polled and now. And almost as many went down by significant percentages, and only a handful had gone up, and not the ones that people are running around worried about. So what we argue in our paper is that we have to meet two things if we really want to do something about conspiracy theories, and this partially applies to misinformation too, is that one, we have to be able to define conspiracy theory so that any legislation on it doesn't ensnare any sort of idea. We have to be able to define it. And that's really hard to do. I've been working on this topic for 15 years. No one agrees with my definition. Even the other people who all they do is study definitions. We can't get along seemingly. Why? I mean, part of it is a substantive thing, like, are you alleging a conspiracy? The other part is an epistemological question, which can't really be solved. And that is, what is the standard to say something's a conspiracy theory or not? So a good example of this is if I say, you know, Clinton conspired with Russia, is it a conspiracy theory? People say, yeah, clearly. If I say Trump conspired with Russia, is that no? And the question is, well, why not? It's the same sentence, different noun. You know, so this is more complicated by human psychology, because to each of us, who believes conspiracy theories? Not me, all of you. And we all point the finger.
I know I'm going to let you get to two, but one of my questions is actually on one. So can I just, I want you to go deeper just for a second on this definitional problem. I'm with you, and I think you lay it out well in the first part of the draft here, that the lines of what is conspiracy, what is not, it's just so wide, so murky, we can't agree that, you know, your first condition isn't satisfied. But my question for you, as you're thinking about this, is when you're making that point, you seem to be thinking about conspiracy in a very, you know, wide sense. But later on, when you're going to get to part two, but later on when you're thinking through the value of not regulating conspiracy, or the value of having that knowledge out there, it seems to me in your research or in your writing that you actually have a very specific type of conspiracy in mind, and it's a conspiracy about what happened, what has happened, and it's usually around a powerful individual. So the example you just gave, that whether it's Clinton or Trump, it's still the same type of conspiracy, which is like, what did some powerful actor do that is hidden? And that's sort of the trope. And I'm wondering, even if I'm wondering if your logic is really connected to that specific type of conspiracy, or how much does it apply to more general conspiracies about what we might call hate conspiracies, right? That certain races are inferior, right? Certain genders are inferior. So not so much about what has happened, but how things are, or not so much about like a historical or a scientific truth, does the vaccine work or not? Was the coronavirus made in a lab or at a market, versus sort of a more generalized social truth about how we operate as a society together, right? So conspiracies about powerful individuals or conspiracies about powerless communities. Can you just touch on the definitional problem there of, does everything apply equally, or do you really have one model of conspiracy theory in mind?
Yeah, well, the definitional problem with conspiracy theories applies to conspiracy theory. So the examples you gave, like this race is inherently whatever, something like that. Now you're just engaging in racist, probably untrue and falsifiable claims, right? The problem with the conspiracy theory is that we are making an argument about something that's happening when we're not looking. And the assumption is that it can't really be proven because a lack of evidence is proof of the conspiracy. Why? Because of course the conspirators are hiding their tracks and throwing out red herrings to make it look like it's not happening, right? And then you add on top of that the fact that people can add and change the conspiracy theory to adapt to any new evidence. Barack Obama doesn't have a birth certificate, and that shows that he was born in Kenya. Oh, well, he doesn't have a long form birth certificate, and that proves that he was born in Kenya. Oh, the long form birth certificate he has and just showed us is a forgery, And that proves that he was born in Kenya. So you can never really get around these sorts of things because undergirding the conspiracy theories that something is happening in secret that can't be fully evidenced, right? So that's the falsifiability issue that constantly plagues this. Then you get into an issue where just no one really agrees on why do we call Watergate a conspiracy, but the idea that Bush blew up the Twin Towers a conspiracy theory. What's the epistemological bar, right? We all know there's one, but we're oftentimes, I ask people this, they don't know exactly what it is. And even if they have a bar for that particular conspiracy theory, it's highly unlikely that they apply it evenly to every other conspiracy theory that they run into. And this is part of the human psychology issue where, oh, well, it's accusing the other guy, well, lower bar. So it must be true. Accusing me, higher bar, that's a conspiracy theory. And politicians are really good at that, right? So that's sort of the epistemological issue there. And it gets, you know, once you start getting into this, it gets even worse than what I've said. But the second part that I'll move on to is that it's very difficult to demonstrate the causal impact of a particular belief on behaviors. I mean, yes, people do act on their beliefs, but oftentimes they don't, right? So I'll mention a very recent and very tragic case. A guy in California took his kids to the Mexico border and killed them with a sword because he believed that they were lizard people. He thought they had lizard DNA, and he had been into QAnon and reptilian elite conspiracy theories and a whole bunch of other ideas. So I've been getting asked by the media quite a bit, you know, these ideas are so dangerous. And I said, well, first of all, most people who buy into this stuff don't act on it in any way. And second of all, if you look at all the other motivations that this person had and everything else that they were saying and doing, which show clear signs of paranoia and schizophrenia. He thought he was Neo from the movie The Matrix. He thought that everyone was out to get him. He was seeing signs and patterns everywhere. So in this case, we're probably more likely talking about mental illness than just, oh, I happen to slip on a banana peel, see a belief, and then go act on it in some very deleterious way. And this is the same thing with the January 6 folks. I mean, yes, they were probably true believers, but that guy didn't buy the horns and the furs and the face paint that morning because he was convinced of something. He was wearing that outfit for years. And I won't repeat what his lawyer said about him because it's fairly offensive, but it was something, you know, he doesn't have a great mental capacity and his political views are all over the place and his worldviews are sort of strange. So just tying that link between beliefs and behaviors is very difficult. And oftentimes there's a whole lot of other things going on in there, right? So when we say the big lie, yeah, lots of Republicans believe it, but how come Democrats don't? It's because it doesn't favor them and they resist it. And why didn't Democrats act on it? Because they don't believe it. But what about Republicans? Why do they believe it? Because they got it from a trusted source, the President of the United States and the media they watch, and the senators and representatives. So that's their entire information environment of people that they trust. Now, did all of them go and storm the Capitol? No, most were at home or at work or sending their kids to school on January 6th. Right, but it was a small number who did. And I will just throw a guess out there that those folks who probably did the most damage on that day have a bunch of other factors that were driving them to act the way they did too.
That's great. I have so many more questions, including even, and just put a pin in this, what are the harms that we care about? So I think in many of the examples you're using, we're thinking about more violent and overt harms. But to return to, sort of like Deborah's paper from earlier, are there just democracy harms to that are sufficient, even if people aren't acting in a violent way? Do we still care that this type of conspiratorial influence is out there and sowing distrust in our democracy? So I'm going to force us to go on to the other two papers, but put a pin in that as we continue to explore. I was going to do art next, but actually where we ended, I want to kick it to Heidi if we can, because you ended on the people we trust. And we're getting information from those whom we trust. And I think that segues really nicely into Heidi's work on knowledge producers. And so if we have Heidi. Perfect.
Yes,
Heidi, can
yes.
I kick it to you for a couple minute summary of your piece?
Absolutely. And can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. So first of all, big thank you to everyone, to Francesca for moderating this panel, to Katie and Genevieve and the other staff. I also have to say a very special thank you to Candace and the other video and audio production folks for making it possible for me to be here virtually. I don't know if any of you noticed as Francesca was introducing people, you might have seen me on the video screen frantically on the phone. I swear I wasn't just gossiping with a friend. I was actually frantically talking to Candace because I had screwed something up on my end and she walked me through it. So thanks to everyone. Okay, I'm going to set a timer because I am not very disciplined and I'm going to try to keep this to about 5 minutes. So as
You're every moderator's dream, Heidi.
Yes, well, we'll see if I keep going when the little thing starts trilling. But anyway, so I'll try to keep this to 5 minutes and just to kind of introduce some of the key concepts that I'm getting at, and then look forward to some robust discussion with everyone. Okay, so first, my topic of focus, Francesca just kind of led into this so beautifully by saying that my topic relates to the question of who do we trust, right? And of course, this has been a big theme throughout the day, perhaps especially in the first panel. What kind of trustworthy information sources are there? Are there ways that we as a society can help cultivate them? And I actually think, and we heard about this somewhat in the first panel too, I think especially from Sam, that the government has a potentially, albeit it's a dangerous area, but a potentially fruitful, important, constructive role to play in helping to produce reliable information and expertise. And in particular, I focus in the paper, which right now is a very rough draft, but which I'm updating. I focus on what I refer to as public knowledge producers. And I define that as those who, in their capacity as either public employees or entities or subsidy recipients, play a significant role in that capacity in providing or conveying information or otherwise in fostering knowledge. Now, the next thing that I want to make very clear is that I am by no means claiming that this is a novel area of focus, because I think the larger conversation is very important. In addition to just giving credit where credit's due, I want to note that this is part of certainly part of a larger discussion, and in particular of late, given what's going on in the world, given the perception that our kind of shared epistemic foundation is at risk, increasingly, this has been something that folks have looked at. Vicki Jackson at Harvard has begun looking at this in a way that most closely tracks what I'm doing, and that she's taking a trans-substantive look at different knowledge institutions. We've also seen folks in the communications field. I'm thinking especially of Victor Picard talking about the role of public journalism. And again, just this morning, right, we saw Sam and John and others today talking about the possible role of sort of government in fostering knowledge and even critical thinking. Now, all of this, though, of course, generates a question and a worry, which I think was nicely encapsulated by the question Eugene asked at the end of the first panel today, which was, okay, but so we have these government institutions. How do they determine truth? right? Why do we trust them? How do we set that up so that they are trustworthy? And that is a sort of a real, of course, that's a conundrum. But I start by noting that we don't have to hypothesize here. Part of the project I'm undertaking, and that others, particularly Vicki Jackson, are simultaneously undertaking, involves kind of canvassing the existing landscape and recognizing and identifying and kind of examining more our existing knowledge producers and institutions, including, as I focus on here, our public knowledge institutions. And indeed, we already have a number of sort of government science agencies, even public journalism, publicly subsidized journalism, most notably NPR, PBS, various individuals in the civil service, for example, who are hired precisely for their expertise and toward the predominant end of producing knowledge. And so what I want to talk about, and I'm now regretting I said 5 minutes. I see time's running quickly. So to try to keep myself honest, I may go a little above 5 minutes, but I'll try to very much summarize the rest of what I wanted to say in the next minute or two. And that is to say that I think through these existing institutions, and among other things, judicial responses to them, we actually have some tools to work with that I think with some success try to sort of foster reliability through the harnessing of disciplinary norms, and in particular through maintaining a degree of political independence for those in those roles. And there's so much that can be said here. I'm basically at 5 minutes, so let me just note sort of two areas of judicial doctrine that try to sort of navigate this difficult terrain. One is, and I should note at the outset, what I'm about to say, I'm sure will generate thoughts in many of, well, okay, but there's a lot of contrary case law too. I'll get to that, albeit try to do it very quickly. So on the plus side, in my view, right, what are the areas of case law that actually manage to sort of protect the independent expertise of some of our existing knowledge producers, public knowledge producers? Well, one is that realm of First Amendment doctrine that recognizes some degree of protection for government employees for their speech. And in particular, the court, including in 2014 in Lane v. Franks, has noted on a few occasions that one of the reasons public knowledge or that public employees need such protection is because of the value they bring by virtue of their unique expertise. We also see glimmers of an approach that I like to think of as kind of a binding, the government binding itself to the mast type of doctrine. We see hints of this in public forum doctrine in cases like Legal Services v. Velasquez, where the court has suggested that, look, where the government purports to subsidize or create a type of institution, it's bound by sort of the disciplinary norms of that institution. I'm somewhat overstating what the doctrine actually says, so I'm happy to elaborate, but I think we have doctrine that can be read that way. Now, one of the big focuses of my paper are threats, ongoing threats to those knowledge institutions. And I will keep myself pretty honest on time. So let me just say two quick things about that, and I can elaborate later if people want. One set of threats come in the case law themselves, right? So Garcetti, as I'm happy to elaborate on, and it's probably everyone here knows, substantially limited, not just public employee speech protections generally, but especially the ability of public employees to be protected when they're acting in their professional capacity, which I would argue is the time when they're most likely to be harnessing their disciplinary expertise. Also, outside of the First Amendment realm, unitary executive theory, I think, poses an increasing risk to the viability of things like civil service protections and other ways of trying to enforce some degree of disciplinary expertise protection for that within the administrative state. I also talk in the draft about, I sort of tie these judicial trends to cultural and political threats to these knowledge institutions. But in the interest of time, and I've already gone longer than I said I would, I will stop here, but I look forward to the discussion.
Let me stay with you anyways, Heidi, because again, I want to put sort of a general question on the table for you before turning to Art and then engaging in a bigger discussion, all three of you. I want you to explain the difference between the anti-distortion principle that you are identifying and what could be seen as an anti-deception principle. At times in your draft, it seems like the thing you care more about, or that the case law cares more about, is not so much whether there is government distortion of the message, but whether there is a deception that it is the government speaking, that it is a government actor behind the content of this public broadcast or the curriculum in our schools, et cetera. So what is the anti-distortion principle doing that is different, apart, and maybe beyond what an anti-deception principle would do?
Yeah, that's a terrific question. So let me, I guess, to sort of put that question in a larger context of what I think public knowledge institutions can do, and the ways in which I think the law to some degree does and certainly should protect them. I think that public knowledge institutions with some protections built in for disciplinary expertise and for sort of a degree of self-government by experts, with some insulation from certainly pure partisan politics. The idea is through that, not to necessarily come up with right answers all the time, in part because, people make mistakes, as we've talked about throughout, whether their motivations are partisan or otherwise, or just, protecting a pet project. In addition, and here a quick shout out to Mark Tushnetz's new paper that I just read yesterday with great interest. It's really interesting, the paper focusing on COVID-19. As Mark emphasizes throughout, science doesn't always have clearly right and wrong answers, just to take science as one discipline. And even when it does, sometimes that shifts over time. And one problem with the way, and I have long thought that one problem with the way both administrations have handled COVID-19 is almost a fear, kind of a distrust of the public, a fear of communicating to them that science doesn't always mean there's one clear answer, right? So this is all a long way of saying that I think what public knowledge institutions can do that is most important is not necessarily give us all like arithmetically correct answers, because oftentimes those don't exist or the knowledge may change, but to provide a public space and a public sort of subsidized space for these questions to be worked out through processes of disciplinary expertise. And also some public knowledge institutions, like certainly universities, and I would also say, although this is more complicated, K through 12 public schools as well, play a role in fostering not just knowledge, but critical thinking, so that people develop media literacy and the ability to figure these things out for themselves. So how that relates to your specific question, Francesca, is that I think it's very important that public knowledge institutions themselves not become vehicles for deceiving audiences, especially for deceiving the American people, by harnessing, or I should say hijacking might be the better word, the prestige and the perceived independence that comes with expertise, while really feeding government scientists, government educators, whatever the case may be, what's really a kind of political message. And here, by the way, I have to give one more shout out. Helen Norton has also written beautifully on this topic. I'm thinking especially of her 2009 Duke Law Review piece, where I think she might have been the first in that piece. And then I've tried to build on it. Helen herself drew an important distinction between public employment that involves essentially what you might call scripted speech versus public employment, just conveying the government's message, versus public employment that entails independent judgment. So you're right, Francesca, that I'm more focused on that as a means of discovering what we might kind of grandly call truth than I am of public knowledge institutions as vehicles for always kind of spitting out an indisputably correct answer.
That's great. That's great. So, and the pin I want to put in your research before turning to Art is to talk about K through 12 schools more. I think that the point of today is really to think about how do we get people to believe in truth and to not believe in a false conception of our democracy, but also the world at large. And the role of schools has obviously got to play such an important role in that. And I think you start to address it in your paper. Would love to hear more about that as we continue on. Art, I'm going to ask you to quickly summarize your research next.
Thank you, Francesca. And I'll try to make up for my enormous name by keeping this to under 5 minutes. Well, I just wanted to say thank you to Kate and Kitty and Genevieve. Everything has been so great, and you even fixed the weather. So thank you. I'm so fortunate that I'm here with you and have listened to your enriching and insightful comments. So I think that when we think about anonymity, our assumptions have been that anonymity is so focused with speaker rights and suppression of speech. And I want to say that it's about more than that. So I think anonymity and identification have been thought of as if anonymity necessarily released speakers from social norms, including truth-preserving norms, obviously the theme of our panel, with identification driving the precise opposite. And my paper argues that that's too simplistic a view of both anonymity and identification. And I only came to that realization very late in the 7 years that I've been pursuing this project. To put it shortly, in a highly polarized social media, it seems fair to say that truth isn't something partisans, real names or not, will value above their allegiances. What's more, identification forces users to perform their identities in a context collapse world. Now I'm borrowing here this term from Alice Marwick and Dana Boyd. And they point out how in a context collapse world, users are like micro celebrities broadcasting into an ether with no clear boundaries of audiences or norms. So when you look at the evidence showing that identification is sometimes associated with content we're concerned about, and this is misinformation, hate speech, etc., I want to emphasize that that is a function of identifications. Partisans pay a heavy price for challenging their leaders, their rhetorics and lies because they are identified. It's a component of what the social norms are for a given online environment, with an outcome that many are not so happy about. Let's put it that way. And the same is true of anonymity. There's often talk of anonymity as if it was removed from all social norms, but that isn't necessarily true. Anonymity isn't a fixed universal attribute, just like identity isn't. You don't have a fixed identity. We have different identities in different circumstances. I would have a different identity where there's a coffee shop. And when you're anonymous, it doesn't mean you're like abstractly anonymous. You're anonymous within a context, and that context mediates your anonymity and your identity therein, just like identification mediates what you say and how you listen to other people. So again, this can mean 4chan, right? Obviously, it can mean 4chan, but it can also mean a subreddit called Change My View, where people are very concerned about a highly proceduralized form of debating and inviting, challenging other people to challenge their views. And obviously, that might not be the silver bullet to our polarized world, but it seems like a more deliberative experience that we want to explore. And what I want to say is, it doesn't seem to make that much sense to take 4chan and Change My View as instantiating the same thing just because they don't validate identification. So that's important because some of the conversations we need to have, despite polarization, might be very difficult with identification and perhaps only plausible with anonymity. So my argument is that we need to appreciate what I'm calling, and again, this will go to the multi-cited Helen Norton for suggesting the plurality of the diversity of anonymity. I'm calling this the plurality of anonymity and identification. And my paper tries to start the work of understanding how both anonymity and identification should be gauged for digital public sphere, which means looking into content moderation practices, community norms, content policies, platform affordances, and design. And that's under 5 minutes, I think.
Amazing. Amazing. So I love this paper. I confess it actually changed my mind.
Oh.
I was definitely one of those people who wanted the easy fix of just, get rid of, everyone would behave better if we put our names to things. Clearly the empirics and the way you have crafted the argument have made me take a big step back. And I just say, I have to put on the table, I read this paper, over the past week, at the same time that I read I've got to bring it up, the text messages of Ginny Thomas and the actual words, and talk about conspiracy theories, and realizing how within a certain community, that language and that knowledge was clearly perfectly appropriate, and how that has really so nothing to do with, whether you're anonymous and I just thought that was an interesting example to pair with the stuff that you're talking about. Here's the question I want to ask you to elaborate a bit before I open it up to a bigger three-way conversation. If I could summarize your research in a sentence, and let me know if I'm saying this accurately, it seems like you're saying that content moderation and community standards are much more integral to the creation of a healthy and vibrant debate online that is able to correct lies than anonymity or real names, right? Like that's the content moderation, the community standards that have a much bigger role to play in getting us to truth, as opposed to anonymity. Is that, first of all, would that be a fair one sentence characterization?
So I don't think it has a bigger role. I would say it defines and is reciprocally defined by, so anonymity and identity is defined by those practices and those policies, etc. So I don't know that I would say that what has a more causal effect is either of those components, but I want to say that the identity you have in a specific forum in part depends of the content moderation practices in that forum.
Great. So if that is the case, do you have insights based on your research as to who should do that moderating, who should create those community standards, whether anonymity or transparency is better suited to the sort of first order question of what community standards and moderation policies are we going to set up to create a space in which we can get to truth more easily?
Right. Yes. So that's an excellent question. And it seems like the $1 million question, because I had the answer to that. So yes, that's something I'm concerned about. And I think the choice I had here of change my view might show my preference. I think there's a lot to be explored in community moderation, but I wouldn't say that the only way forward is community moderation. What I think we should be reflecting upon is if we're trying to build the institutions that will be appropriate governance and that will take those decisions about affordances and design, etc., seriously, that might mean we need to look beyond just platforms and corporate responsibility for platforms. This isn't on this paper, but it's something that I actually pull the thread here to another project.
Yeah, no, you can see it. Okay, I want to ask a couple questions and then really just give it up to you guys to get involved. And I want you guys to interact with each other's papers on, just to start with 2 points. And Joseph, I'm gonna put you, you're the middleman. I'm sorry, you're gonna go against both of these two in my question here. So the first is sort of a a point at which maybe you disagree with Heidi on, at least the paper seemed to disagree, which is what is the role of the people, the demos, in creating truth. So as opposed to experts or knowledge producers, the role of communities, and this is sort of where your paper comes into, like the role of sort of lay communities in the formation of knowledge. And it's sort of the same question in this direction as well, because Joseph, from what I understand, you put a lot of emphasis on the fact that we believe or don't believe these things based on whether our elite of choice is telling us to believe them. And part of what I'm getting from arts research is really that no, there's a lot of power in just normal citizens interacting with each other in these specific spaces, often online spaces, often anonymous spaces, where that's a place where we actually do engage in our own kind of knowledge production, and actually give some credence to age-old theories of First Amendment law that we are the knowledgeable citizen. So in no particular order, but it'd be great to hear from all three of you as to the role of experts, elites, and lay communities as being the best creators of the thing that we call truth, understanding that truth, as Joseph rightly says, is something that oftentimes is more just the thing we believe as opposed to a capital T truth. Do you want to start? Yeah.
Sure. So on experts, elites, and lay communities, I grew up in New Hampshire in the late 80s. And that's when high school started telling me about climate change. And they did this in February. And there was 7 feet of snow outside. And my friends and I looked out the window and said, "What are you talking about? This is completely phony." None of us were particularly political, and we weren't watching the news, so we weren't getting any cues from leaders. And I guess the expert was sort of the teacher in the room, but we were like, this doesn't make any sense. So there's the lay community, right? With our lay science. Oh, snow must not be climate change. Now, fortunately for me, I was like 13 at the time, so that's okay. We had a senator go and do this on the floor of the Senate with a snowball a couple of years ago. It's like, see, no climate change. So he was in his 50s, so that's bad for him. I'll excuse my own behavior at the time. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't listen to experts. I think it's 97 or 98% of climatologists say, yeah, it's real, anthropogenic, it's happening, and we should probably do something about it. But as that consensus has gotten bigger and bigger over time, what has public opinion done? Split, right? Why? Because political elites have done exactly that, split. So they sort of pulled both parties in opposite directions. So Democrats believe one thing, Republicans believe the other. What's the role of experts? Well, I don't think, and this is the interesting thing. I mean, Republicans of the mass public are going against the experts, but it's not as if Democrats and the mass public are really believing the experts. They're not reading the Journal of Climatology and checking the data models themselves before they believe it. They're listening to Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, and their trusted leaders and their trusted groups and going along with that. So, I mean, as a professor at a research university, I would love it if people listen to experts more. But that's a world we don't live in. People trust who they trust. And it's those group allegiances and those allegiances to elites that drive a lot of this, right? Like I get asked by election officials, how can we get people to think that we're not rigging this? There's nothing you can do, because they're not going to listen to you. They're going to listen to the candidates. And if the candidates are engaging in this rhetoric, then one side's going to believe it, right? If one of the two of them is doing it. And that's what we have now.
So Heidi, people don't listen to experts. So why do you want the law to help? And why do you want public funds to go to expert institutions, universities, science communities, all these public knowledge producers that you talk about in your paper?
Yeah, well, so first of all, let me say something kind of directly responsive to the sort of what's the point, because nobody cares what eggheads have to say. And then I'll quickly, I also do want to say a word, since I didn't talk about it at all in the discussion, and even in the draft, it's kind of left implicit, a word about the important role that I think sort of political forces or the demos, so to speak, through their representatives actually do play, even in my thinking. So first, why does it matter, right? If nobody listens to the eggheads, I think that there obviously are, there's only so much that certainly that any one force and certainly the government can do, or that we would want them to do, to fundamentally kind of get inside people's heads and psychology and change their minds. But what we do have some power over, at least in terms of the institutions that we can create, including government institutions, is the provision of reliable sources of knowledge. And I think it's, if to put it simply, I think it's essential that those sources exist. And it is, that's only half of the equation, because it's true, if a tree falls in a forest, if no one listens to them, no one believes them, that's deeply problematic. But I think we're even more sunk if we sort of give up on the institutions that can produce sort of reliable, some modicum of reliable knowledge, and the disciplines that are intended to generate them, however imperfectly, over time. So it's sort of a, acknowledging this is no panacea, but think how much worse it would be without even the sources. I also do want to quickly just say two things that came to mind, Francesca, when you first raised the issue of the relationship between kind of the people, what role do they have to play, and the experts. So even in my thinking, where, I say, down with unitary executive theory, in part, not only because of what I see as deep textual and historical flaws, that's for another conference and another paper, but also because of the impact it can have on sort of decimating expertise throughout the administrative state. Even from that perspective, and from a perspective that would like to see Garcetti basically, the court reverse itself on that, or at least minimize it. Even from that perspective, I recognized, not just as a realism thing, but as a kind of normative good, that there is some role for politics in all of this. First of all, there's a role for politics in creating these institutions and these public employees and funding them in the first place. And also there is a role for politics in their implementation, right? Because at the end of the day, yeah, you might have civil servants with some degree of protection from arbitrary firing or firing for whistleblowing or what have you. But at the end of the day, the top of agencies are politically appointed, right? And I think some of the value, not the only value, but some of the value in the civil servants or the others who are playing expert roles is in their relationship to the political overseers. Some of the value comes in sort of the push-pull from people who are coming with these different incentives and motivations and orientations, right? You have someone coming from a more policy background, maybe even a partisan background, kind of pushing down from the top, but you also have some pushback from those who are coming from kind of a disciplinary orientation. And one last thing on this front is that I think one thing that is interesting, I mean, I agree, absolutely, Joseph is right, that there is this kind of, down with elites phenomenon that is certainly not new. I mean, it's as old as at least as old as the history of the country. But given that, I think it does say something that Congress has and continues to fund and create public institutions. And in fact, oftentimes you will see polls for particular public institutions saying that people, even if they hate the idea of public institutions generally, they love this or that institution. PBS of all things, right, routinely gets kudos from people for being the most reliable news source. And I think in some ways, the reason we see these pushes, whether in rallies against the deep state or in efforts to pass legislation constraining what universities can teach, I think we do see this kind of implicit acknowledgement that these institutions are understood as not just valuable, but as trustworthy, which is exactly why sometimes we see these political forces try to harness them and, not get rid of them, but to kind of hijack them and say, okay, propound our message and tell people that message is the result of scientific expertise, for example. So it's complicated, but those are my kind of first few thoughts that come to mind.
Well, I guess part of what you're saying at the end there is the very fact that even those knowingly propagating in falsehoods are falsely saying that they have science or experts on their side, itself might at least show whatever the data says shows that there's some at least political reason to continue to invoke experts in science, and maybe that's something. Art, can I have you pick up on, again, this question, and mostly juxtaposed, I think, with Joseph's work and research, which is, these lay communities, 13-year-old New Hampshire guy goes on Reddit and it says, change my view about climate change. And is there hope that these types of communities are actually a really beneficial source of truth seeking?
Right. So I wouldn't want to overstate my claim, and I'm not betting that people will go to change my view and suddenly be more informed and give up on their own old ways. But I do think, and that even if the state of social media is like an epi phenomenon for something else, the fact that we have a state of social media that most find deplorable is something that government should be concerned about. And to the extent that those communities like Change My View or other experiments like Chris Bale has designed this app, Discuss It, which is basically founded on the idea of trying to create conversation enabled by anonymity. To the extent that works, it seems like inherently good. Even if it doesn't change the elections, the fact that we have something that seems healthy on the public sphere, even if people don't change their views, I think it should be something we should celebrate. Now, on the role of elites, that's also interesting. I think there might be more reasons than we would generally admit to a double-blind review, for instance. So when you're assessing the work of a peer, and you're performing your identity publicly, let's say, there's some things you might say that will cost you. And when you're engaging in double-blind review, and you can give an assessment that isn't tied to your identity, I think one of the reasons we might turn to double-blind review might be that experts are not immune to polarization and to performing their identities. Actually, I would say that is entailed by the idea that identities are performed for specific publics.
That's great. I think you guys are actually all three in agreement on that last point. I have a question from our online audience, and then I want to ask our live audience for their questions. The question is for Joseph. Per historians, Nazi propaganda was effective primarily by motivating those who were already receptive to receiving such propaganda, as opposed to convincing others who were not receptive to receive such propaganda. Do conspiracy theories operate in the same way, and thus actually do cause harm in the same way by, yes, they might already have to be receptive, but I take the question to ask, do conspiracy theories like that propaganda push those already receptive into actual harms, into committing actual harms?
So the first question would be, who's going to adopt a particular conspiracy theory if they're exposed to it, right? And generally we find that there is a set of motivations that has to be in place for someone to adopt any particular, not just a conspiracy theory, but any belief. But in the case of conspiracy theories, they likely have to already be inclined towards seeing the world in a conspiratorial way. So if someone is like, you know, I don't see the world this way, I think stuff happens, or, you know, these sorts of ideas are ridiculous, they're not going to buy in. It's going to take a lot to get them to buy in. And then it has to be the case that they probably already dislike whoever's being accused in the theory. Right? And that's why partisans believe mostly conspiracy theories that oppose the other partisan and rarely themselves. So now you put that together, and then you wind up in a space where, you know, it's about 25% of the public who will buy into usually any particular conspiracy theory that's partisan, because you have to get just partisans and then just the conspiratorial wing of that partisan group, right? So then we found other things that are sort of driving these beliefs too. So what are the types of people that think the Holocaust is being exaggerated, or Sandy Hook didn't happen? You know, those are sort of antisocial ideas, and it's no shock that we find that the people who buy into those sorts of conspiracy theories, not all conspiracy theories, but those sorts, also have antisocial traits. They're high in dark personality traits like narcissism and Machiavellianism and whatnot. So just to get somebody to buy into a belief, there's got to be a bunch of things already going on with them, right? So then the question becomes, well, I was able to convince somebody of a conspiracy theory, but did I really change them in any particular way? Because they probably already believe a whole bunch of other things that are almost the same. They already have the worldview in which these sorts of things are going on all the time. So did anything really change about that person? Right? You know, I'll take, let me use an elite as an example. If we took the QAnon beliefs away from Marjorie Taylor Greene, is she substantially different? No, because she believes 800 other things that are sort of, you know, just as out there, right? And so when people ask me, how do we change these beliefs? For me is take the emphasis off the beliefs, because we get stuck in a game of whack-a-mole. Where if someone wants to believe lots of conspiracy theories and I just keep trying to debunk one at a time, you know, there's an endless supply that they're going to eventually buy into, and I'm just going to waste my breath trying to knock each particular one down. So can a conspiracy belief drive someone to act in a particular way? Sure, it can probably focus things that they might have done anyway in a particular way, right? But a lot of times, if someone wants to go out and commit violence, they're going to commit violence, and it's just at some point it's going to happen in some way for some reason.
So the QAnon conspiracy is not the thing that is prompting Marjorie Taylor Greene to run for Congress or to, you know, shoot someone in the street, right? Like her decisions or anyone's decisions about how to act on the knowledge that they hold of the world is much more independent as to their priors than the conspiracy theory itself. And that is why you don't think that that is where we should locate our intervention.
Yeah, I mean, if you took away QAnon from her campaign commercials are still her driving around in a truck shooting things. So, and she still has 100 other conspiracy theories that she's into. Right. So that's the thing. A lot of times we focus on the specific beliefs, but oftentimes it's the people that we got to really be concerned about, because there's a motivation to buy into these ideas, and there are motivations that would make them act on those ideas. And that's where we need to, that's where I think we sort of need to get to. So
I'll let Art go, and then I see Genevieve has a question, but quick response.
Yeah, so I'm very sympathetic to how you describe this, but so let me see if I this is a fair description. you see those conspiratorial ideas as like conduits for motivations that people might act on had they other conduits, in the sense that basically those conspiratorial ideas are just tools. They could go about it, have the same results with other ideas. But while I'm sympathetic to that, I think an argument many in the audience would make is, why not stop that? Why can't we close that conduit and interrupt at least that very harmful transmission?
So I would say this, is that you could stop the transmission. It doesn't mean you're even going to stop the specific beliefs. Because yes, elites can drive this, because people listen to elites, and elites have a big megaphone to reach lots of people. But that's not even necessary, right? People were coming up with all of these conspiracy theories on their own. So if they have the worldview, they can see all of this stuff and sort of come up with their own expressions of it. And a lot of conspiracy theories are, in a sense, bottom up, in the sense that people make up stuff. Somebody came up with the idea of QAnon and, you know, sort of pushing the stuff, and other people adopted it. But even as people were adopting it, they already held a lot of the beliefs that QAnon adopted. Some of those specific beliefs. So a lot of this stuff is already out there. People already see the world this way. And even if you get rid of the spread, which is the word that gets used a lot, it's not clear that that's going to stop anything. And I think the dangers of doing that is you could potentially get rid of true ideas. You could potentially get rid of ideas that are not true, but are potentially valuable or could be motivating in some way.
Genevieve.
Hi. This is also for Joe. I think I find your argument very interesting and persuasive, but I wanted to ask you from a different angle about the harms of conspiracy and how real they are. And so I guess I wanted to suggest that a lot of modern First Amendment law is organized in reaction to fear of conspiracy theorizing, or conspiracy, I'm not quite sure which is to say, you know, much of the sort of modern doctrine, by which I mean the doctrine developed from the 60s on, is a reaction to the 1950s, and in particular to the prosecution of the leaders of the Communist Party of America by the government in the now infamous Dennis case. And the recognition that was shared by a minority of members of the court at the time, but I think is widely understood today, that much of that was driven by conspiratorial thinking. There was pervasive fear among the members of the federal government and prosecutors that there was this great army of insurgency waiting in America to take over the democratic system of government and install a communist regime, just like in Soviet Union, even though there was very little evidence to back that up. There was just a lot of fear and the desire to go after the ringleaders. And so it is this, I think, quite significant fear of the tendency of government actors to be gripped by the force of conspiratorial or paranoid thinking that has produced a sort of a very formalist, rigid First Amendment doctrine. And so I guess I was curious what your findings suggest for that turn in the doctrine. I mean, was it an overreaction? Should we worry less about conspiratorial thinking of this kind among the elites? Some of your remarks suggest that you don't actually think conspiracy thinking is that dangerous. But the history from the 1950s is that it suggests that, you know, at least when shared by members of the federal government, it can be quite profound.
So one of the theories that came from my first book on the topic is that conspiracy theories are for losers. Now, that didn't gain me any favor with conspiracy theorists, even when I said I mean that descriptively and not pejoratively. It's what I say is usually conspiracy theories, often the salient ones, are adopted by people who are out of power, people who just lost the election, people who feel separated from the inside. And my conclusion is that that's generally okay, right? Because if losers are using conspiracy theories, they're sort of pushing back against a power imbalance. They're trying to correct for a power asymmetry. And they're using these theories to essentially perhaps drive collective action, say there's a potential danger from these people who are in power. Let's go act on it. And if they do it by going out and voting or organizing in meaningful ways, it's completely fine and healthy. And when we looked over the last 120 years, the salient conspiracy theorizing seems to go back and forth as power goes back and forth, right? What really scares me is exactly what you're talking about. Not when it's the losers, but when it's the winners. And you know, most of what I study is surveys and why the mass public believes what they believe and how they react. But that says little about what I think about people like Donald Trump and others. And there are many others who have engaged in this, because when they do it, they're able to convince the people who trust them that these things are true, and they can drive collective action on that. They can get legislation passed on it, and they can act in extremely deleterious ways. Alongside that, I'm incredibly concerned when the powerful use conspiracy theories to attack the not powerful. So when Donald Trump says things like, you know, Mexico is purposely sending immigrants here to rape and murder Americans, that's really bad, right? So, but in those cases, what is the source of my real concern? It's powerful people with an authoritative, monopoly on authoritative force, acting on using these ideas, whether they believe in them or not, using them for some political purpose and doing deleterious harms, right? So if you and I are walking around on the street and think, oh, there's communists everywhere, you know, there's nothing you and I can really do about it. But when you get all of Congress acting on it and using force to haul people in front of it, get people blacklisted and whatnot, now you've got a real problem. So a lot of my concern was sort of addressed by, I think, some of the other panels, and that is that, you know, government often wants to ban the conspiracy theories of, you know, people like me who don't really have that much influence on Twitter, you know, or whatnot, and who don't really have force behind us. But that's ironic, because the biggest dangers with these things are the government when they act on them and use them for their purposes. So who's going to regulate the government's lies, right? And that was the paper on the panel before mine. So I don't want to come off nonchalant and be like, hey, it's just whatever, these theories are fine. There are certain circumstances where they're incredibly dangerous, but a lot of what's happening right now is let's stop the regular folks from being able to communicate their whatever theories to each other. Meanwhile, you have the president of the United States saying all sorts of stuff. So.
Great. Other questions from the audience?
So Genevieve's question, I think, excellently crystallizes what I think is one of the key issues that arises in a lot of these things, which is that there's often a kernel of truth. In the case of the communist conspiracy, much more than a kernel. Obviously, there were communist spies. Communists had at the time actually managed to subvert foreign governments. I mean, it helped if the Red Army was on the ground, but Dennis talked about the experience of Czechoslovakia, where the communists managed to take over. I think it talked maybe about Klaus Fuchs, the communist spy who passed along nuclear bomb secrets. There was a zone of eminently plausible theorizing, like you could have very reasonably thought there was a lot more going on. And then there was a zone of just sort of opportunistic either lies or exaggerations, or just people kind of saying things that they sincerely believe, but if they really only thought a moment about it, they'd realize they had no real basis. So how does work that in there? So, or I'll give an example from something that Francesca raised with regard to things which may be mixed conspiracy theories and criticisms of particular groups. So, you know, I don't think there is a Jewish conspiracy to run the media, but being a Jew in Hollywood, I happen to know there are a lot of Jews in Hollywood. So how does one, if one does want to think through how to deal with conspiracies, deal with the fact that there is this spectrum? Some of them are total nonsense. I'm happy to say that about lizard people, but communists obviously wasn't. Jews in Hollywood, again, Not that there's anything wrong with it, but obviously this is something that, that there is an element of fact to it. And I'm sure that's true for a lot of the other things.
Yeah, let me turn to you first, and Heidi, because I can't see you. If you do want to chime in after, just chime in vocally, and I'll give the floor to you as well. Go ahead.
So one problem is that people often believe for reasons that have nothing to do with evidence, right? So oftentimes the belief comes first, and then maybe they'll grab some evidence later. The other issue is that there is quote unquote evidence for every conspiracy theory out there, even the lizard people stuff. I mean, there's a guy who's written 10 really long books detailing all the evidence that we're ruled by lizard people. And to him and his band of followers, that's really good evidence. Yeah. Well, I've read it. It's not going to convince you, hopefully. So, and you take every conspiracy theory out there, there's something, right? And this is what you're pointing out. There's something there that if somebody wanted to hang their hat on some piece of evidence, they can concoct something, they can connect some dots, they can put a little bit together and they say, well, there's some evidence of this. The question becomes, how good is the evidence? I mean, to me, when I define conspiracy theory, a lot of it comes down to how would the experts look at this evidence and how would they judge it? Would they say that it's true, or would they say, you know, we're not convinced that it's true, right? So that's where I draw the line between, you know, why do we call Watergate a conspiracy and why do we call the CIA killed Kennedy a conspiracy theory? It's this notch of experts, right? It doesn't mean that the conspiracy theory is necessarily wrong. It just hasn't met some particular epistemological bar that would satisfy me. And, you know, I can't convince anyone to adopt my epistemological bar. Everyone has their own, and everyone has several, which they apply whenever it's convenient for them. So it's not, so, you know, you're absolutely right in what you're saying. It's just there's no clear answer to that.
Just to, if I could just follow up real quickly on Joseph's point, because I think the point you made about an epistemological bar in many ways kind of gets at the heart of, you know, one of the key themes of the whole day, which is, you know, this sort of epistemological, some would say, I think it's true that we're in somewhat of an epistemological crisis where, you know, kind of losing our sense of a shared epistemological foundation. And I think one piece of that may be nicely encapsulated by a meme that I've seen many times over that says, you know, or your Google search is not as good as my medical degree or something to that effect, right? And I think one thing that we are seeing, and not, you know, and again, anti-intellectualism has a very long history. This is not an entirely new phenomenon by any means, but I think one problem we see with this, you know, kind of these epistemological difficulties is an inability on the part of many to sort of have a theory of epistemics, to have, you know, among other things like media literacy, right, to really critically assess the credibility of a source, or to have an understanding, for example, of what science is and the fact that science may change and scientific advice may change doesn't mean your guess is as good as mine. So, you know, I guess I would say this is not a simple problem by any means. There's no silver bullet, but this is actually part of the reason that I do believe knowledge, government sort of knowledge producers and knowledge institutions and the integrity thereof have really important roles to play, in part for their potentially educative function.
Well, then I'm going to take moderator's privilege for a second and ask a question that I think might wrap up and bring together a lot of the day, which is the phrase, the marketplace of ideas. Something I think we all still unfortunately say and teach all the time. And I'm giving away my own position when I say unfortunately, but I think we've heard so much today about the fallacy of this concept, about the unhelpfulness of this analogy of the speech ecosystem, the information ecosystem being a marketplace of ideas. We've heard about how historically that's not how it has worked. We've heard about, from a behavioral science perspective, that's not how it has worked. We've heard about many ways in which the law should intervene in the marketplace to create, in fact, a much more efficient and productive exchange of information. But you all are pointing to extra governmental sources, whether it's just, communities or knowledge producers, although public, they are independent public knowledge producers by Heidi's vision, or, just pushing back on the fact that we don't want government really getting involved in regulating conspiracy theories. It seems like you all, in some implicit way, are agreeing and staying with the concept of a marketplace of ideas being, as Eugene reminded us, not the only solution, but the best solution to sharing information and arriving at truth. Each of your proposals and each of the things that you are talking about really does still aim to try to improve the quality and the number of ideas in the quote marketplace. In light of everything else we've heard today, and in light of everything else we know about, again, I'll betray my position, the fallacy that is how knowledge works. Maybe you could each say a word about this concept as it relates to your thoughts, as it relates to what you've heard today, as a way to bring things to a close today. Art, let me start with you, and then Joseph, and then Heidi.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe I would come out with a concept like, no, like, we should have like marketplace of identities. That will settle it. So I think from my project, what I could offer as in response is, I think the fallacy is the notion that people will rationally grab onto the best ideas will prove themselves, and people will be able to notice that. And many people have pointed out that there are other factors impacting how people do pick out the ideas they believe in. And I think identity is an important component of that. And I don't know that I would offer an alternative philosophy for the First Amendment, but I think that for those thinking about alternative philosophies, thinking about the relation, I think the point here is that now that we have these digital contexts, identity is much more plastic, and you can have a conversation with affordances that you couldn't tweak before, and maybe we can use that to our advantage.
Well said.
So in terms of the public's beliefs in conspiracy theories, and probably misinformation too, more generally, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that things aren't worse. The bad news is that they've always sort of been bad. And having been polling the public on all sorts of weird, fringe, probably completely false ideas for a decade, it does get to me with all the things that people believe that really aren't true. So when you have a pandemic upon us, and 15% of the public says, yeah, spraying myself with Lysol is a good way to cure my COVID. Like, that's not good. So and I could go on to worse and scarier, and probably some ideas that we would think are fairly dangerous. I mean, consistently, I'm getting almost 20% of the country thinking that the Holocaust was faked, or that Sandy Hook was faked. It's not good, right? But it seems to have always been there, and it's a part of the human condition. And it's easy to blame some exogenous force and say, oh, it's Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook that's doing it to us, because it's easier to sleep at night. Especially when we have family members who might believe these ideas. Oh, well, they're getting it. They're just looking at the wrong Facebook page. We don't want to blame them. We want to blame something else. but it's them. It's us. It's part of humanity. I mean, we all believe all sorts of things, and of course, none of our beliefs are conspiracy theories, but I'm sure they probably are. And that's going to remain the same for a long time. And I'm sure there are some big solutions we can undertake. I think the speaker who talks after me, I think the idea of having more media literacy and more training in scientific thinking and critical thinking can help, but we're not going to change humanity with a law, you know. So I will leave it there.
Keep the marketplace for now. Heidi, go ahead.
Yeah, so real quickly, first, you know, in terms of why the appeal of the marketplace of ideas continues, and part of it, honestly, I think is psychological. It's an incredibly appealing idea. But beyond that, I think there's actually a sort of a rational reason for its continued resonance, or more rational reason, despite all the evidence to the contrary, as to how the quote unquote marketplace really works. And I think that comes back to actually the negative free speech theory. It seems only appropriate to end with a citation to Helen as well, since many have mentioned her today. But I think Fred Schauer's right when he suggests that the real appeal of this, among other theories, kind of lies in the lack of a good alternative and our fear of kind of a centralized truth decider. So I think a lot of the appeal is it's a way to rationalize as a positive good, something that's more based on our fears of the alternative. I will say, and this gets back to what Joseph was just saying, that as it relates to my own thoughts about public knowledge producers, there is no magic wand to change certainly human nature. At the same time, I think there is some positive good that government could do in terms of putting some of its largesse behind, as it actually has done, behind knowledge production and fostering critical thinking through education. But I think it is essential to prevent such institutions from just becoming more vehicles for conspiracy theorizing, et cetera, and partisan politics, to sort of conceptualize these institutions as having some independence protections.
That's great. Well, I will wrap up this incredible panel. Thank all the panelists for their insights. And it is somewhat bleak to end on this note, but I think somewhat hopeful that the sum total of this panel, I think, has identified the importance of independent institutions, independent thinking, safe communities as, three extra governmental areas and spaces that have some hope of creating a journey to truth. So I will leave it on that helpful note. Thank you to the panelists.
All right, that brings us to a close, everyone. Thank you to all of our panelists and our moderators for 4 incredible discussions today. Thank you to Genevieve for her leadership on this year-long project. Thank you to the amazing AV team for keeping us going all day long under some very challenging circumstances. And thank you all, those of you who came in person and those of you who have been watching online. Thank you for being with us today. Everyone have a good evening.